I've pressed the button. We'll find out if it's actually streaming to twitch.tv/platonic1234.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are. All right, let me scream in my my various respective places and channels. So here's this one. That's crazy, dog. Here comes another one.
Yo, a crazy dog.
Crazy dog.
Crazy dog.
That's
Crazy.
Crazy taxi.
Crazy dog.
All right, then we got about a Bing, and then we've got about a boom. All right, that should be all the places I was wanting to scream in.
Screaming accomplished.
Screaming, don't give it up, you know.
Yeah.
Let's give it a couple
We
like a
aren't?
minute or two for people to get here.
We are not giving it up.
Yippee.
Yep.
Luffy, I do declare we are not giving it up.
I said Luffy. I said Luffy, boy.
I said Luffy.
Luffy.
Hey. Listen. Die.
Luffy, everybody, everywhere. Luffy.
You know what I'm curious about, right? Just because we're mentioning it now, I'm curious how many of our opening bits have involved fucking Luffy One Piece. Because I know it's been more than like it's been like at least 2 or 3 that have like directly been like part of the joke is just Luffy. You know, like
Racist
I was about to say you guys are fucking waving the red flag in front of my face to make me start doing the racist Luffy bit again.
Oh god.
No.
we don't need that around here. Not anymore.
Whoa! Look at all the.
No.
Blue.
Iris, I hold your neck gently before placing 40 psi of pressure onto it, knocking you out in the span of 6 seconds due to the human psychology.
Due to the human.
Due to like the human man.
The psychological conditioning we've all received since birth that we have to breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Soleil, what the fuck are we doing here?
Well, what are we doing here? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, Operation Bifrost. Destruction Bench Agreement, or DBA as we tend to call it, is a fighting tournament-like organization.
That's fighting type.
It's a fighting type. It's Machamp. Organization you've seen shown in anime. However, it is also our more or less weekly tabletop RPG run in the anime campaign Epithet System. You know, while it is that fighting tournament-like organization, those of you who have been around before will know it's sort of, you know, morphed, transmogrified into a force and organization within the world of the campaign. And its members often find themselves getting involved in worldly and other worldly scenarios. As mentioned, we're returning to episode 197, which if you're watching this as it is going live is, you know, we did the first session of that fairly recently, around 5 or so days ago, right? So we're back here for session 2. There was a lot going on in the first one, and I'll do my best to give as brief of a recap as I can of the broad details of it before we jump into it. But we're going to be focusing on a portion of the players that are involved here today, starting with a group of people down in the underwater base, as we've been, you know, as has been described. So let's go through them as well as our GMs here, and then I'll give that bit of a recap to explain the kinds of things that are going on before we get into it. So hey everybody, I'm Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I am you know, GM here today. I'm running a lot of the things. I'm doing a lot of the things, and I got my 2 co-GMs, Iris.
Hey, we're drawing Machamp.
And Penny.
Hi, I'm not Iris.
Awesome, dude. Then, there may or may not be... Yeah, thank God for that. There may or may not be some more people that were involved with the previous session that are involved here today. But starting off, we have our set of 4 players here today. Starting off with Scarlet. Please, in English, and not in horrifying death scream.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scarlet. I will be playing Voya.
Thank you. Then we've got, up next, Moomin.
Whoa, hello, I am Moomin. I'm here playing Apollo, who is currently drowning.
Whoa! Then we've got our resident streamer here today, as well as a player. We've got Sam.
Hi, it's me, Sam. I'm Bits, Guild of the Unknown, not now. I'm playing Leela, and I don't know about Machamp, but I do see a middle-aged Mr. Spider in a diaper with a skin condition.
No, you don't.
That's awful. And then,
Wow.
last but not least, we've got Zanza.
Yeah, I'm Zanza. I don't want to be on the SS Machamp anymore. It's kind of starting to disturb me. Like, what is this? What is
That
this
is the
game?
Machamp of the SS Machamp, it seems.
No, that's... I think the devil appears in a form of radiant light. I don't know what to tell you.
I think that's Machamp.
I cast Power
He's
Word
going
Kill.
And he's going to...
Yeah.
And he's going to kill Gervasio, my player character, apparently.
He's got a gun, yeah. This
Yeah,
Machamp doesn't even use his muscles anymore.
That's
No,
beneath him.
he's got
Well,
guns in other ways.
They've kind of atrophied due to me not being able to select the right color with Dark Raider on, so...
Yeah. So, with that,
It's very funny. He should be able to move mountains, but in this form, he can just about barely move a pebble.
that's our roster here for today. You won't be seeing Machamp past this opening bit, so don't worry. And with that,
Lost one already.
yeah, if you're new around here, you're enjoying yourself, and you want to know when we're how, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel, whether it's more Operation Bifrost, other DBA things, its spinoffs, other tabletop games, video games, or anything else. You should join our Discord server. Oh, there's the link. Whoa! Go there to get notified when we're going live, how we're going live, what have you. Post memes and fan art for the stream that we'll show off. And yeah, it's the community Discord, so it's the place to go to be in the know. Follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already. It helps a lot and also keeps you up to date on when we're doing stuff. So yeah, all that usual stuff going on here. So I want to ask before I get into recap if everybody.
It's a TKO shirt now.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask everybody if we're good. Is everyone here and ready? I'm going to here. Let me just. I'm just gonna do something real quick. Hold
As
on.
long as you don't delete Machamp.
I'm not deleting him. Don't worry. I'm simply going to be taking these things and bringing them into the department. So,
Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
well, there's Ep left. So you know. That guy left behind.
I'm very most foul.
Yeah.
It's
So,
really funny that you deleted those ones, but put the others on the GM.
There's always some stragglers, you know.
Oh God.
So yeah, I got a little you know, let's words. Hey guys, are you ready? Are you good to go?
Yes.
Are you good?
Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
We're just at the start of a very big and serious arc, you guys, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complete.
Mega Machamp.
No time for jokes.
Is that gonna be our first bit of DBA merch?
No.
I think it's gonna be our last bit of TV.
Yeah, if it's our first, it's also our last. So with that, let's give a quick recap of last time, because last time was the first session. It's a lot of the setup after all. So if you hadn't seen that, you know, it's probably a little important to explain exactly what's going on here. So, excuse me. Long and short of it is that Commander Delta Citadel of the U.S. military through various, various experiences, including one of our own stints on DBA itself in a particular episode, has come up with the idea and proposal for organizing a sort of a defense force, an alliance of sorts, including the military, DBA, the city that DBA is within, and various other related parties to come together and sort of act as a last resort kind of, as mentioned, defense force for in the case that some sort of world's-ending threat or what have you, some horrific ordeal is overtaking, and they need to organize some very capable people and able to handle such a threat such as that, since DBA's proved that they're able to handle those kinds of things in the past anyway. So with that, over the past bit, she's been constructing this new Fort Bifrost, on an island a little off the coast of Daybreak Bay, the city DBA is in, and along with the other associated parties, has invited a group of DBA members to come around, both participate in the meeting and tour around the facility. And that's what they did. They've split off into multiple groups, some of them going into, going on tours, some of them going into the meeting itself and talking. Last time, we left showing a bunch of the various DBA members in specific spots. There were some people going on the tour of the first floor of the facility. There were the people in the meeting, right? Which they were doing that meeting for a bit, talking quite a bit. But at the very end of it, out of nowhere, a group of shadowy figures seemed to appear and perform some sort of devastating technique to catch them all off guard. And, well, as of now, we don't know exactly what happened to them after that attack. Which then leaves us here with this group of people who, ironically enough, were the first group of people that we left. We checked in on once everyone split off from each other, which was another tour group, but this group going down to the facility's underwater base. It's sort of a research facility that they have down here. Lieutenant Harrier, who's with them, has been their tour guide, gave them a little bit of information, and on the way down, they were attacked by crazed pirate Captain Zachary Shelley and First Mate Monkey, who seemed to be proclaiming that they were trespassing on his hunting grounds. They weren't having any of that, because what the fuck are you talking about? Defeated him and apprehended him, taking them onto their submarine and bringing them with him to be placed in lockdown down in the underwater base while the rest of the tour goes on. And that's where we left off. Similarly, one of these four members, Voya Vanderbilt, wasn't always there. And that's a little bit interesting. So we'll see how that one goes. But, as of right now, we are going to be continuing precisely where we left off, which is, if you don't remember, we left this group off after getting into the landing bay to the underwater base and talking through a little bit of the situation with Voya, the tiniest little bit where Voya, effectively admitted that, hey, I snuck on here, I'm not giving the details, but with that, Harrier was leading everybody to the proper underwater base, past the landing bay. That's where we're picking back up in terms of time. It's immediately after the last time as well. So, let me just double check to make sure everything is okay here. As, here. Let's go ahead and bring you guys here. And I'll shift pen.
Sorry.
No, you go.
If there's one thing that I appreciate about this place, it is that it is very pretty.
It is very pretty, yes. That's honestly one of the reasons I like this place so much.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm forgetting your entire situation, by the way, kid. Sort of like puts a hand to Voya. But as you guys are in here, we have this little bit revealed. You guys have been making your way through a lot of this sort of orangey brown, this orangey brown metal, right? That has been going in sort of hallways and such. And if you look to the side, you'll see that there are these glass tubes around you, which reveal sight into the ocean around you. So let me reveal some stuff around here, and a little bit further down this specific hallway.
Ooh.
Oh, there are fish!
Bada bing.
This is wonderful.
Yeah. As I was mentioning, right, we managed to get this, or rather, I guess, discover it from the situation with the one man who effectively left it abandoned, not by his own will, but we've picked it up, and it seems as if, well, not only was he maintaining it fairly well, but with our own renovations, it's stayed in tip-top shape for the most part. She, keeps leading around as this soldier is tugging Zachary and Monkey behind him.
How the hell did you find a place like this before I could? Well, this would have been perfect as a base of operations, a hub to look out.
It's incredible that this place was just left abandoned.
Well, again, I mentioned it on the way down here, but the person that used to own this place, he seemed to be a bit of a hermit, I suppose. Left the base in the name of his son, but the son didn't seem particularly interested in it, I suppose, or at the very least never actually properly picked it up. So it was left down here for a good while.
I don't know. I guess if I owned a place like this, I'd want to, I'd want to keep it, you know?
Maybe it's
I
bad
know, right?
memories. If my mom had this base and then she died, then I'd come on the thing and I'd just be able to think of my dead mom.
This is like kind of the coolest place ever.
That too.
Who the
but,
who the hell wouldn't want to be in this sort of a underwater paradise?
You seem to forget that most people are regular. They have other things in their lives that they can't simply all completely drop for living in a giant water base.
You can keep it as a vacation location or something,
And you could rent it out probably for
some kind of
military.
I mean, what? Do you think the average person can afford a submarine to get down here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you own the place, then you probably own a submarine to get down here, so you can hire someone to do to be sort of submarine taxi, I guess.
It'd be kind
Sure,
of a
but
dick
my
move
mom-
to leave this place to your next of kin and then not give them a way to access it.
Yeah, Oh, yeah, sorry?
I could just ask my mom, and I'm sure she'd be able to get a submarine.
Again, I'm not entirely sure of all of the specifics of why the son never picked up the base for himself, but it was here. And, thank goodness that someone found it. I mean, we've been able to make good use out of it, so. As I will, continue, revealing this, as, Harrier is going to look back to the soldier that's, handling, Zachary and Monkey. Hey, you know where to bring them, right? Of course, man. As, he'll hurry up the pace. Excuse me for a second. Excuse me.
Hey, where are you taking us? Listen, we need to see the rest of this base too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a place like this. But come on, you can't just.
Yeah, and as they're screaming and do that, they bring Zachary and Monkey down this way. You hear his screaming and Monkey screaming start to dwindle over time. But yeah.
Monkey.
Maybe, now that I think about it, this place would be, super efficient for waterboarding.
I think they would just get crushed by the pressure before they could tell you any information.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's infinite water nearby.
I guess.
It's easy peasy.
It's not that hard. I can't imagine it'd be that hard to get enough water to waterboard someone that you'd need an ocean base for it.
And
Anyway,
as you get here, Harrier sort of looks towards this door. And of course, there's more to see here on the first floor. We can walk around as much as you'd like. But this is, I guess you'd call it the main room. As she opened the door and reveal this out, and let me keep revealing a little bit.
Ooh.
Whoa, we got a friggin' telescope up in this bunich?
Yeah, there are various telescopes all throughout the base here that are, well, we presume when the previous owner used to have it was using it to, well, hunt for sea monsters or just look out into the ocean. Again, he was a very eccentric guy.
Hunt for sea monsters like a kraken?
Something like that, I guess.
I hate to say it. Considering how much keeps coming up, I'm starting to get the impression that there may really be a kraken down there.
Well, if there is, we certainly haven't seen it, so it'll be a surprise to all of us.
Leela's eyes are sparkling, looking around at everything.
You just hear muffled in the distance.
Seeing anything interesting?
And of course, muffled sounds of monkey violence. But sorry, yeah, Sam.
Seeing anything interesting through there?
Fish.
A fish are interesting.
Hey, Lila, I'm gonna be fully honest with you, right? How the heck do I get out of my current situation?
She, like, lowers her voice to make sure Harrier doesn't hear it.
Well, if you want my honest opinion, I mean, you're... Ultimately, I don't think you're in that much trouble. You're not being dragged around and put somewhere unknown, probably a holding cell, like Captain Zachary, so... I mean, as long as you're honest and stick around with the group, you should be... You know, you probably will get, maybe at most, a slap on the wrist on the way out.
But honesty's for the good guys.
Well,
Like,
sometimes to execute a really evil plan, you need to pretend to be a good guy for a little bit.
Fair enough.
She goes back to intently looking at the fish.
There are lots of fish out there. They're pretty cool.
She, like, takes a step back.
You know, you were making fish a bit ago. That was a neat trick.
Yeah, I've never...
No, wait a sec. No.
She pushes Lila into the telescopes, like, thing.
Since I was moving away, that was the implication. You get to see now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay,
Alrighty.
you can keep talking.
Sorry, I've never tried to make fish before. I mean, considering I only managed one small one, it's not something I'm familiar with, but...
Damn.
Yeah, I'm just never
I got worms.
around water, usually. Ooh, what are your worms like?
She opens up her, cloak, and one falls out.
Like that?
Oh, that is interesting.
I'm a bit of a schworm connoisseur.
As she opens her, cloak a little bit more, and there's a line of them.
Leela goes into a very, like, sort of, almost, you know, like, scientist, investigative sort of procedure, prodding at the schworm, looking at it, like, sort of taking a few mental notes. Interesting, huh? Is this, like, something that you specifically can do, or are they general Shadow Realm, fauna, or...
I was just there for a long while, and then they started showing up around me, and they seem fine enough. They seem like upstanding Shadow Realm citizens.
It bites at the, base of this telescope.
Stop it!
Interesting. So they are natural to the Shadow Realm then, as Leela, like, sort of calmly pulls it off. I'm curious.
You are meant to be an upstanding member of society. We need to be getting the best first impression we can make on the human military, okay?
The schworm, like, continues just flapping its mouth like a bear trap.
Leela gives it a little pet and then goes back to the telescope.
And as you guys are looking through there, Harrier like motions around the room to Apollo and Gervasio. People here are always working on a wide variety of, well, whatever's going on. Primarily, it's a lot of, well, marine biology and then research into, she sort of taps her fingers a little bit, both things we find around here, perhaps other matters that we've been requested to look into. As, you know, if you're looking around, you can see all these various researchers, you know, doing a variety of science-y things, taking notes, recording things. There's a lot of, like, signatures and stuff they're reading. A lot of them are observing, you know, fish that swim by and what have you, and recording notes on them as they're passing, taking times on things, all of that sort of stuff. As, from this bottom area... Lieutenant, I got him in there. Great, nice work. As, he's gonna start waltzing back, but yeah. Is there anywhere in particular that, either of you two would want to see around here, or do you want to just sort of walk around and see what there is to see?
I'm okay just walking around, I guess.
Yes.
I'm really not sure what this kind of base entails, so...
More or less the same. We came in here to inspect. Watch wait. So.
Yeah. Harrier looks to the soldier who just showed up. Can you walk around with them for a little bit? I need to ask the like motions to the duo of Leela and Voya. I need to ask them some things real quick. So, and he nods, and he'll be sticking by you guys as Harry will go up here. But let's jump to Apollo and Gervasio.
All right. Are we free to go anywhere or just in this room?
Effectively, Harrier would have like motioned, and the idea of being like, hey, let's stick to the, you know, this first little, like, not like this room, but let's stick to this like area really quickly. I should have had her mention this, that she motioned that this door and this pathway would lead on to like other areas of the facility. So, you know, like, hey, let's take a sec to look around like this kind of area first, and then if we want to move on, we can.
What's this television?
This is a computer monitor. As I was mentioning before, a lot of the guys here are sort of like tracking down a lot of statistics they have regarding either like fish behavior, looking through that kind of stuff of the various ongoings around the base. It seems as if there's some occasional like blips of like you know, I guess what would be like the right word, just like other like levels of stuff that they're researching. It's a lot of sciencey stuff, but you know. I will also reveal this path down, because this is where the soldier came up from. So there's also a path down here.
You guys ever see anything really weird down here?
I mean, kinda. He scratches the back of his head. Are you, part of the tour group that was supposed to come here today, or?
Yes.
The guy's like, looks at Apollo. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
Seen anything especially tentacular?
Anything Kraken-like?
Well, he like looks over like Apollo's like coral features and what have you before going back to the monitor. Don't think so. Not specifically. Like there's some like smaller squids that have shown up sometimes, but like nothing like a big old monster or anything.
Alright. Well, keep us updated. As he
Right,
walks
who are you? As Apollo starts walking away, of course.
He just kind of steps into the hallway and is watching all the fish around.
Yep, which there are a good few. Let me reveal some stuff. Because, you know, this here, and you'd be able to see, oh man, it connects.
So real quick,
It's connected.
How like far above the like the floor of the ocean are we?
So that's the thing. You guys are pretty deep, deep underwater, and in terms of the base to the floor of the ocean, you still can't necessarily see the floor exactly. There's enough, you know, light down here for you to see out, but it's not like the most like light ever. It's you can think of it kind of like a midpoint. It's not deep sea, but it is pretty far down there.
Yeah, we're reaching the twilight zone.
Yeah.
I mean, a good amount of the light is probably like, because when you look out of the windows, you can kind of see other, you know, glass tubes and parts of the base out there that have lights on them and stuff. So that's probably the majority of the light sources at the moment.
Yeah.
All right.
So what are the potion sellers doing over here? Can I buy like?
What the potion sellers are doing, I imagine they're these potions or chemicals, right, as some in the business may call them. They have them in various containers here, are sort of swooshing them around, testing some stuff. Seem like they have some other like substances and what have you that they're testing any sort of reaction between the chemicals and these other things. Again, lots of sciencey stuff.
I see. Well, I'm going to assume that they don't really have much to interject in their complex tests, so I'll continue to follow Apollo.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess he's just gonna check out wherever this is.
Yep.
Like the brig.
Kinda. As he let's reveal this area. At least it is. At least there's part of it. As you guys could look through this hallway, the soldier, you know, motions to what would be your guys' right, the left for all of us. Over there is where we brought the pirate. Down here it's just it's another way to get around. There's some more, you know, research and such going on.
Also, there should be a door here.
Magical appearing door.
Yeah.
Magic door?
I think it's actually magic retroactively their door.
Yeah.
I see. Our memories are altered in order to not recognize its addition.
Exactly, you get it.
Yep. We shouldn't even be referring to it right now.
Referring to
Referring to
what?
what?
Yeah. Here we go. Here's another one. Whoa, these things keep showing up out of nowhere, brother.
So, what are you guys gonna, like, do with him?
Oh, well, here's kind of the situation, right? He, scratches the back of his helmet. We know Zachary. Good old Captain Zach. This isn't the first time we've had to deal with him. Puts his hands on his hips. Just recently, he was in I think there was like some sort of like a law dispute with his like last submarine. I don't know where he got this new one. He looks down, but he kinda ran away from that one. So we've actually kind of been looking for him, and it's fortunate he showed up here. Made it easier for us, so he shrugs his shoulders. We're probably gonna keep him here, and then when we're done with your guys' tour, probably bring him back up and bring him to the court case he's supposed to be at.
I see.
Alright. So not only is he attacking a military vehicle, he is also dodging a court summons.
Yeah,
He's a habitual lunatic.
It was something like, I think like, because he's like a pirate, right? I think.
I think that's the aesthetic he's going for. He's got the monkey.
Yeah. All pirates have monkeys, right? He puts his hands on his hips again. I think there was like some sort of a thing where his pirate crew like sued him for like treating them poorly, and they wanted to take away his submarine, and he was not having that. So he just sort of took off and left.
He had a crew?
I guess.
Huh.
Looks like the monkey was the only one loyal enough not to sue.
You know, I guess he does not seem the type to be able to lead, so that makes sense, I guess. Huh.
Yeah. If you look over here, there's this soldier who's sort of lazing about, sort of keeping an eye on the door of this area, but like would then kind of like nod off and is relaxing for the most part.
Are we allowed in there?
I guess if you really want to talk to him, I mean, like, we could. I don't know whether that'll get all of you, but
I feel like I think it's less I want to talk to him, more I just want to see what it's like in there.
Sure. These aren't meant to be any sort of, like, permanent, I guess, permanent cell or anything like that. This is sort of, just, hey, we're holding you here for a little bit. So, it's not, like, the fanciest or nothing. So we got this, and then, let me show this. Well, it'd be too dangerous if they were together.
That's
True.
Yeah. As you're here, because as you guys had apprehended them before, you sort of, I guess, hog-tied both of them a little bit as I described it. So monkey's like feet are still free, and he's kind of doing the one half of the monkey let me in thing, right, where it's banging on the door and like grabbing bars and like shaking back and forth with just his legs, right? As he's like fucking shaking against the bars, but it doesn't seem to really be doing much of anything.
How unfortunate.
Yeah. He's not having a good time as Zach seems to notice you guys.
Oh, you two again. What, come to gloat in your victory, huh? We'll be out of here. Just you wait.
Especially.
Yeah, I guess realistically what we're doing is more just staring at you like zoo animals.
Gervasio looks to Apollo with a puzzled and confused expression.
How would you describe it?
I can't get ask questions about this Kraken that I'm starting to suspect is around.
Kraken. Oh, my greatest nemesis.
As the soldier's like, oh boy, here we go again. Like this kind of thing.
Gervasio pulls out like a small notepad.
The Kraken. This beast. This creature of legend. It's the holy grail of any pirate hunter looking to conquer the depths. A beast uttered only in legend. I've heard that it, or at least one of it, if you believe in that, which I do, for the record, there has to be more than one of them. That's how animals work. He, would put a hand to his chin if not for the fact that his arms are tied behind right now. I've heard rumors that one of them came around Daybreak Bay, or at least a little off the coast of it. A sea monster beneath the docks. So ever since I got my new submarine,
he looks off to the side.
I've come
Gervasio
here
writes that part down
to search.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Gervasio notes his language in case it needs to be used in court, but obviously he doesn't.
Yeah,
know
I was about to say what, to submit to the judge, like.
Yes.
Can I make a roll with Apollo, just to see if he has possibly heard anything about some sort of kraken in Daybreak Bay?
Sure.
Just 'cause he's gotten in with the fishing community, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've heard, like, the occasional tall tale of, like, hey, dude, have you heard there's, like some sort of a sea monster around here? And they're like, you're gonna have to be more specific. Like, stuff happens here all the time. And, all that kind of stuff. And they're like, no, like, so... I mean, I guess I don't know anything specific. People were just talking about how, like, maybe there's some sort of sea monster stuff down there. I mean, there's monsters all over the place, and, like, stuff's been attacking the city lately. I wouldn't be surprised if there's, like, a sea monster or anything. The long and short of that being, you've heard, like, some occasional scant rumors from either some fishermen that are, like, confused about it, or other fishermen that are the less mentally well ones that are, I saw it with mine own eyes, right, kind of thing, right? There's been no, like, confirmed reports of it. A lot of it is just hearsay of people thinking they've heard something about it and that it would make sense considering the kind of city and place that this is.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any eyewitnesses of this kraken, or are you just going, like, purely off hearsay?
I smell him.
He
Alright.
looks a little bit, I guess, feverish.
I know he's down here.
I'm sorry. I'm just reading Scarlet responding to that is what cracked me, not me saying it itself. Fucking,
I know he's down here. I just know it. I've never gone against my instincts before, and I'm not starting now.
Your instincts think. Does people treat your men that way?
They... How do you know about that?
he looks over to Gervasio.
They were ungrateful. I provided them everything they could ever need.
I see.
Sort of notes in his notebook, in denial about the treatment of his former workers.
Capitalism turns the sweetest people into the worst people.
I know, I think that's just Zachary.
One minute you're kind-hearted and loving, and the next you're smelling krakens, brother.
I'm not entirely sure Zachary knows what money is.
Krakenalism does weird things to people.
I wouldn't be surprised if he uses sand dollars to, like, pay his crew.
He's a pirate. Of course he knows what money is. It's just his.
He knows what gold doubloons are.
Doubloon!
That's money.
I know of the
money.
riches of the seas.
Oh god, okay.
But, regardless.
Whatever, this ain't about my crew or anything.
No, you go.
Well, you may be able to smell it. Have you ever seen it?
You can almost see the video gamey ellipses manifesting above his and Monkey's heads.
Not yet. Not yet.
How long have you been pursuing it here?
Here? Well,
He looks behind Gervasio and sees the soldier.
I'm not willing to say exactly how long, but I've been here for a bit. And before daybreak, I mean, those kinds of monsters, those legends, that's what I live for.
Uh-huh. Have you ever seen any other mythical sea beasts?
Oh, I've seen some pretty big guys. Oh, they were big, all right. There was this real big shark this one time.
How big?
Oh, dude! Like, really big. Like, 2 times the size of my submarine big. I don't know. I don't think it was. This was just a bigger than average, but not megalodon-sized shark, I think.
So, because Gervasio, on the one hand, he seems like a quack. On the other hand, Gervasio understands that this person's been doing this for a long time, and sometimes they have a level of intuition, you know, and conviction that you should trust. So, can Gervasio just make a general insight check on like just how convict, like if Gervasio buys into his conviction?
Yeah, sure. So, here's what I'll tell you, Gervasio. Do you know if it's necessarily 100% well-placed? Not necessarily. You know, people have been talking about it a lot, right? And in a place like this, that often could imply some things, right? But, as you said, this guy's clearly a little bit wacky in the head, right? But if there's one thing you can determine from looking at Captain Zachary and listening to what he's saying, is that you're pretty sure that if nobody else, he at least believes what he's saying.
Right.
Okay, I think that's all I have to ask.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Finally, the interrogation is done. Let us be where we're going to be. Figuring things out, isn't that right, Monkey?
As Monkey, who has still been this entire time shaking himself against the bars, finally relents and like falls on his back, rolls to the back of the cell a little bit, and then flops back down, making some grumbling noises all the while. And with that, let's jump over to Leela and Voya for a little bit. As Harrier's going to walk. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Like you're just laughing.
Oh, okay. As Harrier's going to walk up. Now, not to interrupt the tour we're doing and all the fun we're having and whatnot, but looks to Voya while Leela is, peering out the telescope. I'm going to need you to be honest with me here, or else we're going to have to hold you in containment, probably alongside the pirate, until we figure out what to do with you.
She stares at the telescope.
Harrier sighs a little bit. Hey, kid. And she'll, walk over, kneel down to Voya's level.
If I don't look at you, you don't exist.
That's not how this works, unfortunately.
Damn it!
She turns around.
Hi.
Don't worry, kid. We're not here to hurt you or anything.
I know.
If nothing, you obviously were on our side and helped us defeat the pirate captain earlier, so you got a good heart. But I have to ask you exactly how you got here, what you're doing here, why. I know you haven't been in my shadow my whole life. That's ridiculous.
Damn it, she...
Voya, leads into Lila.
She's good. So, you know Venus?
She thinks to herself for a moment, but quickly...
Blue hair, big cannon, very armor.
Oh, you mean the Vanderbilt. She's part of the DBA group that's here today, yes.
Yeah, so she's my sister. She's very cool. But also, she just goes on all these big adventures and she never takes me along with them. Whenever I'm like, hey, I want to try and beat a massive monster thing that's destroyed entire cities, I wasn't there at the time, but I'm sure that if I was, she'd be like, you're too young. And so when she got a cool invitation that was being sent out to a bunch of other DBA people to see a cool top secret military base, I was like, I gotta see this. And I was thinking of starting my villainous career here, and considering the amount of military personnel, I have rethought that decision and will be abstaining from doing villainous activity. And so I snuck into her shadow and then just like stayed there for a really long time, and it was so boring. And that's why I'm here. Because I heard underwater base, and I was like, I can't miss that. And then I went into the big guy's shadow, because he said he was going there. And then, he wasn't anymore, so I went into yours. And, you are correct, I've not actually been in your shadow your whole life.
She furrows her brow for a moment. So you snuck in without your sister's knowledge.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty good at that.
She pulls out, like, a phone and goes over, like, a list.
No.
That you could presume, right, just based on the context of the situation, is a list of the DBA members that are known to be coming here. She's your sister, so, I assume your last name's also Vanderbilt, yes?
Maybe.
Right. And then, she looked to
Then
Leela.
open fire.
she looked to Leela, who, I assume was looking through the telescope, but has, sort of jumped in on the conversation. Is this Vanderbilt girl here telling the truth from what you know?
As far as I understand, yes. Pretty sure she's telling the truth, as far as I know. Leela's just going to sort of turn to Voya and, just a little bit of, you would tell us if you were lying, right?
Yeah.
See?
She blinks.
I'm confident she's telling the truth.
Deceit is just that easy. Hypothetically, I have not deceived you once. In this conversation. Important distinction.
If nothing else...
Yep, sorry?
If nothing else, I have sort of I guess you could call it a sort of talent for, handling, beings like Voya, so if nothing else, I can keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't get into trouble, and yeah, we'll go with that.
And your name is Leela Jones, yes?
Yes.
She checks the list again. Well, obviously sneaking into a military base like this is a little, let's just say, against the rules, but... You're lucky that you're wrong on one of your assumptions with this. Specifically, this base, Fort Bifrost, and to an extent this underwater base. It's not a top secret military base or anything. In fact, we've been quite public with this one. She puts her hands to her sides. If we're making some sort of an agreement with DBA, then, well, it's bound that something like this is going to be shown eventually, so...
Yeah, exactly. That's why I stuck along.
My point being that it's obviously a bad thing that you did that.
Damn it.
And as to your admission, you were intending on starting a villainous career, and I'd recommend that you don't do that.
There are a lot of guns here, man.
And similarly, there won't be any shortage of them. I'm going to have to contact Commander Citadel about this, but she's in the meeting right now, so I don't want to bother her. For now, though, I'll be taking Miss Jones's word that you're telling the truth. And for now, so long as you stay with us, you are a member of DBA after all, and one that people seem to trust, so...
Damn, bro, people trust me?
You won't be in any sort of immediate trouble, but we'll have to see what the commander says.
Alright. That's fair enough. Just don't tell Vetus about this. Is that chill? Is that cool? Can we agree that?
I can at least tell you that I personally will likely not be telling Venus. If anyone, it'll be the commander.
That is awesome. I appreciate it deeply.
She scratches, her chin a little bit. Regardless, now that we've worked that out, if the two of you would like, we can continue on with the tour. Because, I mean, that's what we're here for. So, for now, you get to be an unexpected guest for it.
Awesome. Peachy.
Sounds wonderful.
Thanks, Semi-Mom.
She looks at the telescope again and bites at it slightly.
No, all
course,
right. Don't bite the expensive military equipment.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'd really prefer if you didn't bite down on this. This is kind of very, this is important. I mean, this is like a...
It's important and that's what makes it tasty!
Yes, but it's not just important, it's also... This is one of the fixtures here from when the previous owner had it. These telescopes and their positions, they haven't actually been moved, so in a way they're kind of vintage.
There'll be things you can bite later.
They're also old. Okay. Got it.
Right. So Harrier will, lead you guys around here and sort of, like, hey, all right, well, this is the main sciencey room. Theoretically, if you have any questions, you could ask anyone, but she'll sort of, like, lead you guys down this way just to, like, show, like, hey, here's another path of what's going on. And let me reveal this, which therefore lets me reveal this stuff. As she'll start bringing you guys down here, and I will ask either, you guys being Leela and Voya, or Gervasio and Apollo. Is there anything in particular you guys want to do? Walk around and see a bit right now? Or what's the
I don't
vibe?
think so. Other than maybe seeing what's in here, not really.
Voya has gone outside.
No, she's just chilling.
Yeah, no, just sort of as Lieutenant Harrier's a little bit ahead of them, Lilo would just sort of lean over to Voya while they're a bit behind. You see what I said? Just a little slap on the wrist for now.
Yeah, for now, but what about later?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
If Venus finds out about this, I'm going to be shadow grounded.
Listen,
It's
from
like
what I
regular grounded, but for Shadow Realm creatures. And if
don't-
I get shadow grounded, then I can't go into the Shadow Realm anymore. Venus said so herself.
It's fine, you won't be shadow grounded. If anything, aside from your sister, I don't know a ton, but if I know anything about your family, I'm sure the military probably doesn't want to get on your mother's bad side. It's your mother, right?
That is so fair. Yes, it is also.
Okay.
And also I think that if Falira found out about this and they don't have a building permit, bro, this shit is getting canceled.
I don't think I know that one.
She's the fish.
Oh.
Fish.
Looks around at underwater
Would
base.
that be?
Oh. Yeah, let's hope she doesn't show up.
Yeah, listen, bro. If she finds out about this spooky underwater base and she doesn't like it, then I don't know if she's gonna like me being in the spooky underwater base. Anyway.
She looks at the monitor to calm herself down.
Well,
pretty late.
Yeah, Voya, you go and look at the monitor, right, to try and calm yourself down. And for now, it's seems to be showing some level statistics on what on these funny fish over here that I'm pinging right now, right? Seems to be scanning it. You can see diagrams of funny fish up on the computer as they're seeming to go through it, which would normally help calm your nerves, if not for the fact that as you're looking at it, it would sort of be a quiet moment initially that soon you all would feel what I could best describe as like a swaying, a slight rumbling, right? That effectively overtakes the base a little bit. The floors and everything starts moving. People clearly start freaking out a little bit, like, hey, what's going on here? What? As you're looking at Funny Fish in an attempt to calm yourself down, unfortunately, the screen that is showcasing Funny Fish starts flickering and getting powered down a little bit as some of the lights around the area dim in coordination with the rumbling happening. Right as the rumbling starts and starts moving everything around, it can't be more than a couple seconds after that that the power starts seeming to flicker. Not completely off, but lights dim. The computer monitors start flickering as well. And a new air sort of takes over the base as it's clear that these soldiers and researchers don't know exactly what's going on. And for the record, in the case of Gervasio, Apollo, and the soldier and Zachary, over by you guys, it's not just Voya and Leela. All of you experience the same thing. The shifting, the rumbling, the lights slightly dimming as Monkey seems to freak out a little bit, and Zachary looks around.
Hey, what's going on? What are you doing around here? You're not making this in like a death chamber, are you?
No, this is
unintentional. I sort of turned at this guy, like as if, wait, is this unintentional?
This isn't normal. This doesn't happen down here. He goes to pull out a walkie-talkie. Lieutenant Harrier? Lieutenant? As he goes into the, tries to use the walkie-talkie, right? Nothing but static. But normally these should have enough of a connection to get to each other down here, but it seems as if the walkie-talkie, audibly to you guys, can't seem to get a proper connection to even someone like Lieutenant Harrier, who isn't all that far away. Not that you guys necessarily know that, but
Well, can I say something?
yeah.
Zachary, you said you could smell the Kraken.
Yeah.
Can you smell it closer right now?
I'll be honest with you, Chief. I wish I could, but it's no closer than it was before.
Something else, maybe?
Alright. So is this like a cell door, or is it just like an actual...
It's like a door you can walk through.
Okay.
I assume this is the cell door.
Yeah, that's the cell door.
Well, I was gonna check to make sure it wasn't flooded on the other side, but I guess it isn't.
No, it doesn't seem like there's any flooding. It just, this guy, the guard, seems to have been shaken awake. These guys are running about trying to communicate with each other. Some people come filing out of this room to be like, hey, what's going on? What's happening, right? Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything flooded or something. But obviously things were shaking, and now the lights and power and seemingly the walkie-talkies are powered down, lessened, and signal jammed. So,
if I may, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I try something weird?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I see? I guess just like use the moons that Apollo has as like sensors to see if there's any like weird currents going on outside that might be disrupting shit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, effectively, right, it doesn't seem to be a consistent current, right? It's not like the currents of the ocean have suddenly shifted in, like, a super dramatic way. The best way that you could describe it as using your moons is that it's as if, like, a wave, a pulse of the water sort of got rippled and just passed through the base, as if, rumbling, trembling from somewhere else and has managed to get all the way down to you guys.
Does Apollo relay that to Gervasio?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you tell what direction it could go? Even if you can't, maybe they have seismographs here.
Ooh, actually, yeah, they probably do. That is kind of standard for underwater bases since they're
Yeah,
actually really good for monitoring.
Yeah,
You know.
Yeah. We it should be over here. As he starts running this way. Meanwhile, by Voya and Leela, Harrier sort of stands immediately gets on guard, looks to the two of them. You two see anything?
No.
Funny fish is gone.
Whatever's on the monitor is gone. I don't see anything in the water here.
Yeah, I should also mention that a lot of the fish at that wave kind of get scared and swim off. So let me move them.
Miss Harrier, I am not, I promise you, I'm not associating with any villainous individuals right now, but I can tell you with 100% billion% certainty that is some bona fide villainous action.
No
That
kidding.
is what we're currently dealing with. So, I honestly am of the belief that we should get with the rest of the gang and try and discover what the frick is going on.
I am in complete agreement. We also need to contact. I know she's busy, but this is important. We need to contact the commander.
If some BS happens, then I'm gonna be friggin' mad.
Is it possible if something's happening here? Is it possible that there's something happening at the rest of the fort too?
I mean, I suppose it is possible, but I mean I don't know. That's quite a far distance.
Big distance, and who would want to attack all the most powerful militaries?
She enters the room.
Like, look at the people in this room. They're so cool. They have guns.
Yeah, speaking of the cool people, they're all freaking out like, oh my god, what's going on? Like that kind of shit,
All right, maybe they're not as cool as I first thought.
Maybe it's possible that there really is a kraken?
Oh no.
Gervasio storming into the room as you say that.
Yeah. So, on one end, right, this soldier by Apollo goes over to this lady. Hey, what's the over-under on what's going on? This lady, like, checking through all this stuff here. Well, it seems like a lot of our tech is down. It's not properly fully powered, but scrambling. At the very least, I can tell that whatever that was, that wave, seems to have come from a little bit up above.
Like at the base?
Meanwhile, as is being talked about in the Roll20 chat, Harrier looks over to this scientist. We need to contact the primary base, the people at the submarine bay. I'm trying, Lieutenant, but we can't get any sort of solid connection. As everything pulls up with static, and it seems like they're unable to get a connection back to the primary base. Damn it.
Oh, damn, brother. We are knee-deep in straight-up villainous activity. Buckle the heck up. I'm gonna need to countervillain this shit.
And, of course, while this is all going on, over on the left side of things, right, there's a group of scientists led by one soldier who come bursting out of this door over again by the left, running out all at once. Similarly, like, hey, what's going on? Trying to figure out what's happening amidst all the action.
Something's happening.
Shit sucks, brother!
Maybe at the base. We don't know. We can't contact them. It seems we've been isolated.
Shoot's hacked.
Whether intentional or not, we don't know.
Right. Well, clearly something is going wrong. Lieutenant Harrier, looks out to everyone. With something like this, we need to act quickly. She looks over to another, the group of scientists here. The power's also fluctuating. What's going on with that? Well, ma'am, it seems like whatever is doing this, whatever's happened, it's in some way knocked out a lot of the primary power supply. we of course have the generators a bit further into the facility, but those need to be manually activated, and we can't connect to them right now. Harrier sighs a little bit. Okay, understood. Looks to Voya, Leela, and then Gervasio and Apollo. I know this was just supposed to be a tour, but something's happening, so I'm gonna need you guys to help me with this, alright?
Sure thing.
Listen, nobody ruins Venus's cool day for cool people.
If nothing else, we are members of DBA. This is kind of what
Also that.
happens.
Yeah, right, exactly. This is the kind of thing to be expecting. She kind of taps her foot, looks a little nervous at that remark.
Friggin' wall.
So, generators need to be manually activated. If we can get over there and manually activate those, we'll at least have the power back on and can maybe get the communications back up. So, let's go.
Let's go.
As, she's going to head off, look to everybody else. The rest of you, keep everyone here safe. We don't know what's going on. As she'll run this way, and these guys will move out of the way. And as Harrier mentioned, both of these hallways, the one with the door and the one to the north, lead deeper into the base. So theoretically, either could be taken. Harrier will at least initially sort of go towards this way, unless someone goes out of their way to stop her or something. But let me reveal this.
I see no reason
Alright.
to stop her. She seems to know the way, so.
Yeah.
So we should probably stick together to make sure that they don't pick us off one by one. Anyway, this being said, I'm going to go into shadow mode because I don't want to run.
She pops into Harrier's shadow.
I could probably go fast with her anyway.
Yep, let me just grab some guys. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's this map's pretty involved. So
Yeah.
let me-
Really?
yeah, crazy.
Man, it even has fish.
It even has fish. As she'll lead down this hallway and over here. So, unless anybody has any other things they want to do here real quick, we can move on. So, where's Voya? Oh yeah, Voya's in the shadow. You mentioned.
Boys in the shadow.
Right. All right. Let me go ahead, grab you guys.
I'm starting to reveal shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
So.
throat is dying, dude.
Yeah. Let me copy you guys and move you over to the proper spot.
Oops.
Yeah. We can just do this. There we go. And then, yep. We can go here. I will reveal. Yeah. We can reveal stuff as people are moving, but I believe everything should be set up properly here. Let me just double check. Yep. All right. Let me move you guys over to here, and then shift ping.
Alright.
As you guys have been running for a little bit, there's plenty of the base that's not necessarily pictured, but a good portion of it is similar hallways and rooms to the kinds of things you were seeing on the first area. Yeah. Harrier's going to run over here, keep going. Okay, so the generator isn't here for quite a little bit of ways away. This is another one of the research facilities, has a cafeteria. If we keep moving, we should be able to get to the generator. But we also need to try and figure out what's going on here. So she's going to see Gervasio going that way and start heading this way to check. And as she does, let me go ahead and reveal this. And not just this, because give me a second to reveal all this properly.
Oh, thank goodness nothing bad's gonna happen.
Yeah. Because, there's this here,
I
and
would-
we can grab something like this.
Why would anything bad be happening? We're just going to turn the power back on. It's fine.
And as you guys are here, right, effectively, like, on the ground, the best way I can describe it is sort of like a weird, like, blotch, a puddle, a pool, right? You guys see some weird-looking shit across the glass of this tunnel, which, with Leela, and especially Voya, right, as Harrier would go here to investigate and, look at it cautiously. You, Voya, getting a close look at this, right? You know this kind of a signature very well. It's Shadow Realm.
We are in anti-business, folks.
I'm gonna drag Voya out and make her small, please.
Yep.
Oh god. Alright, that's not good.
The effect, like, as she crawls out is like, as she exits the shadow, she goes from apex predator to a small miniature child.
Alright, boys and girls, step back. I know how to investigate.
Soleil, Voya is the apex predator of the shadow realm.
Yeah.
At least very, very high up in the business. Can she get a nice taste of whatever this residue is to try and pinpoint the exact motherfucker who's causing this bullshit?
Yeah, sure. Give it a roll. So, Voya, right?
Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tastes like Shadow Realm. You can't really pinpoint much of it other than, well, you've been in the Shadow Realm. This is the kind of stuff that you see there, right? At least this kind of a vibe, this kind of a substance. And similarly, right, not only that, but as you're licking and tasting into it, you especially feel this weird kind of, I guess, nauseous feeling, right? Like a slight, like, dizzying in the back of your head, right? In like, as you're sort of standing next to this thing, sort of like, I guess, like, vertigo, dizziness, as in, like, your position, your positional spacing. It feels weird, especially for someone like you.
This should be tasting like nausea.
And she spits it back into the little puddle.
Alright, we're officially dealing with a class 1... Wait a second, class 7. We're officially dealing with a class Shadow Realm type bullshit situation.
Voya, even when you're not tasting it, incidentally, you feel like you've been to the Shadow Realm. This feels weird. Like, just everywhere feels kind of weird right now.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if Mr. W has gone out of his way to fuck over Venus's cool base adventures, I'm gonna kick someone's ass. Sorry,
Can I
but
fish in the void puddle?
Can you what, sorry?
Fish in it. See if I get anything.
Give it a roll, Apollo. So Apollo, right?
Oh my god, no.
So, just on a whim, right? You take your fishing rod and you're like, is there anything biting in there? Anything going on? Right? And you fish in there. And as you're doing that, you do start feeling a little bit of a tug. While at the same time, looking up to the north, right? It's currently been unrevealed, but you would be able to see it through the glass here, right? There is a sort of set of, I would describe it as two, like, domes, right? That, let me reveal this first one, as it is right here. And through it, there are some windows and doors to the side, right? But you guys would be able to hear the sounds of, some sounds of fear and scuffling, right? As these two scientists huddle together, right? One of them backs out to the door here, opening it, revealing this area to all of you. And at the same time that all of you see this door opens, something latches on to the end of Apollo's hook. The scientist lady, "Oh, thank goodness, people, we need help!" As behind them, let's go ahead and grab this. You guys can see not only this, but some guys, and a similar guy from the end of Apollo's hook is pulled out from the little shadow puddle here, and I'm gonna ask people to roll initiative.
Oh,
All
boy.
right, we dealing with little motherfuckers.
While we're all rolling initiative, does Voya recognize these boys?
That's the thing, right? Give me a roll, Voya, because you do know some stuff. That's your initiative.
Oh,
Well,
fuck,
yeah.
that's
So,
good.
Yeah,
Boy.
no, yeah.
Yep.
No kidding. Go
No
on.
kidding. So Voya and Leela from, some various research, right? Because these guys are not particularly uncommon things. So you'd likely know some stuff about these kinds of guys, or at least the types of creatures that they are, right? This one that Apollo has managed to pull off of, pull from his hook, is what you would describe as a little hobgoblin, right? From the Shadow Realm. They're little trickstery gremlins, right? There you go. Yeah. And then up here, you would know these guys up top as similarly like little scuttlers, little bottom feeders at the bottom of the Shadow Realm food chain, but strong in numbers.
We got little motherfuckers, Miss Harrier. That one's a trickster, and those ones eat detritus.
We're gonna use.
I think with your 20, Voya, you would also know that the scuttlers in particular, because they're like such a base form of like darkness and such that forms in the Shadow Realm, they can. It's sort of like the equivalent of being like level 1 in an MMO. They can grow and evolve very quickly depending on what they eat.
Got it.
Let me go ahead
So-
and do this, and then just use this guy for initiative. So let's move him off. And yeah. Just as a reminder, does anyone have any start of combat things?
So, I do have I do have two things. Number one, in the Shadow Realm, I have mentioned that most creatures follow, I think I called it the law of supremacy, where there is one creature that most of the smaller creatures come from for voyage worms, and sometimes that isn't the case. Does Voya know if it's the case for either of these two creatures?
You are aware that the hobgoblins, or not the hobgoblins, rather the scuttlers, right? Oftentimes, they do have a particular kind of creature that, in that way, sort of manifests them at times, right? You don't see any here, at least not yet, but you know that there is a place where scuttlers often come from.
Got it. Understood. In that case, what I have to say on the matter is that Voya gets shadow arts on the in the sesh. I'm going to get Cynthia's and Elixith's. They're both once per combat, so that sucks, but we can manage.
It's also,
Gotcha.
I will also, for Leela, I know I've already, posted it before earlier, but since it'll properly come into play during this combat, I will post her talent again, Blessing of the Dark, because these are all funny, haha, Shadow Realm creatures. They have advantage to attack Leela.
Or disadvantage, yeah.
Or disadvantage, yeah.
Yep.
Actually, I should probably post Apollo's passive just for clarity since it got an upgrade. So the one space around him, everyone in it gets a bonus for how many other allies are in it. Also now, all allied actions taken within it are applied to any reasonable target within the schooling zone. So, like, if you attack one monster in the schooling zone, it would attack all monsters in the schooling zone. If you heal one person in the schooling zone, you heal everyone in the schooling zone.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Alright, and also for posterity, I'll post Gervasio's passive. Currently his back is reinforced. He doesn't
You're also harder to sneak attack, I think.
Yeah. Harrier, as she goes first, right, normally might be slightly taken aback by something like this, but I'm going to say with her very good initiative roll, is right on the ball, and she's going to try and immediately pull out her rifle and fire at this guy right here. So let's give that a roll. Alright. And as she does that, let's see, do I want to... Nah, you know what? It's gonna hit the creature. It's gonna take a nice blow as it makes sort of grumbling, like, noises, still on the edge of Apollo's hook, as Harrier's going to then take a couple steps back to start making her way to the scientists that are asking for help. But hey, Voya, it's you.
So, what are these pits? Are they like little bits of transportation? Can Voya, like, try and close them? Are they like spawning pools?
You could certainly try and close them. It seems the best way to describe it is that it is just portions of the Shadow Realm. You can't really get too much of a gauge on it past that.
Voya Angie, and we're going to start off by having a good meal and just trying to eat this this funny little guy. She's a stress.
Yep. All right. Your bite does how much again? It's
no, this is just the passive. I gotta have a good meal. If you want the actual damage of the bite, I think it's 6.
Right. So does I gotta have a good meal deal damage?
If you want it to.
Does if I want it to.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Scarlet. It does specify that if you're in your Shadow Stalker form, you can eat mooks and summons and stuff like that, but you're not right now. So I feel like right now you'd more just need to use your basic attack on him.
Alright, that's fine.
But that can be the roll for your basic attack.
Alright, that changes things a little bit.
You can still
In
eat
that
it,
case-
but yeah.
Yeah, I think that in that case, what Voya is going to do is gotta have a good meal via Nausea Shadow Realm full heckery so she can spit it out at a future date. Do you want me to roll for that?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Oh dear.
Yeah, so you're spitting out shit.
Trying to get the Shadow Realm nausea juice.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, you're just feeling more nauseous as I'm gonna say that you're gonna lose some good old 2 movement this turn due to your nausea.
Friggin' gosh darn it!
She holds her forehead a bit.
Alright, fine. Stress eating for real.
So, Voya is a sick crunch, and I'm not gonna lie, she does like the big munch. Alright, there we go.
Yep. So this little fucker, right, is gonna go for something. He's gonna try and not die. So
Alright,
I'm gonna
good
post.
start.
It's passive, right? Because now it's important. Which, on top of it being a little skitterer and being able to climb on surfaces, they can use one of their non-damaging capabilities as an anytime action once per round, so long as it's on an enemy's turn or in reaction to an enemy's action. So they're going to hold on, go for this one right here. Which is surprise trick, and it's going to try and effectively, as you go to eat it, meld into the ground appear behind you, and then as a separate action that it can then take, so no longer the damaging action that it's proccing, will then try and use a claw. Let's give that a roll. Ooh, that's not great, but I'm gonna give it something. As it just barely manages to hang on, right, to this attack, and is going to attempt to attack you back. Alright, especially because of the really poor roll on Surprise Trick, right, I will post this. But it's going to deal a fair bit less damage, which will be 2 damage to you, Voya, which heals it for 1.
Alright, that's great. What about the sick crunch and big munch? Is it taking that?
That's what it just dodged.
Ah, alright. Got it. I believe...
Again, it still took the hit mostly, it's just barely hanging on.
Yeah.
I need to help people.
Voya's going to, in that case, burrow beneath with the Wobbager, and we're gonna get cost isn't there. It is. Sorry, Poochie is really big. It's the 3. It's also an anytime there. So, I think that honestly that's the end of my turn for now.
Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Leela.
Alright, it's Leela's turn. We're gonna bop, 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 run up here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the very special version of Shadow Puppets in order to summon one of my unique named creatures that I have, specifically, which will have a +2 to success.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, as one of the claws of Shadow that has just been sort of sitting on her back detaches, molds and shapes itself as a creature appears in front of her. If you can make that full size.
Yep, I will in a moment. Let me just do a thing. I'm handling a thing on the side.
And also make its,
Thank you.
if you can also make its name tag visible.
Oh, yes.
I believe that's the right name.
There we go.
Double check. Yeah. It's blasphemy. Yeah, and then as blasphemy is summoned, it's gonna. I assume it can with that good roll. I assume that's good enough for it to act.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna run up, and it's gonna use its 5 damage 2 range basic attack on this scuttler.
Right. That's an 11, and yeah, that's 5 damage to this guy.
As that is my turn.
As it skitters around in a little bit of a circle, doesn't seem to like that. Apollo.
Alright. Let's see. Apollo's gonna go here. And then, since the little hobgoblin is still on his hook, he's gonna swing it and hopefully chuck it into this room so it can hit something else.
Yep.
I guess I'll just do a regular roll for that. It's not really an ability.
Yeah, sure. Who do you want to throw it at?
I'll throw it at this one that's closest, I guess.
Gotcha. What's the damage of your fishing rod normally?
Normally it only does 2 damage.
Well, here's what I'll say, right? You fling them, and with the 7, you don't get exactly the scuttler, right? You do fling it over blasphemy. This guy gets hit, goes like, as he takes the 2 damage, and then, very, very upset at that, just kind of molds into the floor, and, he's gone. He didn't like that. But yeah, you've gotten rid of him, and you've definitely spooked this scuttler.
Alright, that's my turn.
Gotcha. Speaking of the scuttlers, you got this, Iron?
Sure. Well, it's a good thing that Lila came up here with her summon, because they were definitely eyeing this soldier and scientist quite hungrily. But at this point, having been attacked, this scuttler will it kind of comes over to Blasphemy and like kind of almost rears back on its claws a little bit before trying to leap towards it. And as Boya would know, and now you can all see, they have weird little serrated maws on the bottom of their bodies.
Yeah.
Not very good, so I'm gonna say Blasphemy is probably ready for that, and it does miss. The other one, meanwhile, I'm gonna flip a coin to see if he still goes for the scientist or not. No, he's more distracted by Blasphemy, so he is also going to go for the same thing. And leap forward. This one does hit. It latches onto Blasphemy and viciously claws and bites into it. For 5 damage.
Alright.
And that is a 12 plus, so it will get a stack. We'll say yeah, one of those. And it will also permanently heal and gain 5 stamina. As you see this thing, since Blasphemy is just darkness, it's essentially just getting bigger, not really getting a property, but it is rapidly draining the dark power that Blasphemy holds into itself, and it's getting bigger. But that's them.
Gotcha. In which case, we're gonna go to these guys up here, who, this little hobgoblin is gonna run up to Scientist and try and go for a smack. Yep, as this guy gets hit a little bit. No! Is hit. He's not looking good already. He's not, like, unconscious, but he's kind of on his knees by this guy. Meanwhile, this guy over here, up at the top, notices you guys starting to come in by the scientist. So it's gonna like skitter dash on top of this this little shelf here, and from its current position is going to try and aim a fucking dark orb. Yes, you can try and aim the scientist.
Alright, because Rapid Hybridize, I wanted to fire it using its detached. So,
yeah.
I effectively shoot my arm off. One part attaches here, the other part can go another 5 spaces to attach here, just barely getting to him and then pulling him in the back of the
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah,
go for it.
Perfectly good for it.
Yeah, unfortunately not. You go for it, but by the time that you are going to grab it, unfortunately it's a little late, and on top of that, this hobgoblin goes and in its hand congeals a slimy seeming orb of shadow energy that it is going to then try and fire towards fucking Harrier. So let's give that a roll. Here's the ability. It also fails as it collides with the Rapid Hybridize and disintegrates it, but doesn't do anything else. And that'll be them for now, except actually, I'm going to give a roll for something real quick. Yep. Suddenly, from another area, and by another area I mean from this side, the left side, going and crawling beneath the door, this another one of the hobgoblins goes and would go over here to using surprise trick, right? Because it goes to the nearest enemy, which actually, let me calculate. Would that be Boya instead? Because Boya was there, and then it would be Boya instead, actually.
Damn, Daniel.
So this guy phases through, and now underwater, Doesn't seem to be completely expecting that, but is still going to go for a claw attack. Yeah, that's gonna be 5 because it's a half damage attack with the follow-up, so that's 5 damage.
Friggin' jerk.
Yep. Sorry, now it's Gervasio.
Alright. Well, Gervasio is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and unfortunately that's as far as it gets. This little shit, not the lady in the middle, but this little shit, Gervasio is going to use, Omnidextrous Assault.
I think this lady hits the deck at this point.
Yeah.
So as not to get in your way.
And in fact, actually, specifically, I'll use Strength and Numbers version.
And it's got a +3 to it.
+3? Awesome. I'll spend, effectively 3 cost. So I have, to send out 1 punch, that is, his hand will be glowing with light energy, you know? Much like he did against, in Crimson Pandemonium when he was fighting, Tenacious Jack.
Yep.
Grab it, pull it closer so that the second punch can deal full damage.
Hell yeah.
Going for range. It's a 9?
It's a 9, and it's on this little guy, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, you pull him in, right? Grab him, and with the second punch, he just, the best way to describe it is not dissolves entirely, but you hit him with the second punch, his form is, silhouetted in shadow before he just poofs out of here.
Perfect. That's my turn.
Alright. Then we got Harrier, who, sees the hobgoblin who's attacking the scientist and is going to go and try and protect them by running up here, and she is going to try and use Sniper Shot to try and ensure his protection. Sniper Shot, it's her big ability that she has. She kneels down, locking onto an enemy of her choice within sight range and aiming an incredibly precise shot. She must wait at least 3 full turns, and after the one she activates it, and then she's ready to fire. It's a guaranteed crit using her rifle basic attack at any time speed, and it's able to hit a specific location to try and disable something, but she still has to roll, which may augment the exact effectiveness. So let's see if she can activate this. Oh god. She's ready to kill this one. You have 3 turns until your fucking life ends, you know?
It's high noon, motherfuckers.
Which one was it again?
I'll mark them.
Okay.
Let's use this one. It's this guy up top. It's marked with the little Suki Candela.
Your
reticle.
motherfucking life ends 3 turns from now.
Yeah.
But that's Harrier, so we got Voya.
Hey, so I've been keeping the mechanics to myself, but Voya has currently 9 movements saved up because I want to know what is happening over here if Voya can see it. That
Well,
way it changes
you
my
are right here. You'd be able to see
Yeah,
into
you'd
the
be
window.
able to see.
So let's reveal it.
This
Because
is another this is the second dome, but yeah, you'll
Yep.
see.
You'll see. Let me reveal this. You see this room, right? May as well reveal this. And within it, you see a couple guys. You see another scuttler. You see a new fellow. And you know how you were asking earlier, right?
Yes.
If the scuttlers have their own little connected person.
Yes.
You would recognize this one as that in the center here.
Voya, these are called what were they called, Soleil?
Stone hives are what they're called.
Yep. They're beings that can basically serve as living hives for lesser creatures. And these, Voya, you know, are ruin wings. They're bad little bat guys that lick you and drain your strength via their saliva.
Alright.
Yep, so I'm going to now... And... God, they're all right after each other.
So, Voya would chime in, semi-underwater, kind of not.
Can you guys handle all of those? We have a situation unfolding in the other place.
I don't think they could hear you, Voya.
We're behind like a foot of glass.
Not trying to screw you over, but I mean,
No, I get it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus sound propagating in water is difficult.
Guess I gotta friggin' save everyone in the there instead.
She swims under the dome a little bit, and I'm going to pop up here so that I can absolutely demolish these two sons of bitches. You get me?
Gotcha.
Oh, I get you.
Let me check for that. Yeah, when her next turn begins, she suddenly erupts from the earth, dealing 6 damage to all targets within a 3x3 area and knocking them back 2 to 3 spaces. If she rolled 14 plus, which she did, she is summoned with 2 swarms. So yes, deal the damage to those bitches and knock them back clickable.
Right. It's how much again? It's
6.
6. Gotcha. Yep. They'll each take 6, and this guy gets slammed against the wall. That guy gets knocked back a little bit.
Alright, we're not just dealing with these 2 monsters, we're dealing with others, like the hives and the bats.
And as though that is something that everyone knows colloquially, Voya picks up the 2 swarms, wields them like nunchucks for a second, and Bip, they're both going to go for an attack on these 2. Scuttler first, Gremlin second.
Right.
Together they can kind of succeed.
Yeah, the Scuttler unfortunately dodges the attack. I'm going to give the Goblin a roll to see if it can, surprise trick out of the way. Which it will be able to, as it skitters over to the side here, right next to Voya, funnily enough, and from behind is going to try and claw this Schworm. I'll say that that's going to hit for a good old-fashioned 2 damage.
Alright, is it 3 health remaining? At this point, we're going to indulge in the desire to consume. Basic attack that the niche.
This one?
Yes. Alright, that's awesome. So, if I'm not mistaken, Voya has gained 3 Frenzy stacks, which will be a surprise tool that will help me later, because I am pocketing all of those. She can set them as active to, she can set them as active in order to gain buffs from them, or inactive to go towards something that we're gonna deal with in the future. Surprise tool that'll help me later, you know?
Yep. I will say, though, as you are going to bite, right, this is not going to interrupt your action, but the goblin that is underwater, ironically enough as it is underwater, is in its hands going to cup an ethereal purple flame, right, as it's going to attempt to curse you, using its once per round. Nope.
Alright, follow up. Can that succeed? And she eats it with her passive.
Give me a roll.
Alright.
You eat a deflame.
Alright, she eat a deflame.
Yummy tastes like the curse.
Yeah.
I'm
Honey
going to
bunches
keep
of curse.
I'm gonna keep one of the Schworms here to help, but I have a pest problem to solve. Be sure to rate me on my one-liners after this whole situation is over.
She picks up the Schworm by the scruff of its neck, and we're gonna get schmoovin'. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just gonna double move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Alright, little buddy. On my word, we break in and we destroy all of the evil terrorist guys.
The Schworm blast. So we're going to do a little bit of a cheeky thing first. We're going to use Elixir of Shadow first, but we're not going to use it normally. for you see she can convert actions into shadow actions. Quite spooky, I know. Where they become 2x2 vortexes of shadowy, spooky potential, basically. Anyone who gets trapped in it takes 4 damage.
Now, as a quick thing, have you not already used your basic attack to eat the guy?
I have, however, all shadow arts are bonus actions if they were main actions before, and this one was.
Understood. Alright.
Alright, so with that being said, if I'm not mistaken, I do not actually need to roll for making it quite yet. It just forms as a vortex, and we're forming it right on top of this bitch, I'm afraid.
Right. It's in a 5-space line from her, though, right?
That is actually...
Well, one second. Boya's kit is rather complex.
Because it's 13 damage in a 5-space line.
Well, at least it would be. Orders of Darkness is where the majority of the,
Yeah,
shadow
basically,
arts
she
come
isn't
from.
actually using that ability as written. She's converting it into, like, a shadow action vortex that she can then later reactivate that ability from later.
Right.
But for now, she's just forming the
Okay,
vortex.
you're just setting it for now. Understood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. And, yeah. You have to roll for that,
That's the end of my
or...
turn? No. The
Okay.
roll happens later, basically.
Gotcha.
That's the end of my turn.
Alright, sounds good. Hey, Leela, it's your turn. Blasphemy's not, in a good spot.
It's Leela's turn. Blasphemy will be fine. What we're gonna do is, we're gonna detach another one of Leela's now for, Claws of Shadow, and, it's going to go over and wrap itself around Harrier's, rifle and coat it in a shadowy energy, as I'm going to use Dark Possession on it.
Hell yeah.
That's a
Ooh,
natural one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you go to try and coat it in this unnatural energy, but it is not enough to completely knock off Harrier's aim, but it does sort of, futz with it a little bit as she's taken off guard by this thing trying to attach to the rifle.
Sorry, that would help more. It's fine. You got this, Blasphemy. This Blasphemy's gonna chitter and claw at this thing.
Gotcha. You have chittered and clawed. How much does the damage do? The
Is
attack do?
5 damage.
5 damage. And I'll say with the 4, the 8, it'll be 4 damage. But this Scuttler's not looking great.
Yeah, and then Blasphemy is gonna... start making its way this way. And that is... I will also move up.
Yep.
And that is my turn.
Alright. Apollo.
Okie dokie. Let's see. I guess first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just the one that Harrier is about to fucking explode, and then this right here, right?
Those are the only that are in this room at the moment, yes.
Yeah.
There's also this guy outside,
This
but...
guy's waving, but yeah.
Yeah. Actually, these things are like goop, right?
They're... Effectively, you can think of them as little goblins that have, like, a shadow goopy coating.
Okay, never mind then. Not a ton I can really do here, so I guess I'll just fishing rod the one next to the Schwarm and shake it around.
Yep. Oh, you've shaken it around, brother, and as you twirl it in the air and fling it off, it makes skittering noises as it gets flung into the abyss. Like...
The second time your hook has been just enough to finish something off.
Yeah.
2 damage. Yeah.
2 damage. Is that it for you?
Damage.
Yep.
Gotcha. Then we've got the Ruin Wing. And that's currently in the room with the stone hive.
Well, this is the scuttler right now.
Oh no, this
but
is the
he's
scuttler
also
turn.
in the-
Yeah. All right,
He's
so
also
it's
in
the
that
scuttler.
room.
Yeah, it's the scuttler that.
Do the shadow vortexes deal damage at the start of their turns? Scarlet. Scarlet's dead.
She's
Sorry, I was muted. Train. So I'm actually not sure. I think it just deals the damage. I'll get back to you on that in a second. Okay.
Okay, it just deals the initial damage when it's first formed. Either way, he'd be taking some damage, so I'll give him some.
Again. 1 second.
No, it's fine. I know he's taking 4 damage, like, either way, so...
If an enemy touches or passes through, they can. I think he's touching it.
Yep, well, he definitely touched it when he first made it, so... he emerges from that looking a bit, angry, and is looking to recuperate some of that damage he took by, lunging towards you, Voya.
She hasn't opened the door, but, feel free to do so anyway.
Oh, she hasn't opened the door. Oh.
Not yet. Unless they open automatically.
Well, he would probably be going this way anyway, because he knows that that's where the battle's happening.
Yeah, there's noises.
So,
yep.
I guess what happens is, he slithers under the door, and then, like, you're kind of, like, blocking him. I'm gonna say this has a kind of a debuff to his roll because of the awkward positioning he's in. But he will still try to lunge at you a little bit.
Schworm, hold the door! No!
Alright, I'm gonna say this doesn't count for him getting the property or anything, but he is gonna, like, manage to nick you with his claw for 5 damage. If nothing else.
We're going to shadow puppet him so he doesn't do that instead.
Oh, fair enough.
Just move him away. Back into the shadow vortex, perhaps?
I'm gonna say, even though his roll's a bit higher, again, with invisible debuffs, he kind of is, like, trying to slash under the door, but then gets dragged away by the shadow puppets again, and doesn't quite manage to get you.
Alright, how much damage do I take instead?
1. That's it. He just, like, barely nicks you.
Alright. We're holding the line!
Yep. Voya, you know, understand I know how silly this sounds, but this is really reminding you of your childhood at this point.
Yeah.
But now, it's, this turn.
Stone hive, yeah, which, let's post, its passive. And roll that 1d2 to see how many scuttlers come out.
Yeah. About right.
Yep.
Damn, Daniel.
As, let's... Gritty. As, we'll put 1 here, 1 there. As 2 scuttlers covered in a strange, like, assortment of rocks piercing into them, appear out of the stone hive. And it's pretty clear with the previous stone hive that there's someone behind this door. So for the stone hive's action, it is going to try and use manipulate, one of its capabilities, as a cloud of stones sort of are telekinetically lifted and whipped around it that would then zoom into and pierce this door that, if that succeeds, will then slam into Voya and slam her into the wall for damage.
Alright.
So... Yep.
Oh, no!
So, yeah, with that crit, Voya, I'm gonna say that as these stones, as mentioned, zoom and clatter against this door, it strangely emanates a shadowy energy from it, as the door then slams into you and the Schworm full force, and I'll say is dealing 10 damage.
No, the Schworm! I think he's gone.
I think he's gone, brother.
She fucking cries out in anguish, and everyone looks over, and she's just holding the not moving body of a Schworm.
Yeah. Now, we've got a Ruin Wing.
Indeed. Has the door been broken down then? At
Yes.
this point?
At this point, with that crit, the door is open and shattered.
Oh boy. Well, you know what time it is. He flutters over, and he's going to use his primary ability towards you.
Breathing!
nothing is done, this tongue will drag across you, and you feel the ichor, like, almost like it's disgusting, and it almost peels away at your flesh. It's going to do 3 shadow damage, and imposing -1 penalty on all rolls you make during your next turn, and reduce your movement by 1.
Alright. I believe that unless you will allow the Schworm in the other dome to try and get down Mr. President and me, nah, she's taking that.
Nope, you're taking it. So mark yourself with a little debuff, just as a reminder. But for now, just the 3 damage.
Yep. And that is the only Ruin Wing here. So we're gonna move on to the Hobgoblins, and I realize I didn't before, but it makes more sense as this guy by the scientist goes to try and jump on and attack the scientist and potentially Harrier in the process. Let's grab this as we're gonna roll for Harrier and just see 3 with Leela's shadow thing that unfortunately knocked it off guard. It's not quite as devastating as a strike, right? But this thing even still jumps towards the 2 of them as Harrier just blasts it out of existence. And bada bing, bada boom. This guy, by the outside, is going to, seeing Gervasio, is going to try and use Surprise Trick to, go to and then attack him. Yep. And then, boop. Ooh, the follow-up unfortunately misses, as he swipes at Gervasio, but goes for his back, which is reinforced, because he doesn't want to get the back hurt anymore!
And seeing that,
Yep.
I want to use Survival of the Fittest as I see him sort of. Does he like transport through shadow? Or something?
Yeah, the way you can sort of think of it is that he sort of melds into whatever surface he's in. So when he's in the water, it looks especially weird. Melds across the surface and then reemerges. Like imagine him literally becoming a shadow in the surface of something.
I see. I want to create an adaptation where basically little nodes along Gervasio's body, especially like his arms and legs, produce a sort of layer of shadow over him that lets him basically be able to react to and try and grab things like out of their shadow states if they're along walls or teleporting or whatever the chat is.
Gotcha.
And I'll roll? Probably
not. Yeah, no, unfortunately not this time. But you are completely safe from this thing's attack, as it attempts to go for you, but it just clatters against your previous adaptation you already had. And I'm gonna give a roll for one more thing. Yep, this one's gonna go, as from the north, another surprise-tricking goblin dashes in underneath the northward door, and is going to fucking just in an instant appear before Apollo and attack him. That one is going to hit.
Okay.
Yep, so unless something is done, let me double check. I'm 100% remembering this. Yep, this will be dealing a good 3 damage to you.
I mean, is it really worth it? Yeah, I guess I'll try and do something. I'm gonna, yet again, use my fishing rod and just kind of throw this thing away.
Ooh, let's escalate with this one. That's
+2 on that, actually.
Never mind, you got it. As he manages to nick you for 1, right, on top of cost, right? But then you fling him away, and he just as he takes a little bit of damage and gets knocked a bit away. Yes, you can attempt again. I'll say this time you can, yeah. So, there's that. And, speaking of, it's your turn, Gervasio.
Alrighty. Well, this little guy is in trouble. I'm going to attack him
Yeah.
5 times with my
God.
quick punches.
Well, you know,
And they're specifically light punches, but yeah.
yeah,
Has he entered your stand's range?
He may have entered the stand's range. He's of course going to attempt a surprise trick, not knowing your adaptation. Yeah, so he tries to, he attempts to mold into the floor to go underneath your feet, but what he isn't expecting is, despite that, your punches still reach into the surface that he's burrowed into and just start pummeling him from within the ground. And while there, as if the light, the light then shines upon the shadow, in one clean sweep, he is just out.
Gervasio literally, like, you know the thing where, like, Luffy's hand, like, pulls back and then snaps, right?
Yeah.
It's like that, except his hand is doing it from deep within the floor shadow. And that'll be, well, okay, that won't be his turn, he'll move.
Yep.
That'll be his turn.
Gotcha. Harrier is going to stand up ahead in front of these guys, right? And is going to attempt a rifle shot on this fucker, but we'll see. That one would hit, but I'm gonna say that he's going to try and surprise trick again, this time to try and get in range of Harrier and attack. Yep. As he slides right underneath the fucking sniper shot, and then not a great hit, but it's still something. Is going to deal 2 damage to Harrier, and we'll move on to Voya.
Scroll, it's muted.
Awesome. So I have realized that Voya can slot in 4 shadow arts instead of just two additional, which is interesting. I'll come back to that in a minute, but she's holding the extinguished bear trap of a Schworm, as she's just like,
The only thing scarier than a shadow police officer is a shadow police officer with nothing left to lose.
so I'm going to I'm gonna do something. Voya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This summer!
We're going to use Cynthia's ability, Space-Time Eradication, where she targets a 5x5 area, which will be this general area, trying to pick up these 2 bullies, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to line them up as such.
Right. I see.
We'll see if that works, because I'm just using that right off the bat. 17!
Yep.
Pretty nice.
Yep, so, Voya, you manifest a flurry, a storm of claws that start tearing the shit into this desk, this laptop, this screen, also these 2. It deals 9 damage, yeah?
9 damage.
Just from the barrage alone, this guy's gone, and this guy gets, brought in line where you want him.
Cynthia Vanderbilt, Elixirus Vanderbilt, and Voya Vanderbilt in killing these mother heckin' gosh darn creatures!
She's going to use the shadow action that she saved up, and I want to target this line.
Yeah.
Spot. So you know, getting those 3. Pretty good.
Yeah, so
and if
now-
you have rulings, here you go.
Well, yeah, post the Elixirith ability again, and Soleil, bear in mind it is now at 1.5 times effectiveness.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so,
Yeah, one moment, let me just Elixirith Soul Sovereign. You might notice a little something about it.
And also bear in mind Voya is class 2, just remember that.
I'm aware of this. Yeah. So I think maybe, maybe you would disagree, Iris, but I think I think the Ruin Wing should try something.
I think he will desperately try something specifically.
Okay.
He gets fucking annihilated by the initial hit already, and he's already like, Jesus Christ. You know, I had to be another Monday, huh? And now that he sees this happening, Voya, you see his eyes glowing, and I mean, you know what's coming. But you, Scarlet, will find out that he is shooting eye lasers at you any time. Oh, he rolled really well. This could potentially interrupt or at least weaken the action.
Yep.
Very potential. She does
It's
have
just
a
2 damage,
-1
but
if you... -1 if you want to count that too, but she started
Ah,
at the
right,
start
yes.
of the previous turn, so take that how you will.
Let me... Yep, you have a -1 and, yeah, so up to Soleil what happens here, but yeah, he's basically shooting lasers at you, trying desperately to throw you off however he can.
Yep. Here's what I'm gonna say. It's gonna deal 3 damage with the good roll, right? And partially make it a little bit weaker, right? Because with the thing, it's already a shit ton of damage. He's gone, right? I should not have deleted
that was the last of his Haman.
Yeah, that was the last of his Haman, right? I'm going to give the Scuttler a roll. He barely manages to cling on to life. Barely. And then the Stone Hive, just naturally without it, is similarly barely clinging on.
Yeah,
Darn it, I was hoping to resurrect you as my shadow minions!
Yeah.
You can, and that's fair, but you can tell Voya that if your aim wasn't thrown off slightly, that would have physically vaporized all of them.
Yep. It is through the efforts of silly little Bat that they managed to live.
Now, was Bat killed by that ability, and you can now possess him? Is that how that happens?
If he is killed through the ability, he is automatically possessed.
Yep.
All right,
Here's
yeah,
a
you
guy.
can have a Bat. Now hold on, because if it's just Voya's minions. Yeah, I mean, all right. Let's like tint him or something so we know.
Yeah. Here, let's make him pink.
Yep.
Yeah, and after that, next up,
Alright, Voya Cop. We're going in big!
as she hand puppets the little bear trap of a mouth the Swarm had. We still have singular action that we can use, and I think that like one hand covered with bear trap. I think that next up we're going to you know what? Feast my brethren. I'm going to use an extra 2 stamina to use this as a bonus action. So let's hope that I can get swarms.
You got some swarms.
Oh yeah, you can.
Alright. Let's do a bip and a bat. Can they move right now?
Yeah, with an 18, I'll say so.
Alright, that one is gonna eat that one.
That one being the bottom one?
Yes. Alright, this swarm is going to eat the rock nest. Rock nest monster.
How much do they do again, sorry?
2 damage.
2 damage, huh?
That's kind of, I think 2 damage is
What
the
a
title of
convenient
this combat,
number.
Yeah.
And
I love how they're like, whoa, thank God we survived that, being eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, and next up, we're going to eat the laptop.
Uh-huh.
This is
do you
the
want me to
generic can eat to heal things move, yeah.
You
Just in case.
You put your mouth on the laptop, but the metal. This metal doesn't taste good. This data doesn't.
What
You don't like
you
the
don't know
taste
what
of
this
data.
guy's been downloading, but like,
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah. You don't like the taste of whatever it is.
Alright, and finally, we're going to, kill you.
As Voya's going to sick crunch, big munch this bitch out. No.
One more time.
No.
Out.
Yeah,
This guy takes a nice hit. but he's still in it.
Really? Alright, let's make sure that he's never in it again. I'm going to Blackgate Blade his ass.
Do you still have actions?
Yes! She has bonus actions. Many bonus actions.
Didn't you already use a bonus action, though?
Yeah, you only get one
Reactions of
bonus
bonus
action.
actions confuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're only supposed to use one. It's one bonus action per turn.
Alright.
Swift
bonus
actions is the
action.
one that you can use.
Yeah.
Got it. I
In fact, in that
apologize.
case, I don't think you'd be able to bite, actually. So,
That is
right?
a fair assessment.
Yeah.
Voya just sits down angrily. Well, finally, the Voya's Ruin Wing is going to scout out this upper area, and I will finally pass my turn.
Hey, Leela.
Hi, it's Leela's turn. There's a funny guy here. We're just gonna walk up and attack the funny guy.
Attack Mr. Funny, yeah.
Attack Mr. Funny.
You go to attack Mr. Funny, but
Leela.
unfortunately, your claw whiffs, clanging against this series of structures here, as the little guy, I'll say, manages to additionally nick you for one damage in the run bag.
Sorry, I just can't bring myself to do it. They're just little guys.
I think that's Leela's third one, second or third.
Yeah. So remember to take the one extra damage
Hold on.
from the counter. But
Yeah. Let me. Okay, he can barely get in range as Blasphemy does what you can only imagine is some degree of a sigh, and is going to walk over and do his basic attack.
Yep. And this is 4 damage, yeah?
It's 5 damage.
5 damage. I'll say it's gonna deal 4 with the 7 as this guy takes the hit and grumbles.
And that is my turn.
Hello, Apollo.
God, Leela.
So, how large are these things?
These guys?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the realm of like 3 feet tall max.
Okay.
They're like little dudes.
Let's see.
Little gabagoolies, one might say.
One might say they're little
Get here.
gobblegoolies.
I'm gonna shove it in the tank just so we can keep it and do something with it. I don't know. That's a +2.
So you grab him and put him in your tank. He's in there right now, I suppose.
Okay.
Does your tank have any like sub-dimension mechanics or like?
No, I'm pulling out. This isn't like Apollo's old tank thing. He's just pulling out like a, I don't know, like 5 or 10 gallon fish tank and shoving it in there and closing the lid.
Right. He's been shoved in there. He's in there.
All right, now we have this.
He's in there, but you know, I don't think there's anything necessarily imprisoning him in there besides the lid.
Yeah, I mean, if it wants to break glass, I guess it can, but let's see. Is there anything? Well, I'm just gonna leave it, and I am. Should I heal Blasphemy? Is that?
Blasphemy would appreciate it.
Alright, I'll heal Blasphemy.
Unfortunately, you go. Well, it's a +2. You said, right?
Yeah, it was a 7.
I'll say that Blasphemy can heal for 4 instead of 6, which
Alright.
I mean is still pretty good, but you know. And
Alright.
yeah. Now it's the Scuttlers. There's one by Voya.
Yep. He's gonna try to attack Voya. She certainly seems like the tastiest target around at the moment.
Dare I say you have other people you could potentially bad?
It's only a 7, so maybe not full damage, but he's gonna nick ya.
I'd say 4 damage, and that means 4 current and max stamina.
Yep.
Damn.
No property though. Alright, that's him.
Alright. Guy in tank, right? Kid named Tank, is going to, he's going, as Moomin suggested, he wants to break glass, so he's going to use, Dark Orb, and try and create an explosion of shadow to break glass and hit Apollo. So let's go for it. Let me pull up their Roll20 character sheet here, because I've been copy pasting things. Bada bing. Yep. So this guy manifests this sphere of dark energy and explodes it against the side of the tank, which I'm gonna say with the 9 because it's making direct contact with the tank and not Apollo. It's not going to inflict him with the curse mark that this attack usually does, right? But it will be dealing the 6 damage that this attack does to Apollo unless something is done.
Unless there was a barrier reef in the way.
You know, that's pretty true. Unless there was a barrier reef in the way that as it shatters the glass, another wall appears in front of him and the glass, like, sprinkles, like, on top of this man's as he's, like, and takes a couple steps back, climbing up on top of whatever, like, all these different pipes and shit, right? And I believe that's the only one of these guys left, so hey, Gervasio.
Gervasio, do you want it closer to you?
I would appreciate it being a bit closer to me. I'm
All
kind
right.
of new.
Let's pull it closer to Gervasio.
Oh.
Brother,
Let's have a little dual tech moment.
he Apollo with precise aim, it seems as if you might want to take up the profession of shadow fishing, specifically the pit hobgoblins, because you keep on fishing them. And you just latch onto this guy as he is slammed directly in front of Gervasio.
Just size 1 though.
Yeah, unfortunate. As this creature comes forwards, you know, might as well flavor it in a little dual tech way. I'm going to use I'm going to use strength in numbers, and I'm going to flavor the punches as Gervasio's effectively adapting less fists and more like basically a giant like maw in his chest that will devour this as like this thing is sent into like a chest bump.
Yeah.
I'll
Alright.
spend 4 on this.
I'd love to keep going with Apollo's thing, but if it's not working for Sam, she's down streaming. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Hate to see it happen.
Let's.
I feel like that'll at least be partially effective with Moomin's 20, but
Yeah, here's what I'll say. With the 20 from Apollo, give me a reroll because it set you up for this attack.
Alrighty.
There you go. So what would be the damage count for this?
It would be that much damage.
Right.
But also, of course, you know, light element.
Yep. In a last-ditch effort to not be evaporated, it's going to try to surprise trick to at least get a nick on you here, Gervasio. And as it does, he will, if this rolls successfully. Yep. He's gonna manage to hit you for 3 damage, Gervasio, right? But as he does, he then, regains the half of that as lifesteal with his claw attack and looks rather proud. But isn't prepared for your adaptation to exactly how this fucker works, as you then pummel him to dust, completely eradicating his health bar past, including the lifesteal and its maximum value, as he's pummeled into shadow dust. Yeah, with that perfect setup from Apollo, you've finished this man's.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. Which means we. Oh yeah, sorry.
I will just slowly move closer towards the other combat.
Yep. Which we move to Harrier. She, kneels down, makes sure that the scientist is okay. He's fine. Has just taken a little bit of a hit. Helps this soldier back up as well. Looks to the other side. Vanderbilt, are there any more in there?
Oh, damn, that's my last name. One, but I can take care of him.
She, as soon as Voya says one, disregarding the other part of that sentence, 1.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, she looks in, is able to see it, and then let me just, see.
She holds it up like the Lion King.
Yeah.
It's going like, like waving its claws around.
She's at the very least going to double move, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to start making her way over. But it's you, Voya.
The Schworms are my friend, and I've possessed the body of the bat.
We're going to have the bat's body continue to puppet it along. What's in the north, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, what's in the north? Let's see. The bat
find out
has
together.
6 movement, I believe. So you can move it 6
Yeah.
spaces up.
I don't have control over it, so
Yeah.
one of you are going to do that.
Give me a second.
Hold on.
She reaches up to the crystal between her horns and then, like, brings it down like an iPhone to get a good look at what the worm is looking at.
Okay.
Or the bat.
I think that this is actually the last one as of current, because there's nothing spooky out there right now. So, Schworms, get his ass!
The Schworms are gonna get their ass.
I
Last
think...
time they combined to a 10. Yeah?
Yeah. So, let me jump down here. The Schworms, one of them gets their ass.
Yeah.
And it's, sorry, there's just a lot of summons and damage numbers. Is this 2 or 4 damage, or...?
This is 2.
Gotcha. Alright, yep. The one Schworm bites into this guy.
OMG, my god.
She just bites into it.
This is just your...
Yet.
Is this,
Basic
this...
attack, 6 damage.
Alright, yeah, 6 damage. You bite into him. This thing's legs are waving in the air. It's still kicking.
Oh my god!
So...
You have a feeling you would have killed it if not for, the, strength absorb.
So... Voya is angry. Something that she can do is, with I'm a Sick Crunch, I like a big munch. With her incredible strength, she can spend 1 stamina to forcefully reposition targets she damages with this attack. They're 3x3 in size and smaller, slamming them into the ground and into space adjacent for additional damage.
The puny god
keeping
thing.
them prone
Yeah.
in the process. She can spend this 1 stamina more than once per attack. Voya gains 1 frenzy stack for every 4 damage that was dealt. I'm going to do this as many times as required until he dies.
Alright, give it a roll. Unfortunately, well, so, now, you're the one that wrote this new kit, Iris. I assume that if she fails the puny god thing, then she can't continue, but...
I didn't specify... but I feel like she could continue unless, like, the thing that could break it, right, because the flavor is that the initial bite, she's, like, grappling onto it, right, and now she's flinging it back and forth. If the thing she's grappling could, like, do something to break that grapple, then it would end.
In that case...
the first failure is just she doesn't hit it against something, but then
Yep. The first time you swing it, it slams against nothing. Make sure to spend the 1 stamina. The second swing, you swing it down into the ground. It takes a hit. The third swing goes, you slam it, and it finally evaporates into shadow dust.
Wow!
3 frenzy stacks for her.
And Lieutenant Harrier witnesses that as well.
Yeah, witnesses that, of course. And so, I'm going to say to everybody that for now, combat is ending, but I will ask you to not heal as of right now. And we will handle combat rewards in a little bit.
Okay.
As let's go ahead and go back to this. as Harrier like runs in, sees Voya do that. Okay, you have it handled. You have it handled. As she then dashes back. Yeah, as these guys are running. Yes. If you go back to the main room, there's plenty of people there to help protect you. Is there anyone else in here? This area? As the soldier. I'm pretty sure mostly everybody got out, but there might be someone in the cafeteria still. I'm not sure. As Harrier would nod, and these guys would run back to the first area for safety.
Yeah, one of them was bleeding pretty badly, but you did manage to save him from anything worse.
Yep. Huh, okay. There might be more in the cafeteria then. All right, everyone. We need to go check. As she'll start moving, but if anyone even wants to do anything while people are on the move, feel free.
Voya's going to stress eat this fire hydrant. No,
Blasphemy
fire extinguisher.
Blasphemy is just gonna hop on Lilo's shoulder as they get moving.
Yeah. You know, Soleil.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be careful because I wouldn't be surprised with this recoil damage. Gervasio is going to sort of like punch a hand into the shadow, into like the floor here with the shadow stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then he's gonna have it increment closer towards the shadow realm stuff. What happens when I touch it?
When you touch this stuff, it's weird. It feels like a very like foreign, gooey kind of a substance. It doesn't seem to do any like initial like you touch it and you're shocked or like it's immediately like eating away at you or anything, right? But as you hold it in there, if you would, it is like a weird feeling, right? It feels more like you've dipped your finger into this foreign substance, and it's not like actively corroding you, but it is still just, it is physically there present and you can feel it.
Understood. I'm just trying, you know, help ascertain the nature of those pits.
Yep, I understand. Yep, and of course, again, if, can she heal? Give me a roll for fire extinguisher eat. Heal for 5.
Thank you very much.
As she'll be looking around here, and let me reveal this area, which is right here. First off, here's this bit, and then bada bing.
We got the shadow good cops and the shadow bad cops, and we're all bad cops and there's no good cops.
She's autistic.
Yeah.
They're just running about. Is there a particular entrance to this place, or is it just open?
It's open. So it's the flooring is you know, it's the glass tubing that's like in other areas, but otherwise, I mean, it's open. You can see water and fish rushing around. But there is, as you can, as Harrier would look in the corner here, more of the shadow goop around in one corner of this place. Looks throughout the room. Okay, no one's here out in the open, but there may be someone in the kitchen, maybe in the bathroom.
Swarms investigate.
Yep, let me grab this as well, because this should be present. But she is going to start investigating in the various areas.
I believe the Schworm is opening the door.
Okay.
Yes.
Somehow.
The Schworm is opening.
Or going
The
under it, yeah.
Schworms can slither under, yes.
We'll get back to that in a minute, alright?
Yeah, of course.
For no reason in particular, because Lila would have just, you know, Blasphemy, you go investigate with the Schworm. Blasphemy will also be here.
Yep.
Bro, we got the entire gang. We got the Shadow Realm Club.
So, is the Schworm ducking underneath the door there?
The ones on both the top and bottom, yes.
Okay. This Schworm ducks in here, and as it does, Let's reveal
Let's.
this, as this guy seems to be like up on the sink, like, oh, thank God, and let's.
Well, actually, he wouldn't say that. He'd think another word is coming.
Well, yeah, it's like, oh, sorry, oh God, there's more. As here's a bunch of these guys, and here we go. Let's pull that initiative back up.
Gamers, we have a problem in the kitchen.
Oh dear.
Oh, but it also
Yeah.
gets worse than that. Hold on.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, of course.
Oh god.
Right. Roll 20 did a thing, and let's
I got it, I
grab.
got it.
Yep, you got it. All right.
That's what happens when you aggro multiple rooms at once.
Oops. Alright, there is no one that Voya needs to save, thank God.
Right. And then let's go ahead and
Well, except that
this.
Schwarm, of course.
let's go ahead, grab Scootler, rolling like dog shit as usual. This, and then similarly, right, at the same moment that all of this is going on, from the ceiling of this dome that the cafeteria is on, or not the ceiling, rather the floor, it's some more of these rifts open up, and along with them, let's grab these guys. As Voya, you recognize these as, let's say, family to your funny friends.
Oh, God darn it!
Alright. With that, let's grant them an initiative spot. And then, bada bing. There we go. Let's start with you, Leela.
Oh boy, it sure do be Leela's turn. You know what we need? We need a bit more support for this. We need more than just blasphemy. So we're gonna go ahead and do another summon and spend another claw to bring out my other named summon, Terror the Bird. So let's try a Shadow Puppets roll.
Yeah. I'll say that you managed to create one of your little guys.
Yeah. Because I'm specifically summoning the other named one I have, which is the bird named Terror.
Yep.
Oh, so I need that full sized and name tag displayed.
Yep. This is Terror the Bird.
Yeah.
And then here we go. Open. Edit. You do have control of him. And then you said make him one by one.
Yeah, one by one, full size.
There's this. There he goes.
Thank you. Alrighty. With that, I need to double check. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, with his summon, we're then gonna have Blasphemy is gonna slip in here, the Shorm, and is gonna attack this funny goblin with his 5 damage.
Gotcha. It's going to try and surprise trick. It's like as Blasphemy runs up to it, it's like piercing its teeth into these stakes, like just pulling and tearing at it. Sees a threat incoming, and then just immediately like the best way I can describe it is like half backflips into the ground, or at least attempts to slide to the other side of Blasphemy. And as he tries, he just falls on his back as he gets blasted by fucking, by Blasphemy's attack, and,
Trying to save the meat.
Yeah. For the love of God, drop the meat, you know, like, as, the stakes go flying, and, Blasphemy gets a good
the
hit in.
stakes are raised.
Yeah.
Blasphemy chitters angrily. And Leela is going to move up more towards this way. And I assume Terror doesn't get to act on a 9.
Yeah, unfortunately not on a 9, I'll say.
Alrighty. Then that is my turn.
Yep. So, Apollo.
Okay. That's 3, 4. Alright, and then let's tap the tank.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
The tank has been tapped.
Almost did minus 34 stamina there.
Oh damn, that's
But
hitting
that is
Terror
fair.
too.
Yeah, and boys ruined me.
So that's you lot.
Yep. Here, I'll mark everybody. Boop. Well, actually, yeah, sorry, did you just answer if summons count?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, gotcha.
Based.
Hey.
Alright, there's that. That'll be very useful. As, unless you wanted to move, Apollo, I
already
imagine.
did.
Oh, right, gotcha. We move on to Harrier, who's, been unintentionally cornered by one of these guys. So she's going to, slide across the table back, take her rifle, aim it on top of the table, and is going to try and fire at this guy. Yep, that's gonna deal a good old 6 to him. As this Goliath Schworm just reels back in reaction to the shot. Yeah, that's that. We move on to, I believe this is the Ruin Wings.
Yes. Well, the two up in the kitchen are mostly focused on kind of harrying this guy. I don't think they're, like, attacking him just yet, but they're fluttering around him menacingly. Then there's one way down there. Oh, 2, actually.
2, yes.
Yeah, they'll try to eat him. You know, I'm about to hit him, you know?
Yeah.
No, yes.
Yep.
So one of them will do 3 shadow damage to him as they lick him.
Alright. Well, he's already almost dead. Trying to watch the big game.
Yeah. That's it.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, so the other Ruin Wings are distracted up there. So we got Gervasio.
Alrighty. I have a feeling that the Goliath swarms are a bit more tanky, right? And
Visibly.
I have their damage weakness, so I think I should focus on them while you guys handle the rescue mission. So Gervasio is gonna run up on the table because decorum does not matter right now. We're saving lives. And then I'm going to probably, yeah, I'm just gonna strengthen numbers punch this guy 2 times.
Yep. You have does Tap the Tank give a bonus to rolls? I don't think so.
It does not know.
Yeah. So this isn't this'll still hit a little bit, but it's not a great series of punches. What would be the normal damage?
Normal damage would be, because each successive hit is half, so it's 6 then 3 then 2.
6 then 3 then 2, so that's 11 overall. I'll say that with the 6, it gets knocked down a little bit to, I'll say 8 overall. But then with the light weakness, it balances out and adds a little bit of extra onto it.
Already. And since I do get an extra action, no one else has used like a basic attack or anything, have they, right?
Harrier has, but she's the primary one.
Harrier has. Leela tried to earlier, not this combat, but the last one.
Alright.
Voya's done her munches, but not this combat.
Alright, I'll do a basic, just ambidextrous assault. But I'll specifically, I want to flavor it so that it's like, I move it over here, right? So it maybe deals, it'll deal less damage, but maybe I can punch the swarm this way, away from the door, and, you know.
Gotcha.
So, there we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go for the follow-up attack, but after the first assault, the Schwarm... actually, hold on, let me double-check something with the Schwarms. Okay, no, never mind, sorry. Yeah, you go for it, but the Schwarm, already having endured one of your earlier assaults, manages to see this one coming and barely ducks a little out of the way of it.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alright, speaking of, I believe it's them now, yep.
Yep. And as I linked earlier, the thing with these guys is they have buffs to their rolls, but if you don't have any other block, dodge, or counter any times, you can make a free one to dodge, because they're pretty slow, Gervasio. Which is a good thing, because the one you just punched a bunch is going to try to eat you. That's an 11 to eat you.
Oh. 5 damage, 1 further at the start of every initiative turn until we can escape. Yeah, I'll use my free dodge roll.
Ooh.
Now, explicitly,
9/11.
you only get that one if you don't have any others, so just
if I don't
so
have
we're
any
clear.
others. Okay, sorry. I do have rapid fire release.
Okay, so you could potentially try to scrungle, you know.
Yeah, I'd probably spend 2. No splice.
Okay.
Actually, no. 1 actually. And just have it be basically I send out a tether that like stabs into like its in like the top of it, and then use the heave to pull myself over here, so I'm on the other side of it when it snaps down on the table.
Well, you
And
did
it will
roll
take
1
3
higher. You did roll 1 higher, so yeah, that'll probably miss, and you'll do a little damage back.
Yeah.
Alright.
But take a cost. The other one, he's gonna crawl across the table, as we are sacrificing decorum at this point. I think he's gonna call out Lieutenant Harrier if you don't have any objections, Soleil.
I mean, go for it.
Alright. He is gonna just claw his big, scythe-like claws towards her.
Yep. Yeah, she's going to attempt to, combat roll out of the way, but we'll see. I forget. Let me check. Did I did. She's gonna try and combat roll. Which, it's definitely not going to avoid all the damage. It'll slightly, lower it. So it's normally 8, I'll say including cost, she's gonna take 6. As she rolls back, and because of the hit, I'm gonna say that she's, not super prepared to do the follow-up attack. But she does roll back slightly.
Alright. And that also inflicts bleed on high rolls, but maybe she avoided that.
No,
too.
I'll say that she gets the bleed, because it's 3 LC bleed. So we'll do that.
Yep. That's it for them.
Gotcha.
They're making a mess of the place. It's Loya's turn, though.
Alright, so the thing that's going to be important for this turn is this. Shadow Possession. Loya can freely operate people's shadows. She's a member of the Shadow Realm Club. She can possess people, take actions while under control, blah blah blah. Makes sense? Alright, good. Loya points to the one that she's closer to.
Hey, Dunkass! I'm the friggin' supreme version of you. You gotta listen to me, okay? It's running a hard bargain, gamers. Alright, Rooney, you gotta protect all the pals, but I gotta protect the semi-mom.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I close enough to hop into this boy's shadow, do you think?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you want me to roll to try and possess this Benich?
Yeah, give me a roll if you're gonna.
You definitely need to give us a roll, yeah.
It's average.
What we could say is that, like, he's still kind of fighting against you, but while you're doing this, he's gonna have a penalty to stuff. Because he's like,
yeah.
Or maybe you
Makes
can roll auto counters against some of his things. That's what makes sense to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Because he is
So
a big boy, Voya, but you are wrenching him back and forth a bit. Gervasio, he looks like he's doing a weird dance.
I couldn't hypothetically just like completely schmooze him over to this boy and make him attack, right?
Not with the current roll, no. I'll
Not yet.
Oh,
You'd have to, maybe if you're persistent enough.
Yeah, her current vibe is just trying to just pin him down then, as the shadow gets a bit more pinker TM.
Yeah.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! No!
She's going to... I was expecting this to work a bit better, because they was going to charge into the other one. Semi-mob would be protected. But, hey, that's fine. We're going to, in that case... I'm in the shadow, so anytime action, I'm going to try and shadow puppetry it closer to the other big schworm.
Yeah. You can definitely get it closer. Does shadow puppetry have any sort of, like... It can make things move, like, around this many spaces, or should I just move it?
Let me investigate. I foolishly looked up shadow on her sheet. Not a good plan, let me tell you. Sorry. 6 spaces.
Okay. I'll say that gets the 6. Though, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It moves.
Alright. And, since they're a bit closer, actually, what I'm gonna do now is Abyssal Grasp. So I think that can... No, that just barely misses them, actually.
I see. That's the shadows it's within 6 spaces, not that it moves at 6 spaces. I'll say it's slightly back, but it's still like around.
Apologies. In that case, we're going to cut the fuck up.
Just this giant schworm is like freaking out and spazzing around, and occasionally it opens its jaw, and Voya's voice is like, ah! Ah!
God damn it! Stop! Stop!
So we're gonna Hunter of the Dark. She's gonna pop out for a little bit. And we're going to Shadow Dash between these two MFers.
Yep. And it's gonna deal 7 to each.
Yes, here's your roll.
Alright. Does she need to roll for each individual, or is it just one?
I don't think it mentions that.
Let me read real quick. Dash. I think my intention was that she has to roll for each dash, yeah.
Yep. Well,
right.
You definitely deal, I'll say instead of 7, 6, but you still do get a good hit on the guy that you're starting from. But...
Yep. Could I roll again, or am I, just...
I imagine that if you fail with this ability, it's over, but that's just me.
Alright, we're camping out in this one's shadow instead, but not before trying to weaken it a bit. My other action is gonna be, I'm a sick crunch, you know how it is. There we go. Other action done.
Yep, so this is your bonus action.
This is the other action I get from Tap the Tank.
Oh, right, Tap the Tank! Yeah, alright, 6 damage to this guy as well, I'll say.
Did Gervasio use his second action?
Yes, he did.
I did.
Alright, next up, we're going to Abyssal Grasp this. Firmly grasp it.
Is this a bonus action?
This is the other action I got. Wait a sec.
You only get one extra action from Tap the Tank.
But I did the going around, and the Shadow Puppetry was an anytime.
Yeah, and Hunter of the Dark is a main action, is it not?
Yeah, you Hunter of the Dark, then you basic attacked, and now you're trying to.
Oh, okay,
do
yes.
something
I
else.
somehow blocked out the basic attack from my memory. I'm sorry. I
No, it's
passed.
fine. No,
Wait,
it's okay.
no, I don't. The fucking summons. Ah, sorry. There's so much in Voice New.
So- No, it's totally fine.
The Swarm is gonna move up here, and the other Swarm is gonna move over here, gonna attack the... This is the kitchen, we're gonna attack the Joblin. No, we're not.
I'm gonna say that it's gonna miss the Joblin.
Alright, the Swarm downstairs is going to just move away.
He's running.
And my turn for real.
Yep. Alright, Scuttlers.
Okay, Scuttlers. Well, I think these two. Let's roll to see if they're feeling like stopping their meat meal just yet. Bro, no, dude, this is some good shit. You know, they're digging in a bit further. Whatever else is going on can wait. This guy though, he's been kind of hopping up towards this counter trying to get at this food, but hasn't been able to. So instead, he's gonna come over towards Blasphemy and try to leap towards them. Ooh, pretty
yeah.
good.
That'll be the fucking 5 damage, 5 stamina.
Yep.
Alright, and he will also get a stack. Once again, just absorbing, like, pure darkness, essentially, but, yep. And then, that other swarm's running away, but this scuttler, is gonna try to go after him. He actually... I guess he can roll to try to jump after him with Consume, but it won't reach him. Yeah, alright, he leaps all the way out. Whoa!
Whoa!
Wait a minute. No, he leaps all the way out here in pursuit, but is not caught him yet. But that's it for them.
Yep. Meanwhile, Hobgoblin over here does not appreciate Blasphemy and what it has done. So, let's see. What exactly does it want to go for? Yeah, it's going to also, like, dash over here back to the stakes that it dropped, and then go for Dark Orb on Blasphemy. So let's roll that. That one I'm going to say is going to hit. It's going to deal 5 instead of 6, but unless something is done, Blasphemy's going down.
Yeah, Blasphemy is gone as he dissolves into shadow.
Yep. And then the Hobgoblin munches on some more delicious steak as it hits Leela's turn.
Alrighty.
Hobgoblin in steak!
It's Leela's turn. We'll start by dealing with Terror because that's just the easiest thing. And then Terror is going to use both of its actions to peck at this Omega Swarm for 3 damage per peck.
Let's see it.
11 and an 8.
I'll say overall it'll be 5 damage done.
Hell yeah. And then, as for Leela's actions herself, we're gonna try and Dark Possession Harrier's rifle again.
Yep.
Up.
This time it works.
Yay! It's actually functional. So next time she attacks with that, it'll do whatever action she does to attack with it again at a target of Leela's choice. And then, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna set up. We're just gonna try and set up one more of those using. Yeah, we're gonna set up a second one on Voya. I will just roll the d20 so that I don't need to post the ability again.
I'm gonna say this one. I'll give it to you. It's not the best, but you do get one on Voya.
All right. And yeah, that is Leela's turn.
All right, Apollo.
Okay. Can't really reach anyone. In that case, see. How is the person up here looking?
He's not damaged at the moment. He's scared, that's for sure, and there are some bats closing in on him, but physically he seems fine for now.
Okay.
So you can assume the bats are gonna go for him pretty soon.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna try and go for a rescue operation. 5. Point reach. Yeah, that's very far. So... how about instead, I am gonna try and hook onto this one, and throw it towards the 2 bats near the person, just to like try and knock them away, or at least out of the air.
Gotcha. Yeah. You latch onto this scuttler, and fling it over to this bat, dealing the 2 damage to it and the bat in the process. The scuttler kind of bounces off of it like a football, landing here, whereas the bat gets knocked down to the ground.
Nice. Alright, that'll be it for me then.
Alright. Harrier. She looks over to Leela. This, on my rifle, it's you, not them, yeah?
Yeah, that's me. Whenever next time you use it, it'll fire twice.
Understood. Let's put that to practice then. And she is going to fire it at this Goliath. So, rifle. Alright. This is not the best shot in the world, but it fires twice. So this first one is going to go and I'll say deal 4 damage to the Goliath Swarm. It's not the best shot in the world, and it's reeling and waving. But does it need to make or rather, do I need to make a second roll for the
I
Leela?
believe
Or...
I don't know how we've ruled in the past. I imagine I would need to make the second roll because it's technically Leela's shadow causing the second attack to occur.
Yep.
So I will make a roll for that.
Yep, and the same thing, I'll say that it's an exact shadow duplicate of the shot. Still not fantastic, but it is a second shot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
As it pierces into this Goliath Swarm, who is not looking the most fantastic after that. And Harrier sort of flashes a nod and a thumbs up to Leela as she cautiously takes a step or 2 back, aiming her rifle at the Schworm as we move on to the bats.
Yes. So, one of the bats most certainly is looking over at Apollo at this point. He's gonna flutter over here and can't quite get to him, but it will fire some eye lasers towards him as a main action.
Ooh.
No, he won't. So instead, did you have Ruiny act on your turn, Scarlet, or is he on...
No, he was not in range of anything, I don't think. Maybe I can eye laser someone else, but that's a thing for me to do.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll wait on him. Now, meanwhile, this Swarm, he must play Final Fantasy XIV, because he's aggroing the whole dungeon behind him, baby.
Yes! Yes, he is.
They're coming, but they've not caught him yet.
Don't worry.
Yep. And, finally, the one bat, Apollo distracted one, but the last one is going to attempt, finally, a lick on, this, innocent man. What that does is up to you.
Yeah. He goes to lick the scientist, and it's not like the biggest hit in the world. It is a lick, but the scientist already feels his essence being drained a little bit as his energy is sapped, and he's feeling a little sick, but he's physically he's not bleeding or anything. He just feels icky bad.
That's their turn.
All right, hey Gervasio.
Alrighty, I want to ask.
Yep.
Stuff like the scuttlers consume, or like the ghastly lick or whatever. Are they abilities or like basic attacks?
I would say that for both of them, I believe we would classify those as basic attacks. Iris, unless you were thinking otherwise.
Yeah. They're sort of nebulously neither unless it's relevant, so it depends.
Well, it is very relevant for Gervasio because he has 2 ways to replicate them, but one only works for weapons and one only works for abilities.
Yeah. I'll say that the Ghastly Lick and Consume would be basic attacks.
Yep.
All
I think so.
In that case, Gervasio will approach this man, and I'm going to use Arch Enemy. What would you say is the usual damage consume? What is it?
Consume normally does 5.
Alright.
It's 5 and heal a bunch for the same amount.
Yep. I'm going to use Arch Enemy.
Yep.
I don't know why that said 4 and 6.
Is it the 5, I assume?
Yeah.
Yep.
It should
So
be a
basically-
3-range leap, and 5 damage, yeah.
Yeah. Right, it's because he gets +1 range and +1 damage compared to his base.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So it's a 4 leap, 6 damage.
Yep.
As he runs over and is going to take a chunk of this guy and consume it, and fittingly for Gervasio, evolving and adapting.
Yeah. And how I would rule it is that you do gain the lifesteal from that, but your max stamina doesn't go up because that more happens because they're shitty guys. But yeah.
Yeah.
So you would heal for the 6 that you dealt.
Awesome.
Quite horrifyingly.
Yeah. It's specifically with his hair, right? So it's like the white hair momentarily turns black and then just starts ripping chunks of this guy out. And then for my second
Indeed.
action. Yeah.
Just saying, indeed. Continue.
Yeah. Then for my second action, because once I've used that, I can't use it again until one of the crusty guys does it successfully again. So I will instead strengthen numbers, and I will focus a little less on damage and a little more on effect here.
Ooh. Well,
Actually, I think you'll be doing
actually.
damage.
yeah,
as
I think
well.
you'll be
Yeah.
doing quite a bit of damage.
As Gervasio basically tenses his fists and does a puts them together and does the sort of double force palm, right? With the light, attempting to knock this swarm back into the other swarm.
Yeah. And with that 20, I know you're primarily focusing on the knockback, but what would be the damage if that has a... Yeah, usually 9. You...
Yes.
Going for the double force palm, you, like, slam both of your hands into this thing, dig them deep into its body, and then a moment afterwards, a burst of light erupts from your hands into the creature as it roars and squeals out, flying into this thing, narrowly avoiding Boya as it slams into the other one, knocking it off balance, and your initial target, after being hit, just bounces off and seems to evaporate into shadow. That was the turn
What
of
a
the one.
second. Boy is in
Flash
mode.
cannon.
And then because he could leap to get to the other guy, he will move closer to the other guy. And
Yep. Sounds good. Now it's him.
Well, after that shit, he kind of staggers to his feet. Where did you say Boya is, Scarlet?
She's chilling in the shadow still.
Well,
And then-
if that's the case, he has no reason not to try to eat Gervasio. Though, of course, with you being in his shadow, you could potentially interfere with this. It might be very easy to interfere with regardless, though. So he's rearing back and lunging towards you, Gervasio. What are you both doing?
Gervasio, do you have something for yourself? 'Cause if not,
I do have something. I can use it. It's pretty adaptable, though. So I'm gonna save it. Well, now that Gervasio has gotten a taste of draining these guys' essence, why don't I try it myself? I'm gonna spend 2 on this.
You, Zanza Claus, will now do it, yeah.
Exactly. I'm jumping in, guys. I'm diving in. Hold on. Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Yep,
Okay,
unfortunately not. So yeah, Voya, what you doing?
So I'm going to use Burrow Beneath just as like an action to set this.
Unfortunately, you start going for it, but this guy's in motion, and you're within its shadow, taken a little off guard because it moves slowly, but even still, the movement is sudden.
Darn it, darn it, darn it! Stop, 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 stop!
Well,
That's it.
yep. If this resolves, Gervasio, he does in fact chomp down on you, doing the initial 5 damage, and trapping you in his jaws. And he will do periodic damage to you every turn. However, thankfully, it is Voya's turn next. So take the 5 damage and then 1 more for a turn passing, and he will heal for that 1. But now, Voya.
How much weaker is this guy doing? How is he doing against Voya's shadow advances?
He's still fighting back, but he has been pretty significantly weakened. I mean, that seems to be why he's trying to eat Gervasio, is because he's not feeling so great.
Yeah, okay. I would like to basically, for a second, let Gervasio be eaten. Don't worry, a little bit of pain now for a lot less pain later. And I basically want to use one of my actions to possess one of its arms and have it stab itself. Make sense?
Yep.
Peachy.
Yep,
There we go.
Well, that works just fine. Let me check the usual damage on this.
Yeah,
Oh, is it going to
normally-
I think it's like
It's normally, yeah, it's normally 8. I don't think it's going to do the full because it's just like stabbing rather than a big slash, but it does in fact stab itself for a hefty blow. And it's bleeding very badly at this point.
All right. So, Voya Angie. I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. Thoroughly established.
So, I would like to log in the one ability that of the one shadow art that I did not at the combat start, Venus's, again. And basically what I want to do is Voya takes out the nuclear flashlight and is pointing it at the fucking back of the skull of the Schworm.
Oh, of course, the nuclear flashlight.
Yeah.
It sounds like something that Venus would have made.
Alright, you son of a bitch. 1 second, actually.
She hops out of the shadow and consumes this chair.
Okay.
Alright. Did she heal from that?
What is this action economy?
This is her free eat something.
Give me a roll.
Alright.
You're eating a cherry, you said?
A chair, yeah.
Yes.
Heal for 3 chair nutrients.
Yummy. Alright, anyway. Back to you, you son of a bitch. Die.
We're gonna use, I don't know why she gets rid of these. No, we're not.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
You
Oh.
try to pull out one of the super weapons, but you just pull out one of the chairs you just ate.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing that Void does not learn from her
Yep,
mistakes.
you're taking the cost, I'm afraid.
That's fine. That's fair. Final action from Tap the Tank. She just pouts,
Alright, I'm done with you. Goodbye.
and she is just going to... What we're gonna do is we're gonna take Hunter of the Dark, and we're just going to, tear him to shred?
Yeah.
She's really not.
Yeah, you try and start tearing him to shreds, but after your stabbing into him that he did, where he started bleeding, he's wiggling and waving around in a way that's again just throwing off your aim.
Oh my god, I hate him.
Next up we have the summons. That's the end of Voya's action economy.
Yep.
The Schworm is going to... So this, you said this is a stake, right?
These up here.
Yes.
In the top left in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
they're
Those
like
are a bunch of
frozen.
steaks.
They're like cooked but frozen steaks. Yeah.
All right. The Schwarm is gonna go over here. Is there a T-bone steak among the gang?
Sure.
Sure, yeah.
Alright, it's going to take the T-bone, eat around it, and wield it as a weapon and stab it into the boy next to the steaks.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Well, here, to contribute to the top 10 greatest anime battles, this guy's gonna try and surprise trick out of the way. Escalation.
Oh my god.
Nani? Nandayo?
Oh my god.
As he goes and tries to slink into the ground to avoid it, but this Schwarm is the T-bone warrior, and as
he's been to prison. He knows how to make a shank.
Yeah. As this guy tries to slink into the ground, it's a quick stab into its side, as he squeals a little bit, and then slinks into this little shadow hole there, scared because that attack hurt.
That was a turn order one. And
I mean, it's the only one there.
So, yeah.
It's the only one there.
And at the bottom, right, Voya can only, like, somewhat... She more, like, coerces the Schwarms, right? But this Schwarm is at 2 health. It is staring down 3 Mother Heckers. I don't think there's a universe in which it doesn't just go over here and hide in the Shadow Realm and die, probably.
Yeah. Just give me a roll.
Okay.
Man seems to demanifest.
Alright.
As he dips into the darkness.
We have Ruiny the Ruin Wing. You forgot about him, didn't you? I forgot about him too, don't worry. We're gonna lick this guy.
Oh, it's a lick off, brother.
Yo.
Oh, it's
They're licking.
Apollo, you're hearing some sounds you wish you hadn't. As this thing horribly licks into the other one, and yeah, it does the damage.
Alright, and next up, can I request a beam struggle with eye lasers?
Let's say you, Iris.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, what's interesting, right, is that the limitation on this is 2 Ruin Wings per round can use it. So I guess you're using up the action economy of the other Ruin Wing.
I would say that since Voya is
yes, we can beam struggle.
Oh
no, I'm afraid yours win out. So he will take a bit more damage.
The Ruin Wing flips them off using the tongue somehow. I pass.
Alright, it's the Scuttlers.
Indeed. This one comes to after being totally big bass fishing earlier. And he is gonna start coming over here. Let's see, he can go 3. He can get like just about this far, which is just about not far enough. So instead, I guess he will double move to get up to Apollo. Let's make one more feast roll over here, but they're almost done. Yeah, they're done. So let's get rid of that meat. These 2 now also are going to start heading Apollo's way, but can't quite get to him yet either. So Apollo, you're just a little bit surrounded.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, the Scuttler down here, I mean, he's gonna keep coming up and at least see what's going on over here. So he's making his way as well.
Yep.
That's them.
Yep, and I'll make sure to remind Zanza for Gervasio to take 1 damage for the Scuttler's turn since you're still in the guy's mouth. And then as it's Leela's turn... Oh, yeah.
May I ask something?
Yes.
Considering I'm still in it, what kind of damage type would you say this is?
It's like,
Because it could be vague shadow, or it could be like piercing, because the teeth are chewing me.
I would imagine it's more piercing in this case, because it's...
Yeah, it's like piercing, crushing, but you are also being siphoned a little bit because it's life stealing off of it, but like, yeah, it's mainly the physical damage,
Yeah. I want to use natural selection, right?
Yeah.
And I want to specifically make it resist some of that shadow to maybe make it so that either it doesn't heal or maybe I only take damage every other turn.
Gotcha. I'll say that with... Oh, yeah. Give the... do you have to roll for that?
I don't. I just said it.
Yeah.
But once I said it, I can't change it.
Yeah. In that case, then, I'll say with you negating that shadow siphoning, you can prevent its lifesteal.
Alright.
Okay. In which case, I will take away that stamina point again.
Yep.
But, yep, you'll still be taking damage. So now, Leela.
Yep, Leela, so that's another damage to Gervasio.
Do you guys still need help, or do you think you have the big Schworm handled?
Well, Gervasio is still in the thing's mouth, so...
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, God. Alrighty. Well, no time to try and be fancy, I guess. Leela's just going to step up a little bit and is just going to, double basic attack.
Alright.
The big Schworm.
Yep.
So let me pull that up.
Yep. And Leela, as you go and with two claws, sort of in a not a frenzy, but in a flick of your shadow wrists, they lunge forward and slash at this thing near the gashes that Voya already created by making it attack itself. And by attacking that, the movement, the whirling motions of these claws, just barely do enough damage that causes it to spit Gervasio out onto this table, and then wriggling downward demanifests as the Goliath is gone.
Boyle pops out of its shadow as it does so, like, ah.
Alright, there we go. And then Terror is going to do a little okay, here. And it's going to use both of its actions to peck at this little scuddler.
Yep.
Again, 3 damage per peck for him.
Gotcha. Let's see it. 1 hits for 3.
Alright. And that is my turn.
Alright, Apollo, you are currently surrounded by the guys.
So he is. Quick question. Would you say that these, like, shadow puddle things are susceptible to liquid manipulation?
I'd say limitedly.
Okay. Well, test the limits. Gonna basically try and just make a skewer out of it and, like, try and run it through these 3 things.
Yep.
Or as many of them as I can.
Hell yeah. As you sort of try to coalesce this strange substance, it's not entirely liquid, but it is partially. It's not something you're quite used to dealing with, but you can at least manipulate it enough to skewer through these guys a little bit. I'll say that the front guy is gonna take a good old 4 damage, and then it's going to deal 3 and then 2.
All right. What next? I want to save that, but I also want to just, like, get through these fucking things. Alright. Gonna fishing rod the one that is directly next to me, and just kind of try and throw it far away, I guess.
Gotcha. Is it this one you were going for, sorry? Or the, Yeah. You, latch onto this thing, and again, throw it far, like a football as it clatters, over here and takes 2 damage. I'll say.
I was gonna say I was actually aiming up towards the Schworm.
Oh, towards the Schworm. Gotcha. Alright, yeah. In that case, he takes 2, and lands next to the Schworm.
It's a nice path open for me. Alright. This guy is, like, just barely, if you'll allow me, try and hook, line, and sinker
Yep.
them over?
You can give it a shot. Yeah, yeah.
That's a 20. plus
Yeah,
one.
yeah. You
All right.
deftly manage to hook perfectly onto this guy's shirt and pull him to you. Just oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Gonna get you
Part
out of
his-
here.
Part of his arm and shoulder looks a bit like, decayed, withered a bit, but he's okay.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that later, I guess. That's Apollo's turn.
Gotcha. We move to Harrier's, and she, seeing that the Goliath is down. All right, Apollo's in there, yeah. And 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then she'll go. And let's see. Yeah. She's going to try and, well, let me roll and see if her fucking, thing is recharged, actually. It is! So she's gonna go for sniper shot on this scuttler. And it's active. So she kneels down and, her sights are aligned on this guy as we pass on to the ruined bats.
Alright, the bat that was, licking at that guy, turns back to Apollo, mouth agape, one might say, and he's gonna start, coming over here. This one over here is still in his epic battle against Ruiny, so I think he's gonna try to lick, back towards him now. Yep, that's gonna go hit for its damage.
Alright.
Yep.
So take that 3 damage, and then...
And that's versus Ruiny?
Yeah, that's against Ruiny.
Alright.
And then... yeah, the other bat can't quite get in range yet, so he's just gonna shoot eye bolts at Apollo.
Lovely.
That is just 2. And then the bats way down here. They are gonna keep making their way up, I think. So... but that's it, Gervasio.
Alright. So, no longer in Schmann's mouth.
That's a good start.
It's a very good start, yeah.
They're not untapped yet, I don't think. I think you have one more round.
Yeah, no, this is, we have one last round. I'm going to run over here. And you know what? I'm gonna spend another action to double move. Now that I'm just in the middle of everybody, I'm going to strengthen numbers. 4 cost to attack. Wait, that's okay. Yeah. 4 cost to attack all of the enemies in this room once.
Gotcha. All right.
As Gervasio plunges his fists into the ground, they snake over like shadows, and then like a piercing light ray fire up from there.
Yep.
Okay. How much damage would this be to each?
Let's see. It's going to be different damages for each of them. So, do know light damage might do more, but for the sake of it, 5 damage to this one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. No, keep going.
5 damage to this one. 4 damage to this one. And only 2 damage to this one.
Okay. I imagine, because we just had one of the bats use the eye bolt, right? But the other one has it. So I think that I'll make the decision here. This Ruin Wing is going to try and eye bolt to try and negate as much as it can from Gervasio here. That fails. So Gervasio, in one swift motion, one arm lashing out, per each of these guys with like this strange but forceful elasticity. This first guy gets punched and is knocked out. The second arm whips to this guy by the Schworm, who simply keeps munching on his T-bone steak as this guy is gone. That was the fucking turn order one. Let me do this. It was fucking right here at 5, I believe. He then swerves around Ruiny, hitting the bat, who missed its eye bolts, knocking it out. I'm going to move this off here in case. And then, with one last hit, trailing around Apollo and the scientist, smacking into this bat for a little bit of damage, as it certainly doesn't like that, but it's still in here.
Yep. Alright, that's better.
Yep. Alright. Voya. Scarlet.
Took a bite of something as soon as Zanza passed. Son of a bitch. So, my actions this round are going to revolve around one thing. These are portals to the Shadow Realm, right?
Sorry, what's the Shadow Realm?
Portals.
I would not describe them necessarily as portals exactly. I would more so describe them as, like, they are kind of like Shadow Realm essence substance, as opposed to portals. But
yeah, that's something that's kind of weird to you, Voya. Like, it doesn't. It might be tempting to think, oh yeah, these are like portals that they're coming out of, but it doesn't really feel like that, which is kind of odd.
Yeah.
It's probably
If
just
she
like
is, if she is inside, does she count as being in the Shadow Realm?
I think I would say so.
Okay, interesting. You absolute fucking fool. This means that, Apex Predator can activate. The full passive is longer, but this is the relevant piece where it's, well, in the Shadow Realm, she can go into Shadow Stalker. I am not wanting to, fully abuse such a thing. Instead, what I want to do is twofold. Number one, use this larger, more tapped into the Shadow Realm form, and basically, sorry, there's a smaller boy inside the... whatever. What I want to do is explore through the area, and just get a good vibe of what's going on, you know?
Get a good vibe? Give me a roll.
Special will be 20 for you.
So, effectively, Voya would be able to, first off, gauge, like, what we were saying, right? That this isn't, like, a portal. It feels like it's more, like, it's Shadow Realm substance just here, I suppose, right?
Right.
And it's kind of hard to get an exact gauge, but you can tell, like, you can't just, like, swim through it, necessarily, and, like, emerge somewhere else in the Shadow Realm, right? That's not exactly how it works. It is limited to this area that, like, at least this particular, like, substance here that you're swimming in, the cracks you see on the ground, that is where this substance begins and ends, right?
Oh.
But it is just here.
Got it. And it is not connected to the other portals you were coming?
It is not connected to the other ones. You can't, like, go here to here or anything, no.
Got it. In that case, I think what Voya is going to do is she is going to pop out with this newly obtained knowledge, and I think that what I want to do is literally just menace the 3 creatures in the corner away.
Gotcha,
Like,
as in
she's a the 2 shadow bats and the
Yeah.
Cause she's an apex predator. You don't fuck with the apex predators.
Yeah.
Give you another roll for that one.
Yeah, so, yes, but to clarify, you're doing that from your current position?
Yes.
Okay, give it a roll. Unfortunately, while you are scary, these guys are far enough away to not entirely, I guess, assess the exact threat they're dealing with.
Troublesome. I'm gonna be here for a little bit. I like feeling this way.
And she sinks into it like a hot tub a little bit and just watches Harrier intently as she aims the shot. That's my turn.
Yep. Speaking of, as it hits the Scuttler's turn, let's give her a roll as... Yep. She blasts this thing into non-existence. And it melds back into the little Shadow Realm substancey stuff beneath it. But there are the Scuttlers down in the bottom. Or I guess the Scuttler down in the bottom.
Yeah, he is going to do his thing and scuttle around underneath the table a bit. Now seeing that there is more prey up here, he will double move to get closer to it. But that's it.
Yep, as we hit Leela.
Alright, I need to look at something really quick.
Encyclopedia of how you're gonna kill this guy.
Leela is going to walk over here, and rather than attacking this, is going to sort of lean down and talk to it a little bit. She's just going to say, you know, you look a little bothered and like really hungry, and you know there might be us up here, but I mean, those other ruin wings, those other bats that you were with earlier, I think they would make much easier, less dangerous, and more delicious prey if you wanted to, get a quick bite to eat. So I'm gonna try and persuade him to attack the other ones using, funny talent.
Mm-hmm.
If he's willing to listen.
Give it a roll.
Yeah, give it a try. It won't be the easiest thing ever, but give it a try.
Yeah, it's fine. I just need to know if I have my double advantage.
Yeah, I'll let you have it.
Alright, give me a second. It's a 16.
He looks towards the ruin wings.
Yeah. How hungry,
Yeah.
And I think he is at least momentarily distracted. As Leela, you know for a fact, right, that, there's nothing Shadow Realm creatures like more than a taste of something that isn't the same, darkness that pervades their realm. So, you're lying out of your ass. However, you have at least momentarily distracted him with the thought of well, yes, of course, those things are potentially delicious, and I can eat them as well. So he is at least heavily distracted right now.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna take my other tank action, and I'm going to Dark Possession Harrier's rifle. Well, and actually I can't. It's once per combat per weapon, so I can't do that to Harrier again. Alright, now that he's distracted, now that his back is turned, I'm gonna basic attack him.
Yeah, let's see it. Oh, Leela, you, now that he's distracted, you earn his goodwill for but a moment, and then you, as his back's turned, try to stab the knife into his hypothetical, his theoretical shoulder, metaphorical even. But the claw misses and slams, piercing into the ground right in front of it. He is no longer distracted.
You saw nothing. As Tara's just gonna fly up and peck at this bad place.
Yeah. Yeah, that deals 6 damage.
Oh,
hey, Apollo, what's up?
Alright. So first of all, that was the last round of Tap the Tank, so make sure to take
I'll say
that
this
off
guy
your
act on your turn as well if you tell him to do anything.
Yep.
Alright. Well, I'm going to tell him to move one space to where I just was, and I'm going to heal Gervasio, which would heal all of us.
Nice.
Blue Mind. +3.
Yeah, I'll say that it's going to, instead of 6, go for Because it's an 8, I'll say instead of 6, it's 5. But it'll be 5 healing to these guys.
All right.
The scientist seems to appreciate that. He looks like he's doing a little better now.
Yeah.
So that's Carvazio and Bruni as well.
Yep. Each of them heal for 5.
Okay. And that was a movement and actions. That's my turn, I guess.
Gotcha. We get to Harrier, who sees, alright, there's only one bat there. This guy is now targeting Leela again, so she's gonna jump on the table and try and fire at this little guy. Yep, that's gonna be a hit as this guy takes a hefty blow, and we pass on to the Ruin Wing's turn.
Yes, I was just alerting people in chat. Well,
Yep.
he is most certainly going to try to give Terror a retaliatory lick. That's pretty good. If nothing is done, that'll be doing its 3 damage as usual.
Terra doesn't have any times, so.
Alright.
And then the 2 down here. Not knowing what on earth is what drama is unfolding before them, will double move to fly up here, kind of scattering and spreading out just a little bit. Not doing anything just yet, but seemingly preparing to attack Lila and Harrier soon.
Yeah.
Well, actually, this one that got closer will do eye bolts at its disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Towards Lila. Not awesome. More awesome. So it'll do its 2. Yeah.
If you want me to, I can try and prevent that.
No, I got this, because I've had literally no reason to use this the entire combat yet, because, you know, of the situation and just how things have been. So I'm gonna use my anytime to, this is literally not preventing any damage, because this is a 2 cost, but, I will get an attack after it, so we're going to try and Shade Step.
Gotcha. I assume no roll bonuses, so, unfortunately you go to Shade Step, but the Ruin Wing manages to intercept your path, still dealing its damage.
Damn.
Counter argument. Boy is in her spooky mode, more closely associated with the Shadow Realm. I'm going to try and Shadow Puppetry, and Shadow Puppet it, like, basically crush it into a ball. No, especially
No,
not.
sorry,
say-
Leela's fate is to get hit by this attack, I
Yeah,
think.
I'll say, Voya, that you try and mold it, right? But with, like, the weird feeling you're getting from, like, the Shadow Realmy stuff you're in on top of the situation, pay an extra cost as you just can't manage to mold your hands around it. But, yeah.
Yeah, it feels really weird, Voya, because you're getting this feeling like, I'm in the Shadow Realm right now. Wait, no I'm not. Yes I am. No I'm not. And it's like really discombobulating.
Yeah. So, I believe that's all of the bats, so Gervasio.
Alrighty. Well, it's just this fucker left in this room.
Yep.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Buckle me.
Shit.
Yes. What are you gonna buckle? What are you buckling, huh? 'Cause I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to buckle your mook's skull.
Safety first.
Unfortunately not.
1, 2, buckle my skull, you won't. 3, 4. Do you have any other action?
No. Only to 1, 2. That's how that's the roll.
Yeah.
I know. That was my next.
Voya.
Alright, the Schwurmt is going to go up to this, Ruin Wing and stab them. Nah.
No, this one's this guy's the fucking. This is Ultra
final
Instinct.
stand.
Yeah, this is Ultra Instinct Ruin Wing actually.
This is bird fight actually.
Follow up. Ruiny the Ruin Wing, Voya's going to learn why, they don't do this or completely shift the metaphorical meta. So what I want to do is have the Ruin Wing stop flying above the enemy Ruin Wing so that it falls on top of it, and it basically just use the wings as fists and beat the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a truly deranged exchange that a Ruin Wing has never been known to do in a normal circumstance, it balls up the ends of its wings and slaps them against the other Ruin Wing, who, it doesn't hurt it that much, but it's enough to dissuade it from continuing to attack as it thrusts you off, zoops away, and disappears into shadow.
Now, that Ruin Wing is either going to completely upturn the food chain in the Shadow Realm, or
Yeah.
nothing is going to happen.
He's fucking learned some new techniques.
So,
Yep.
so now we get to Voya. I'm only going to do her first off, right?
Yep.
I'm going to just say for this, would it be fair to say that, I mean, she doesn't get everything from Rape Predator mode, but is the shadow puppetry twice per round a fair thing to get?
Sure. For this instance, I'll say sure.
All right, yeah. I'm not expecting to get away with this more than just this once, so we're going to shadow puppetry twice on both the Ruin Wings to try and fold them up like I did last time. Okay.
Does Shadow Puppetry have a stated damage? It's 5? Yeah?
Yes.
Alright, let's grab this, Voya, because you got a crit theme, don't you? As Voya, one hand raised towards each of the Ruin Wings. One of them takes a good old 5 damage, slightly crumpling in on itself, right? This other one... That was the initiative. Where was it again? Oh.
They just went, so he was right there.
Yeah.
I would say it's been a pleasure, but that would be me lying. And Lila said I shouldn't lie right now.
Voya at that pops out of the pool and is normal, like nothing has happened.
Yep.
Lieutenant Harrier is keeping very calm given the situation, probably.
Alright, this being said,
She opens her mouth and there's a sound of a shotgun loading. I'm going to use my main action to throw up the fire extinguisher at the bat.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Deal some damage to the bat.
Dang, Daniel. Anyway, that's it.
Alright. The Scuttler, who...
The
Scuttler, who is not a fan of betrayal.
Yeah.
You wouldn't attack me,
Definitely-
would
He's
you?
definitely going for Leela, yeah.
Come on, you wouldn't attack me, would you?
Oh, he would though. And with disadvantage, that 8 will still hit, at least partially.
Yep, I'll say that it's going to do a 4 instead of 5, but it will hit.
Anybody got something?
Harrier's going to try and combat roll into Leela to, get them out of the way. So let's give that a roll. I'll give it to her because it is higher. So I'll say, Leela, you're still going to take 1 damage, right? But Harrier will roll into you and effectively, knock you to the side out of the way of the jump.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, Harrier will nod to Leela at that, as I imagine the Scuttler passes and it's Leela's turn.
Alright, it sure is Leela's turn. Now this is perhaps a little bit of a waste to use now, but it's funny, so I'm going to. As Leela's like, alright, well, clearly you're not gonna listen to me, so I guess you and your friend here have to be punished, and I'm going to activate the Dark Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, let's
considering.
let her have it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
As yeah, my
Poor Lila. These combats, man.
it's funny.
It is funny. Did it really?
Yeah.
Christ. I remember she at least was like getting him in the submarine and stuff though, so.
Yeah, no, so this just brings it up, and at the start of their turns they'll take 5 damage, and then yeah, I can do stuff
All right.
in the future. So
In that
that's my
case,
turn.
Here's the sitch, right? We could go through the rest of combat, but why don't we just like theoretically the Ruin Wing, the Scuttler. You know, like,
Yeah.
there's no reason to continue. So, with that, Leela putting up her Dark Abyss, managing to do the final bits of damage on all of these guys. Harrier, panting heavily, looks to her. And then Voya.
There we go.
Nice work, you two. And to Gervasio and Apollo as well, but they're in there. We should check in.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
hopefully they're fine.
As you guys settle down from the as you guys settle down from the combat, by the way, some of you guys see this door up near the top creak open, and is it safe now? Oh god.
Post is
What
clear.
is this stuff? She like kind of tiptoes around it.
Everyone
It's
else
like
is gathering
shadows.
at the main room.
Rosie,
Yeah,
fist
that.
is open.
You two, Leela and Voya, she looks to especially.
Hello.
So, this is you know about exactly what this stuff is exactly?
Kinda.
Not exactly, but I got ideas.
It's a little bit weird. It's similar to Shadow Realm stuff, but like I don't know. It's a weird energy from these sorts of puddles.
I can explain what I think they are, but I'd rather everyone be here. And we're missing Apollo. The door's up. Never mind.
So, what's the theory then?
So, say that the Shadow Realm was a big pond. I imagine that these are like little eyedroppers of water that you took from the pond and put on a big, like, other thing. It's not part of the pond anymore. You can't use that water to go back to the pond. But they still do have the animals and phytoplankton and stuff that is inside the eyedropper.
She peers down into the abyss.
Are there shadow phytoplankton?
You don't want to know the answer to that question. But point is, I imagine that these are more little droplets of rain, metaphorically. They had a creature or a couple inside, and now we're here.
Right. So, wherever... What'd you call it again? It was...
Shadow Realm. It's where I come from a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I
It's,
remember some talk about that when people were going over the DBA people that were going to be here.
yeah. It's where Voya's power comes from. It's where Voya comes from. It's where I draw my shadow powers from.
Okay. So something with this then. I mean, I can only assume that it's something with this that's made the power go out, I guess.
Now, who's behind this, I'm not sure, but... You guys weren't there, but there was a big rock nest.
And the shadow behind her shadow, like, converts into the approximate appearance of one of them.
and they don't usually move. So I would put my bottom dollar, I would put all 20 bucks I have saved up in my piggy bank that someone is moving these things in order to deliberately heck with us or other people. Or both.
They seem to be like wild animals. It's strange that they would all be doing such a coordinated attack.
Right.
Exactly. I think it's more just you unlock all the cages in a zoo and see what happens. The people who are panicking are probably going to be targeted first, but after that, if they're left alone for too long, well, there is still meat on the animal's bones. You're really good with that rifle, by the way, Lizzo.
Thank you. I'm, well, obviously trained, but
Yeah,
if
I could tell.
these are effectively animals that are being placed here by something, then obviously there's a reason. Alright, we can look around, but we can look around to see if there's anything else, I suppose, but we do need to keep heading towards the generator. If things are like this, I can only imagine what the rest of the base down here is like.
Alright, real quick before we go then, everyone gather around me, I can give some healing. And I'll just...
taking up the torch I left behind, moving.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'll say, everybody can heal for the 6.
Yeah. That's a +5.
Terror chirps and happiness.
Alright. Chances are we're gonna only get more hostile creatures as time goes on, so, yeah.
Yeah, there's almost certainly, I'd imagine something decently large in the power room.
We're only getting closer to the source.
Can I keep the Ruiny and Schwarmt? Or,
For now.
No. Okay.
With that, Harrier is going to properly stand up. Okay, we can check things on the way, but if we want to get to the generator, this way.
Oh shoot, okay. Should we not check where the girl came from, or will we see that in a bit?
Better safe than sorry, I suppose, if you want to check.
Alright, boys, investigate.
You guys see some signs nearby that this is the bathroom.
Yep. There are some stalls to the right.
Ah, okay, it's not just sinks.
The Schwarm's gonna investigate, you know.
This is a toilet.
Any stamina tiles, you two?
I don't know, is the Schwarm, like, doing anything in any of these stalls?
We'll flip open the toilets just to make sure there are no...
This one right here?
Yeah, just to make sure there are no, like, goblins or
Alright,
anything inside.
you do find, of course,
yeah, okay.
though, I mean, it's not just that, it's the, you find the stinky, sorry, the stinky, you know, here's a little bit of stamina, I'll say that it's, two pieces of 1 stamina that, 2 of you can get, so...
I want you to know, Scarlet, that I was like, yeah, the bathroom's over here, Soleil, in case you want to, like, put anything in there. And she's like, oh, I'll put something in there.
You found the stinky, but no poopy?
No poopy.
You
No
got
poopy
me.
in the stinky.
I assume... One second. I got just the thing. Alright. So,
No!
I imagine that there are not further stinks in the other.
No, there's
okay.
that was an exclusive stinky.
Alright.
Again, as mentioned, 2 of you guys can gain 1 max stamina each, so it's up to you.
I call one of them. I found it.
She found it.
She did find it.
Do you really want it?
I would appreciate it, because I don't have a lot of stamina.
Yeah,
Shatter on solidarity.
You need it, yeah.
Yep. So, with that, Harrier is going to keep going this way.
Okay, we're good.
Yep. Well, while we're here, we may as well check to make sure this is okay.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I'm stinky now.
She's gonna run up here.
Ugh, what's that smell?
I don't know.
sort of peeks in here. Okay, seems like the coast is clear for here.
All right.
Is this a shadow barrier?
Since people are here, I will reveal.
It's not a barrier. It's just more weird corruption.
But yeah. So
Whoa, rock.
yeah, as you'd run in here and see this this rock, effectively, it's like. It has the same kind of bluish tint that you can, like, literally see on the map here, right? And throughout it, there are some cracks that, like, to say that they're actively luminescent or shining, right, would be inaccurate, right? But there's, like, some light blue kind of sparkles coming from some of the cracks in the rocks. This was a rock we found nearby the base as it was when we were first renovating it. It seemed to have some sort of a strange energy signature that we've been trying to figure out exactly, I guess, what is going on with it. The guy who used to own this place seemed to be looking into things like that. It's a bunch of stuff I'm not sure I understand, but it's good to know that it's safe at least. She looks back and around. Okay, I guess if any of you have questions, I can try and answer, but otherwise we can keep going.
Is it a shadow rock?
I don't think so. I think it's a water rock.
Oh.
It's certainly interesting.
I don't think I have any further questions, but looking at it's neat. It's pretty. I want to.
I am really curious about a lot about it, but we don't really have much time. We really need to get going and make sure everything else is safe.
Yeah.
So wait, is this a generator?
It's not the generator. This is a room that Harrier was just checking to make sure that everything was safe, and seemed so. So we can theoretically go here.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know all of the specifics. I'm down here a lot, but I'm no scientist myself. There's a lot of weird stuff regarding that old man's research, so.
Yeah.
There could be some there's probably something significant, some kind of, I would assume, some kind of special property about the rock. It doesn't look normal, but there's nothing really to know from just seeing it through a glass pane.
Yeah, exactly. If I recall correctly, there's some sort of some people were saying that there might be some strange alchemical property with it, but she puts a hand to her chin before, like, waving it around. Again, I'm not entirely educated on it.
Like something like a philosopher's stone kind of thing?
Not quite that extreme, but more like it's been imbued with something. And as that, she'll go ahead and keep leading you guys down this way. And I'll say that for all of you guys, being the underwater base party, this is where we're going to leave you off for now. So,
can we get upgrades?
Yes, I was waiting till we got to the end of this room just to keep the tension up. So, let's go ahead and properly do this.
And I assume we don't.
You do not heal right now, no. So keep yourselves where you're at. I'll also say that for the section you guys have gone through today in this session, both the combats and the beforehand, Gervasio and Apollo can gain 2 companionship for a combo of their talking with Zachary and their cool dual tech they did. Leela and Voya can also gain 2 for their fun Shadow Realmy stuff that they've done. And I'll say that Voya can gain 1 with Harrier.
Sick.
But yeah, let me write down some numbers. Wasn't the hardest combats of all time, but still not a complete pushover, I don't think. Still had to think a little. So let's go with a good old-fashioned, considering it was basically 2 combats in 1, I'm feeling like this feels fine to me.
Bippy.
And, yeah, we can put these to map. Oh,
Well,
no, you can't. They're gone, they say.
we get 4 stamp. Oh,
Sorry, the stats are going away. Let me put them
That
Take
down.
a companionship, quick!
they're lost forever. They are behind everything.
So what I had just done, Soleil, is put it to back so that it would be
Yeah.
behind them. But then I put it to back, and then you put it to Matt. So it's
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
forever.
It's gone. That's
Yeah,
fine.
goodbye.
It has been
gone forever.
Yep.
Sometimes you just kind of, drop an asset into the bottom of roll 20 and it's there now. And you can't
Yeah.
make it.
literally the ocean.
Yep.
So, any fun prof upgrades you guys have to share, or?
Oh,
I don't know,
I
Iris.
believe so.
Do I
I
get
actually
anything?
gained 3. Or I gained 2.
Points proficiency at Iris.
Yeah, let me do
Please,
Voya's
Mom, please.
first. Oh, okay. I'm getting Voya's stuff open. I mean, no, you can go. I'm just gonna do Voya and then Lila after that.
Alright, I gain 2 things, actually. They're both abilities. They're both pretty good. First one is actually very good, I believe. You social shield. XXX, recharge 6. I give 6 targets. Yeah, I can target up to 6 people. Or no, I can target X people within 6 range. And they gain 10 temporary stamina, but the stamina only works against 1 target's damage. Everyone else bypasses it. Yeah. And then the second ability is also a fucky one. Bulk up. I might come up with a better name for it, but for now it's
The
bulk up.
Pokemon move?
Yeah. X. Gervasio strains his epithet to expand and reinforce his muscles and other aspects of his body, strengthening himself temporarily for a massive blow. It gives his next attempted attack plus X damage. If it's a multi-hit, I divvy it up instead of applying it. And there's a limit of how much I can boost into it. That's about it. So I can sacrifice stamina for more damage.
Nice. Gotcha. I'm going to mark this down, and then really quickly, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then when I'm back, we can pick up with the next thing. Again, for you guys in the underwater base, thank you for participating in here today. Again, as I was mentioning, this is this was a smaller one, even for you guys who were the primary here. But a couple of fun things were introduced, I think. For the case of Zanza, Moomin, and Scarlet, stick around if you're interested in watching, of course.
Yeah, I've got their upgrades. I just need one more second. Sorry.
Yep.
I double check something on Voya.
You grab that. I'm gonna go bathroom and switch the track over
I might
to.
as well take a little break.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch the track over to this one. While you are grabbing this stuff.
Yeah, honestly, this is a good time to cut things off because my energy was starting to dip such that I can still stream and stuff, but it's playing difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm feeling drained today. I just am.
Yeah.
We're getting a 5 Harrier and you can't do a thing to stop it.
So Voya, right?
Hello.
You hit 67, and Scarlet, I just want you to read this one out real quick.
Some asshole. What you got there? The camera pans to boy standing right next to a giant stack of efficiency upgrades. A smoothie.
Sorry, 1 second. Holy shit. Since reacquiring her human form and rescuing Hope, Voya's shadow powers have only grown more powerful with her renewed determination. Choose one of the following upgrades to acquire immediately. One more from the list can be chosen for every 10 proficiency earned beyond this point until no remain. Great start. Underground Shore Socialization Network! Holy shit! Iris, if nothing else, you have her names for her proficiency upgrades down packed. Holy shit.
Key.
Okay. crunched into shadowy salad. Voya's basic attack has its base damage increased by 1, and Voya can now lift targets up to 5x5 in size, 8x8 while in Shadow Stalker. More! I say! When Voya uses Feast My Brethren, she may pay any amount of additional stamina or proficiency stacks. For every
Frenzy
2
stacks.
stamina or 1... Or frenzy stacks, yes. Jesus. For every 2 additional stamina or 1 additional frenzy, 2 more Schworms are summoned. In addition, she may sacrifice all Schworms that would be summoned with this ability to instead summon a Goliath Schworm!
Yeah, so
Goliaths have
it's a
20
weakened.
stamina.
It is a weakened version, but yes, you can summon the big boys that you've seen now.
I'm so happy, Iris. Gets the Amissic Crunch attack. This ability can now be used as a swift action if Voya spends 2 extra stamina, and is now a bonus action at base. I'm definitely getting that to start, but still. Dragged by the dart. If Voya manages to use shadow puppetry in such a way that the target would end up adjacent to her, she may immediately use a moderately weakened version of one of her basic attacks on them. Honor of the Dart can no longer be interrupted, countered, or interfered with by anything less than a once per combat level effect or greater unless the user is at least 1 class level above Voya or an otherwise significantly powerful entity. And the big one, Underground Schworm Socialization Network. These damn things are an invasive species. Given what we now know, given the fact that they're in the fucking underwater base, yeah. Voya no longer needs to roll a 14 plus to summon 2 Schworms with Burrow Beneath. She may choose not to summon these Schworms to reduce the cost of Burrow Beneath by 1. She may now also use Shadow Puppetry while burrowed in addition to Abyssal Grasp. Holy shit.
I hope you both are happy that you've had to add the word schworm to your Google Docs dictionary.
Yeah, multiple times because I've spelled it wrong multiple times.
I'm back. Hello.
But
Sorry,
yeah.
I just got done with boys things.
Nice.
If you're picking the Feast My Brethren upgrade, then go ahead and add that, and just remember that every time you're at 77, 87, and so on in that pattern, you can get another one. With the final one being acquired at 107.
Got it.
And then Lila, you're taking some prof, right? What are you at?
Yeah, 38.
All right. You get something. The puppets is supposed to be crossed out, but that did not copy.
Bada bing.
Jesus. Thank you very much, Iris.
Hell
for both
yeah.
the new kit.
Very,
New
very
kit.
good, very fun.
Anyway,
this is just Shadow. Her Shadow Puppets ability is now a transformed version that is like she's summoning her friends.
Yeah.
And, she can use it a lot more flexibly.
Oh yeah.
All right. Thank you for the upgrades and her kit, Iris.
Yeah.
However, I am no longer needed. I'm gonna go die.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, I have decided to rewrite her kit again.
As I was about to say, again, for Zanza, Moomin, and Scarlet especially, if you have stuff to do, you don't feel like watching or what have you, you're free to leave at this point.
Yeah, I will BRB. I'll probably be back, but I got some stuff I got.
Gotcha.
So,
with that being the case, are you here, Roche? And are you here, Poco?
Hello there.
Hello, everybody is here. So we are going to move over to another group somewhere else within the bounds of the Fort Bifrost area, right? And I'm going to say as a heads up this next area is going to have some funky lighting stuff, right? So I should have properly granted Sam the proper permissions, right? Since she is currently streaming. So I believe that will be the case. But if it's not, something looks obviously wrong on anyone's ends, or something's not running well, or what have you, please tell me. Let me know. I'll try to do my best to fix it, but it is a little complicated. So we are going to be picking up with a couple of people from another group, as mentioned, within the grounds of Fort Bifrost. This time, a slightly smaller group than even the one we were just with, as for you guys, it's a little hazy and such, but after a few moments of stirring about, let me go ahead and I believe this is the track. Yep. Union Burns
track.
and Elijah Yalte. We find the two of you alongside another familiar face here. Let me know when things are loaded, if they're loaded, if there's any problems initially.
Loaded for me. So I can get some context real quick,
Like
right?
I can see, so. Yep.
I wasn't actually here or watching earlier. Was it explained that shit happened in the other areas, or is this new?
So
This is new.
This is new, because I can give a little bit of context here. Give me a second. Regardless, for all of you guys, right? You all were a part of the tour group, as it were, going around the first floor, some weapons base, some training areas. Most of you went and fought against Lieutenant Bree, who now seems to be down here with you, piloting one of the mechs that they showed off there, and continued on with your tour for a little bit longer. But the process to show the order of events of what you can remember as you two and Lieutenant Bree sort of come to rubbing your heads would be that first there was a massive, what basically felt like an earthquake that resonated throughout the entirety of the base. Not only did a good couple of you in your group get knocked to the floor just from the rumbling on its own, but additionally there were small cracks forming in the ground that very lightly had some sort of a purple indent. Purple light spewing out of it. A faint purple light. And a few precious moments after that happened and knocked you off of your feet, a massive, gargantuan figure of certainly not directly humanoid form apparated above you, and a shadowy figure of sorts that in much the same way, not that you both know it, right, but that much the same way as it overtook the meeting, performed a massive slam downwards that, again, much like the other group, punched you down into the floor, into a strange substance as you were rocketed downward. And now, you find yourselves here, slowly coming to.
Son of a gun. Union punches his metal
Elijah,
arm into the
yes.
ground. Oh, what? Union punches his metal arm into the ground and struggles to his knees, then stands up. Alright, yo, you two doing alright?
I'm fine. Elijah, are you okay?
I'm okay, but I don't feel safe. Elijah just begins looking around, and is going to have his epithet hopefully ping him on where the heck we are and what kind of dangers we're facing.
Yep.
So find the correct thing. I'll just copy paste it for the sake of the audience.
Yeah.
This one, I'm looking for environmental dangers.
Yep. So, when it comes to environmental dangers, right, in the immediate area, right, I would say there are... What would be the biggest danger? Well, there are some loose pickaxes and other sharp implements at some points, right, that theoretically, if handled improperly, could be harmful. Similarly, there are some occasional boulders and such. You are within tunnels, right? So theoretically, rocks such as that, if misplaced or shoved in the wrong way, might not be great for the tunnel infrastructure. And similarly, from this talent alone, you can gauge that there's some other strange, supernatural kind of feeling, vibe, right? Potentially some eyes watching or lurking around in some places. But past that, you can't get an exact gauge.
Wait a minute. Union, rubs his face as he looks around. No, come on. Is this a fucking mine shaft?
I mean, in a way, yeah. So, Brant and I were mentioning the underground tunnel system, right?
Yeah, but...
Yeah.
I don't know, I figured it'd look a lot more... put together than this.
Well...
Union seems to be kind of stressed out.
Well, firstly, right? I mean, we've been saying it the whole time. We just kind of finished construction on a lot of the base stuff. It's, it's presentable, but it's not like perfect yet. We're still working it out, and it's usually safe and fine.
The underwater place sticks and fucking metal?
I mean, no, it's just... She's waving her hands around. This place is normally fine. There's nothing to worry about here under normal circumstances. What I'm confused about is how we got down here. There was that thing that punched us or something, but... I mean, it's not just way down, but I mean, there's a bunch of ground between where we were and here.
Oh, if I had to guess... Fuck. Okay. He rubs his face. Let's
something supernatural of some kind, I'm guessing. But just thinking about it, other than just from what I could tell with my epithet, besides normal mineshaft problems of loose tools and rock falls, it seems like there's some sort of supernatural force or something watching this area. So either it was here and we ended up here, or whatever dropped us here is keeping an eye on us.
Okay, got it. Understood. I think I got it. At least the vibe. So, even though I know we're in a weird scenario here, I can do my best here. I can lead us around. I don't know where the others ended up, because, I mean, there were more than just 3 of us, but she crosses her arms. I mostly know my way around down here. If everything's the same as last I remember, I guess. I mean, it should be, but, I mean, if we were sent down here, I have no idea. She taps her foot a little bit. So, first priority is we need to see if we can find the others, because if we're here, the others shouldn't be too far away, yeah?
Yeah.
If we're operating under the logic of they all got sent down here, sure, yeah?
Okay. She sort of puts a hand to her side, towards, a holstered pistol, effectively. Be careful, but we can get on the move soon. She looks downward this way and to the left. We could go these ways, but I think let's try looking up here first. As she'd start moving here.
Real quick, mate. Problem number one. We get attacked. Manifest bazooka, points at bazooka. This gonna collapse these fucking things?
I don't think
Well,
that it
there's-
should.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, there's definitely the possibility of loose rock and stuff falling, so we should keep the explosions minimal if possible.
Why does Zeus and me and not Dwayne?
She taps her feet, pacing back and forth. Well,
Wait, no, he
these
sent
places.
us both. Just fuck.
This place is pretty reinforced. I mean, we bring weapons and stuff through here all the time, and you know we've tested them before, so I mean it should be able to withstand some abuse. You know, it's not the prettiest, but it's secure enough. She takes her arms around. Of course, we should be careful, but I mean, if we get into a fight and we need to use what we can, I mean, we should be at least safe if we don't overdo it.
Oh, of course.
Pull it together, Union. Fucking stands up straight. Okay. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. I'll try and...
Let me just do one thing real quick.
Oh, you go ahead.
If
Sorry,
that's
mate.
fine.
We haven't fucking
Uh,
talked to you much.
That's fine. Your name's Union, right? Elijah says as he puts on and kind of sets up his safety vest.
Union Burns. I don't know if Elijah, looks into this, but, Union was a criminal at some point. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, he's... whether or not Elijah knows that, he probably has some idea about it, just because he does, idly keeps up with DBA, not, religiously by any means. But he's certainly in the mindset of, okay, you gotta use your... Yeah, safety checks, you know. But this is a situation, and it's good to have someone you can rely on. But with the safety vest, he's just gonna set it up so that way he is immune to falling rocks and other debris.
Sounds good.
Okay, alright.
If there are any other questions, I mean, we should keep moving, but we'll probably have some time to talk through some things as she'll move forward again, looking around, being safe, but
Alright. I'll keep point with this, or not keep point, but I'll watch around with this fucking thing. Holding up the bazooka like it's a rifle.
Yeah.
I fucking went into this business to not have to do fucking shit in mines.
Yeah, as you're walking through here, if looking at the walls and such, you'd be able to see again, this is by no means the greatest structure of all time. It's it is structured much like a mine shaft. But despite the occasional crumbles, it does seem as if this does work well enough to be I guess it's solid, right? If you just punch it, it's not gonna immediately collapse or anything. But it is a lot of rock and stone, fairly bare. At least in the area that you're in, it doesn't seem like there's a whole ton of metal or anything like that. So, at least not past the anything standard.
Well,
oh fuck, maybe we should leave behind little markers to show that we've been here. Oh god, we could get lost.
thinks about it.
Sent you a quick
Goes into his pocket. I've got
Union,
a dumb
take
idea.
a second.
Oh.
And he... Actually, you do your idea.
Elijah is just gonna go into his pockets. I'm trying to figure out which passive does it. Right. He's gonna use his ruling privilege and just pull out. I'll pay whatever stamina you want. He's just gonna start pulling out safety cones and just put them on the ground as he's going.
Sounds good.
Now, here, no, wait, I got an idea also. He's going to, next to one of the safety cones, he's going to manifest one of his bazookas and try to, like, you know how people, like, can stick their swords in the ground? He's gonna try and do that, but with one of his bazookas. He's just gonna stick it next to the cone into the ground.
Yep. Breed.
Takes me less energy to create these, but maybe if they see cone and bazooka, they'll know that we're together.
It's a pretty telltale sign. You guys have really distinct aesthetics, so.
Do one thing.
Yeah. And I am focused on. Technically, I think my epithet can do more, but it is broken, and I only have one piece. So I'll do what I can with what I have.
Wait.
It's broken?
Broken?
Yeah. First off, just in case, name's Elijah Ote. My epithet is safety.
That's 2 words.
From what I can, yeah, that's the thing. The epithet is Czar, but it's the safety piece of it. There's other parts that I don't have.
How's that work? Like, Czar doesn't.
That's 2 words. That's I was born with bazooka.
I don't even have an epithet. She like looks to Union and puts a hand on his shoulder. I don't even have that. Like.
Wow, no, you might not be awake to it yet, but that's not important. Like.
The important thing is that essentially the Tsar Parzak gives ruling privilege over something, and I don't know why exactly, but the epithet has been broken and handed out over time, and I happen to have one of the pieces.
So,
all I know is that if we're yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. So wait, so your epithet is technically 2 words, because it's you're the czar of a concept, and then there's just more of that out there.
I shrugs. I've not really met another
guy
czar,
who's
but
got the epithet Star Bazooka. Am I just fucked?
kind of thinks about it. I don't know. I think I'm guessing there's a possibility, because like technically the main word is czar, but that means someone could have the word safety out.
So not to interrupt this, but as the 3 of you walk along, you do start hearing some weird clattering, like the sound of something tapping against the rock rhythmically, and some slight chittering noises coming from the tunnel ahead.
Hold on.
Oh,
this is
no.
Good talk. But hold on a sec. She again takes a hand to her side, and slowly starts sidling forward.
Oh, hang on there, miss. Cut rightly. Oh my god, what is that? Wait, no. Hold on. Oh, it's just a bug. Okay.
This thing sees the 3 of you approaching with the bright light in tow, and kind of hisses a bit, backing up.
Doesn't like
its
the
tail.
light?
Its tail kind of waving threateningly somewhat.
Ooh, yeah, you don't like that, do you? Oh, yeah, watch this. Union's gonna, like, make a bazooka with a flashlight attachment, and he's just gonna shine it at them.
They turn right around and scuttle off.
Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Is normal down?
No, this is, okay, yeah, this is definitely way off plan. This is not a thing that I know about.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I was kind of freaked out about being in a mine shaft, because I don't like being in those, but, I mean, that was hardly bigger than a bite bug, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Right. Well, we don't know what those things are, but there could be more of them, so we need to be careful.
They were tapping against the rocks. Are they trying to dig?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
Union, like, looks around to see if there are any
Or
signs
they're
of them
just
trying to dig.
Not really. Maybe some slight little claw marks. It seems like that thing had some weird claw-like legs, but otherwise no.
And while we're here, Union's gonna pick up a pickaxe.
Okay.
He's gonna wield it with his left arm, because his left arm is super
Elisha
strong.
immediately turns around, points it. He
Points
just
at-
turns around. That's one of the things that was pinged as unsafe. He goes over to check up.
He,
Just goes over,
offers
begins like
forward.
reinforcing it. Okay. We do not want you to break that in the middle of fighting with it if we have to use it, because that thing is very old and very unusual. And he basically just starts rambling as he fixes it using his passive again to just make it safe.
Yeah.
Union, like, looks at Lieutenant Bree past Elijah, like,
And she just sort of does
Can I-
like a very slow like shrug, looking over at Elijah, like.
Okay, there, safe.
Thanks.
And kind of blinks a second. Okay,
Hey.
right.
hey, kid,
I don't know what was going on there. We gotta keep going.
look, now I don't want to, I mean, honestly, I do want to, because it's, one of the things distracting me from the fact that we are imminently inside of a mine shaft. But, like, you, like, okay? Because, like, I've seen this sort of thing with a couple of people before. It looks like you kind of go into, like, these, like, you kind of ramble about safety a lot.
Kind of, I can't switch his default face. He kind of drops a little bit, like, yeah, that I'm kind of shrugs the back of his head. I guess it's been on DBA before. I've been starting to kind of go to epithet therapy because my epithets in pieces, and the only piece it has is safety. I tend to get on that concept, because it's the one thing my epithet can do, and that kind of transfers to me. Kind of tinks a little bit off the little crown above him. Constant reminder.
Got it.
But I've been
Yeah.
getting better. Like going to DBA has been doing good for me. It's getting stronger, but also I'm a little better at it.
Yeah.
As long as sorry. Kind of
No,
looks
look.
down.
It's fine, mate. Like, look, and like, Union sort of, is crouched down to like see past Lieutenant Bree, but also have a small profile like her. And look, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I'm just like, I've seen it happen before. A lot of people get sort of entwined with the epithet because they get it real young, and it sort of imprints itself on them like that. And look, right, the only one in control of your body's you, man. Even if you go into these safety trances, you gotta know to quell them and that stuff. I used to, have these destructive urges because I was born with an arm that created rockets, but gotta fucking shrug it off. I know probably it's a little more tough because it's Tsar or whatever, and maybe I'm imprinting a little bit, but and not imprinting. The thing where I shove ideas of problems onto you that I think you have that you might not, but like, I've seen it more than a dozen of times. Even if you got that little crown over your head,
Thanks.
the head's yours. Speaking of, what the fuck is that thing?
Yeah. So as that goes on, Bree like squints looking down towards like in here. There's like some scrambling sounds of tearing bags and supplies being knocked over as these two strange figures in the center these two strange figures here as they approach get a little bit more clear. What are those? And as she says that, I'm gonna give these guys a roll real quick. Yeah. With that going on, they both sort of pop up immediately, and with that, they are just going to quickly jump on you guys.
He like fucking he throws a bazooka to the side to Elijah.
This is the 18-year-old kid. He pick up a bazooka that's thrown at him?
He like offers it to the side.
Oh god. I am not really a fighter. I guess I can. He like very awkwardly takes it. That initiative.
Oh, you gotta just pull the trigger and pull.
You're ready. Elijah's not.
Yep.
These shadowy guys are like covered in white powder over their bodies.
Yeah.
As they've been breaking into this flower.
Yeah, it's a encrypted photo of them just covered in this fucking flower. But yeah, Union, what's up?
All right. What Union's gonna do, right? Is we're gonna just use sniper satellite. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right.
I'm gonna set up the perimeter through which they cannot cross. I roll 4.
Yeah, unfortunately, you try to set them. Oh, waiting a minute.
The one with rerolls.
Oh yeah.
Someone with rerolls right next to you. Now, do you want me to reroll it, or do you want me to refund it?
I would like this to work.
All right, let me just. Oh no! Wait. If you're gonna, you're gonna do that, but you gotta be careful about it, because again, you don't want to hit the ceiling with them. And he's just gonna try to use wait to re-roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Just trying to make you re-roll it.
All right, I'm ignoring my fear of mine shafts right now.
Well,
there we go.
There you go, Union. That's a roll. And now we have an asset for him, so feel free to put him in.
I'm at 58, Cacto, and for the first time ever, right? The sniper satellites have an icon, which are these.
And they're baked in with aura.
So handily drew. And effectively what the sniper satellites do is they're summons that enter the field, and if I want to, I can have them fire on anything that enters within their space, or enters their radius, that is. So this has effectively set up a perimeter of these guys can't touch. I forget, what kind of gun does Bree use?
She uses dual pistols.
Okay. And also, I just realized the sniper satellites' stats are actually a bit wrong, because they have, they have 8 stamina and 5 range.
Right.
Because Star has reminded me, Elijah's did get a slight tune-up. I'm using his old kit. I need to fix it to his new one. So he actually gets to impart a small additional property. So I guess he's gonna make him a little bit like, what's a good thing for them? I guess just have better range, because they're more properly like able to see, I guess, because of their positioning.
In which case, I'll because they can't fire on things as soon as they enter the aura. I'll move them next to us so that we're at least, fine. Could one of those be made into the default?
One of them has been.
Oh, okay, cool. What's the crit effect, would you say?
Good question. I'll say that their first shot is gets a little extra power.
All right, cool. And as that's happening, Union goes over and is like, "All right, Bree, let's pack some explosive punch in those pistols yours." And I'm gonna use my bonus action, Bazooka U, to boost her pistols with explosive power.
Oh wow. Okay. These are nasty. All right.
And then Union like sticks his hands up in front of him like in a defensive sort of like fucking hand-to-hand fighting stance. The other hand is holding the pickaxe. Before the end of my turn, what's the thing you're gonna post, Kakapo? Cause I got an upgrade. I'm just gonna try and play a defensive role here, cause you guys are. Oh boy. He doesn't say that last part. The threshold of torpedo terrorist damage is increased by 2, 8 to 10 to 10 to 12. 2 missiles from torpedo terror can hit a single target of Union's choice with damage proliferation. I see. So I assume that 2 missiles is before I have to hit every target. Very cool. Alright, very good upgrade to torpedo terror.
Yep. There we go. And so, let me go back to this as we hit Bree's turn. Okay, let's try these puppies out then. As she's going to 1, 2, 3, and let me see. She's gonna have to get a little closer. I think here would be fine. Yep. This would be in range of both of them. Okay, bazooka pistols! As she's gonna go for her dual pistols, which she can fire both pistols in one action, or one can be held to be used as an anytime. But she's gonna fire them both in one action. One at the other. Oh, not great. I don't think Elijah has a second reroll, but
no, the best thing I can do is if we need to refund your costs. So unfortunately,
it's all good.
I can't help you there.
Yeah, she goes to wield these things, but they're far heavier now with the bazooka add-ons. Okay, no, I gotta get used to this. It's fine, I got this.
Okay,
and
she can use the start step to walk back towards us.
Yeah. I mean, she failed, unfortunately, but it'll be fine, because we got this. Don't worry. Elijah.
Alright, Elijah would like to continue to be near people, although he's feeling a little bit weird as his kit's slowly changing in his hands. So really all he's gonna do is just go back to using his passive. He's gonna walk his butt over to here to make sure you're adjacent. Okay, yeah, we gotta be safe with those. He's gonna go over and basically just try to make some braces for the lieutenant, so that way when she tries to use her pistols, it's got like a roll bonus.
Gotcha.
So that way it's safer. I don't know how much that will cost, but I'm just gonna do that. I think as my bonus action. That's what my passive says. So whatever that will get me.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you're granting her a roll bonus. I'll say that'll give her a +2 to her pistols.
Yay! That's very good. Okay, this should help a little bit.
Got it.
And then I'm just gonna use this ability because I might as well protect my friend. I'm gonna try to use this to puppy guard her using safe passage.
Understood. Yep, you're puppy guarding her now.
Not the greatest puppy guard, but oh well.
Still something. As we pass on to
How
these
much
guys.
would the braces be, by the way?
Oh, I'll say pay 2.
Cool.
Yep. Is that it? Sorry, or
yes, that will be it. I just get to do stuff whenever I'm puppy guarding.
Yep. Speaking of, this guy is going to run over here to attack Bree. Uh-oh.
Fucking fool.
Yeah, little does he know.
In
So...
this behemoth typhoon.
Well, what's the base damage of them usually again?
It is 5.
Yep, with the crit effect.
Hey,
Yep.
would you like that crit fail to not happen, friend?
I don't want it to hurt you guys.
Cool. I'm gonna use my other talent. That's not very safe money if you have to go grab it from my sheet, because again, I still haven't put everything over.
It's all good.
Union and Elijah was a pretty scary pair.
Yeah.
Okay, when an ally rolls a crit fail, I can try to roll to make it safer. A nat 20 doesn't really work. And then there's other values. We'll worry about it. 12.
Right.
That's a 8+, so I can take the brunt of the failure if they're within 3.
Gotcha. In that case, yeah. What I'll say then is that the one missile, misfires a little bit and is going to hit you, Elijah, for 3 damage. But that's it in terms of that negative effect. Meanwhile, the other sniper satellite just blasts into this guy, and he clearly was not prepared for that kind of a maneuver, as he just grumbles and skitters around, and after being hit wildly in desperation, is going to swing a claw at Bree. So let's give that a roll. Bada bing. Claw. That will hit unless, how does the Elijah Puppy Guard work exactly?
Basically, any damage they take is taken by Elijah instead, but I can still use my passive to try to protect her once per round.
Well,
So
before you go for that, Bree is going to try and dodge this herself first, where she is going to try and combat roll backwards out of the way of the attack, and if this succeeds, she's going to try and do the follow-up. Yep.
That looks pretty good.
Yep, she rolls back, and then will pay an additional 1 stamina to attempt to follow up with her bazooka pistols.
Which have a +2.
Yep, which have a +2, which makes it an unnatural 20, as this guy, trying to go for the swipe, misses, unprepared for the follow-up, just screams as he's blasted, gets slammed against the wall, and then skitters into the shadows away. He's out. Which leaves this guy who, okay, that zone looks kind of dangerous, so he's gonna go for Dark Orb on Bree. And fails as it goes and hits this shelf next to her. Some supplies go scattering around as it hits Union's turn. Some papers flying around in the area.
Alright, Union's gonna take one of the sniper satellites with him, right? So
Yeah.
he just grabs it with one arm, and as he's walking, he's gonna have the other sniper satellite shoot on him so that he is launched a little bit.
Yep.
So he can launch himself a little bit forward.
A little bit. I'll give you 2 spaces.
Yep, and while he's doing that, I'll try and do a little. Can I roll to do a little mini kicky into the air?
Yeah.
All right, let's try and kick up into the air. 7.
Mini kicky. It's a very mini kicky, but you do have a little bit of air.
All right. If I have a little bit of an air, I'm gonna go and now that this guy's in the range of this sniper satellite, I'm gonna have it shoot on him if you'd be okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
And while that's going on, Union's gonna fucking launch forward and just try and go for a fucking bazooka beatdown on him to just bash him into the dirt.
As Union hops over to him, he's going to attempt to use Surprise Trick to dodge out of the way and counterattack, but we'll see. So here comes Surprise Trick. Gotcha. What's the damage of Bazooka Beatdown again?
The sniper satellite is 5, but I haven't rolled for the...
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, it's still going to be trying to avoid this shot, right? And then repositioning itself, right? I'll say that it gets a little bit clipped by the sniper satellite. and then dashes to the side, up on the wall, on the ceiling, reappears above Union, above him on the ceiling, and is gonna go for the claw while Union is aiming his bazooka beatdown. So give a roll for the bazooka beatdown, of course, to see if you can properly re-aim it against this attack.
Sure. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, you go for it, but its swift movements manage to get the best of you as it, from the ceiling, slashes into you, dealing its half damage because it's the follow-up, so in this case it'll be 3 damage to you, Union. As it then is clinging onto the ceiling.
He fucking holds at his back, and he's like, son of a bitch. Fuck. And he turns around, right? And then he aims the bazooka that he was using up.
Yep.
He's like, you think you can just pop back up on the ceiling, huh? Well, time to send you back down to Earth.
Does Elijah
wait,
have to be
careful!
Yeah, there you go.
Careful where you're aiming that. You don't want to have any of the rocks hit you when you're firing out of the ceiling.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, no. I did warn you about that.
And
and I
hold
like
on.
the
Union takes a second, unloads the actual rocket from his bazooka, and then puts in a dud rocket.
Also, because I keep using the old one, because it's the 12 plus, I get to add a small safety feature. The safety feature is Union will not have any rocks fall on them from this guy falling.
Gucci Kino.
Alright, and then Union's going to shoot up the dud rocket. The rubber rocket.
Right. And that one goes and manages to hit this thing. It squirms and makes a chittering noise as it falls back down to the ground.
And you know what? Considering he's here and I rolled a 15 plus, right?
Yep.
I get to shoot him with my hand.
Yep. And with that, you get the follow-up shot with him on the ground. He grabs the spot you hit, makes some crazy faces at you before dashing into the darkness out of here.
Ooh! Ooh! Whoa! Weird things.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Fuck, alright.
They're gone.
Hold on.
They're gone.
This thing, someone check my back. That thing got me. Is it, like, poisoned? Is it, like, bad?
Looks fine. I mean, there's a scratch mark, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Alright. Let's, Union takes this. Alright, we're just gonna take this with us so we have an effective perimeter of guys who will shoot at anything that walks towards us.
Right. Okay. Let's keep on the move.
Also, you should kind of hands back the bazooka. You should hang on to this. That's I would get tired carrying it.
Oh shit! Sorry. Okay, I forget that it's just good for me because I'm strong. Union boards the 2 snipers on his back.
I am in high school. I do not work out.
Right. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, don't worry, I can make a lighter one next time if you want one. I just figure I can make weapons and people in need of arming. I notice you don't really got one, so sorry. Oh wait, there's a path down here.
Well, I mean, yes, 2 paths. I mean, I'm kind of armed. Elijah pulls out what looks like a 200-plus page book on OSHA violation codes.
That's a thick book.
Wouldn't want to be hit
Yeah,
by
it's actually quite useful, you know?
I don't know if it
I mean, I can... Yeah, like... he just begins to, like, start talking about it and reading it, and I'm just gonna show it off for the sake of it. He's just gonna grant everyone 1 DR.
Gotcha. For now, they have 1 DR.
Yeah, and, you know...
Yeah.
As Elijah starts, like, being, like... As Elijah, like, basically, like, in the middle of like them talking like normal people, suddenly breaks into, in the OSHA guidelines, this like Union like snapped in front of his face. Hold on, Elijah, come back to earth.
Huh? Yeah, right.
Take
Sorry.
this over.
I just
Elijah,
maybe
safety
a
isn't
little bit,
real.
but yeah.
Not real. It's not real. Come on.
We all know that safety was banned in Article 56C.
Safety's real. He can't hurt me.
Elijah's in a rubber room,
that
the
was some-
safest place.
Well, he's actually in a room
I
filled
thought
with
that
sharp
was a funny
objects.
fish.
Oh no. Alright. Okay.
If I am right on where we are, I don't think I think that both the hallways, this one and the motions towards the lower side of the previous room, both of these should be going to the same place. So.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
You once again start to hear some skittering and chittering as some of these guys are like crawling down here and hissing towards you all.
Bree like immediately grabs the pistols to like arm and protect herself, but is holding off since they seem like they're mainly just hissing. Back up!
Oh, okay.
Don't enter.
Yeah.
Keep
It'd
out.
be,
Yeah. You
it
too.
would be really, really bad if, oh gosh, with them all ganging up. I feel like that's just rife for a moment. Those rocks from earlier are gonna fall down. I'm gonna use an ability.
You're gonna try and crush
And just cause rocks fall. Bugs. Yes. Rocks fall, bugs die. I want to use OSHA violation to make
God.
rocks.
Yeah, I imagine that from above them, a couple of rocks come loose, start falling down. They look up, and I imagine with chittering squeals, start scattering away.
Yeah, they start scattering around as some rocks fall, some of them getting crushed. One of them's like, and then just is just gone from the satellites, and the rest of them have either retreated or been crushed.
Yeah.
I just fucking love the idea that
like that.
that Elijah's like, oh man, the rocks could fall. The rocks fall. Some of the bugs are like going away. Some of them go towards, and then are immediately blown into chunks. Well, that was fucking terrifying.
Okay, no, there's definitely something wrong here. Something happened to the structural stability of this place.
I
Probably
guess
the
so.
big
I mean,
punch.
yeah, the big punch. I said it earlier, right? When we were fighting, when in the mech and stuff, right? You guys are really crazy. You know that? Like not like I mean like crazy strong. Like you can just make those. She like motions towards the sniper satellites.
Well, yeah, yes, I can. I can make my epithet can now make multiple types of different bazookas. It just has to be within the defined shape of what a bazooka is and fill those sort of ideas, as well as be able to create rockets.
Right. That's crazy, bro.
Thinks about it. So
Seems
like
overpowered if you ask me.
you could make like a potato rocket, like by just.
I
That's like a. I think I've heard where you like fire a potato, and like that's like if you just like attach a firecracker or something, it's like a rocket propelled potato. Like could you get around it that way and just make infinite food?
Well, I don't think I could make the potato. Fuck, can I make the potato?
But I mean, she like taps her like crosses her arm, taps her foot again. I mean, when you're making these, you like make the ammunition and everything, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe it's not like an edible potato, but it might be shaped like one.
I'm just gonna say I fully don't contend that we should be eating rocket-powered flung potatoes, because that could be extremely unhealthy to the body. Ah, there's nowhere.
Oh, another one.
Hold on. Union's like taking a second, just like he's gonna try and make the potato gun with the potato inside. I'd say this is up to GMs mostly, but it's also like I don't even know if Union can do this with what he's been trained with his.
I would assume probably not, but I'm not Kakapo, so if Kakapo has a way to weigh
I think
in
you
on
can
this-
make like a dummy like potato
Yeah.
gun-esque thing, but yeah.
not like a real deal potato or anything.
Based. So yeah, Union. You realize as you're making this that you haven't specialized your epithet into like a variety of bullets. They're all explodey stuff, right? However, because of how it works, I'll say you can make like the general shape of a potato gun with like some bazooka adornments, but it's an explosive inside. Maybe a little bit shaped like a potato, but it's an explosive. It's not a
He
potato
looks
whatsoever.
inside, it
No
just, like-
vegetable. Yeah, so.
He looks inside and
Just
that
make
just
a
like
grenade launcher.
I don't think that it's a potato. Hold on. He looks down the barrel. He turns it upside down with his hand under it. Like the weird potato-shaped pill falls out. He like looks at it, just like, ooh, it doesn't feel like potato.
Doesn't look like one, yeah.
Hey bug. He rolls it.
That's not
he
safe
rolls
at all.
He rolls the potato over to the bug.
All right. Make a like. Where are you rolling it specifically?
He's just like rolling it so that it just like, you know,
Over
like
there,
eventually like pops into the wall if nothing is done to it, but just like, you know, rolls it to the bug.
Give me a roll. It taps it a couple of times. It seems like you succeeded in making a dud explosive at the very least.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
At least
It
doesn't
starts
explode like a
trying
potato.
to eat it, like with these
No,
scraping
it's distracted. It's distracted. Come on.
Yeah. Let's go. I'm not gonna fire on it. It's eating.
He's just hungry.
The rockets on your hands, however, do.
So, I mean, and to clarify, while we're walking past the bug, my epithet didn't always used to make these. Because you might notice, oh yeah, wait a minute. Arms are, like, my arms are silver, and typically, fucking Prolifia type epithets don't usually cause also Vitruvian mutations or whatever, how it's been described to me, or fucking something epithet type, something crazy bullshit. My epithet's fucked up now. Used to be my arm.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you changed how you used it.
Transformed your arm?
I didn't change how I used it. That was another guy.
Oh. Was it like a willing thing, or did he like just do it to you?
It was like, yeah. I mean, he was gonna. He was like, hey, I can, you know, put you on the good side of the law and rehabilitate you and stuff, and we're gonna figure out new ways to use your epithet. And I was like, well, you have gotten me out of here, and you know, I got to like decide how I wanted my epithet to be changed, so it wasn't like he simply decided you make bazookas now and it's not just your arm. There were a couple other things he suggested, like the bazooka verse, but I didn't want to toy with that.
The what?
I don't know.
The what?
And with that, right, I'll say that unless there's anything you want to talk about real quick, Elijah, which I'll ask, is there anything in particular you want to say?
No, it's like, what kind of dumb idea is that? Next they're gonna say there's a Spider-Verse.
As you guys contemplate...
Safety-verse.
As you guys contemplate the existence of the Spider, Safety, and Bazooka-verse, possibly more, you continue going into the tunnels in search of not only what's going on, but perhaps the other members of your tour group. And so, for now, Poco and Roche, thank you. As mentioned, this is a small little segment for you guys. But that is the schedule for you two today. So stick around if you want. But we're going to be cutting back to this group later.
Do we get anything?
Yeah, sure. There was a little combat, so here I'll give tiny combat rewards. The very
I was mostly
very
thinking
small.
companionship.
Oh yeah.
That's
And
basically
similarly,
small.
similarly, I'll say, yeah, you can get one comp with each other, each of you. And I will, which I should say will include Bree, if that wasn't clear. And then
Yay.
I'll say that similarly, you get your choice of 1, 1, 2.
You're gonna put him on the edge.
So yeah, there's that. Feel free to take what you want. But
To edge myself ever closer, I will go to 57.
nice.
The class up brothers both take prof.
Yeah.
No. 59 Union. You're definitely very close.
Yep. And then yeah.
Oh shit! Fuck! I was muted. I was like, oh man, you know. Do I edge Union? Do I put him? Do I set him there? And it's just like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then you said like, oh yeah, I'll put Elijah at the edge. And I was like, oh, you're gonna put Elijah on the edge. Then I'll go with you, brother. Though I wish we could take the comp so we could get a comp upgrade or
Just
something.
men edging, you know.
Yeah. And you know, similarly.
Only you hadn't muted.
Similarly, I'll also say, I know I said 1 before, but for the both of you, feel free to get 2 comp with each other. I feel like you had a particular fun synergy and talked about a lot of character background stuff. So instead of 1, you can get an extra with you 2 specifically. You each get 1 with Bree.
Yeah, I do. Well, next time we'll have to grill Bree on her special backstory.
Yeah. But for now, I want to ask. I know Kakpo's here, assuming that he's still here from the last time we spoke.
Yeah, I'm here.
And then, are you here, Drake?
Guard.
What's up?
Hey, are you two good and ready and feeling the vibes?
Yeah.
We're almost done. For the record, this is not going to take very long.
It's not going to take very long, so yeah, I can
This will likely be even shorter than that section. So
yeah.
Wooga booga.
So, I will say, regarding this, at obviously you're not entirely sure if it's precisely the same time, but at what you could potentially gauge as around the same time as this group of Bree, Elijah, and Union, elsewhere within the Fort Bifrost facility, and specifically even the underground tunnels, we'll go elsewhere. So let's bring you guys here.
if necessary, it would perhaps be Cockbo's turn to stream to the Discord, but yeah.
Yep.
I
shipping. And let you know, rather let me know if you guys are both in and loaded and everyone's good to go. But
you might need to oh, there we go. We're good. Just checking the stream.
Yeah.
Yep, continue.
I'll stream. Just give me a moment to do that.
I couldn't. I'd switch between my pages too much, so I wouldn't be able to keep with the camera.
I know you. I know.
Yeah.
I was looking at Ember's stream, but anyway.
Yeah. So while you're while you're setting this up, right? For you guys, and this would include Delta as well, as you can see her. As a recap, you all, according to if your memory serves you, just recently, it couldn't have been all too long, not more than a few minutes ago at this point, were in the middle of the meeting before you were stricken by a cabal of shadowy figures, as it were, that after a show of coordination and force, managed to overwhelm you guys. Yeah?
Well, real quick. Discord didn't seem to like that, so it just reloaded on me all of a sudden. Going live again, but start from where we were, be a bit quicker, but yeah.
Right. Regardless, where was I? I was, redescribing how you guys were ambushed by the group of shadowy figures near the end of the meeting, in an overwhelmed by force. The attack definitely hurt, don't get me wrong. All things considered, it... Yes? Are you...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All things considered, for the both of you, it could have been a lot worse. You definitely still feel the sting of the injuries and what have you. But yeah, it's for the most part you're all in one piece. It's just there's some residual stinging and wounds and what have you from the attack. And of course dizziness, disorientation. As I described last time, you guys, when you were punched into the ground, felt yourself entering a strange, indescribable kind of liquidy substance, as you were then... I can equate it to, like, when you're in one of those enclosed water slides that are going every direction, right? And, from inside, it's kind of like you're just moving everywhere, as you're rocketed around, swirling within this substance, before eventually being effectively dropped to where you now find yourselves. Way more dizzy, disoriented, and what have you. Delta, here in particular, is kind of on one knee, holding a sword of hers as like sort of a leverage to hold herself up. And I'll ask the two of you, what's going through your heads?
Yeah. If we were knocked unconscious at all, Graves would probably be one of the first to wake up, considering that's just how he trained himself to be. Hardly ever sleeps and all that stuff. So he just, as soon as they come to, or as they're dropped here, he just kind of pops up, wincing a bit from the injuries that were mentioned, and just looking around, sees Villanelle and Delta, and is going to, since she's close, I'm going to check on Villanelle. Are you okay?
The moment you walk over to Villanelle, you see that still, even in their lapsing state, they are absolutely overflowing with fucking power and energy, to the point where their epithet is literally visibly manifesting in the forms of like little fragments and stipends of paper, little glowing sheets all around her. And the moment you're like, are you okay? Her eyes dart open. There is a small like burst of air around her as she jumps up, and she's like, oh my god, this is awesome!
Okay, you're fine. Goes over to Delta.
She pulls herself up, taking the sword that she had planted in the ground, removing it, holding it to her side before, not fully turning around initially, turns her head back. Graves?
Yes. Citadel?
Of course.
Are you... Yeah, He sort of like rubs his head, because like, probably what's going through his mind right now is like, based on like various accounts of like people who are like in accidents or whatever, like it's always like, you do lose like your immediate memory of like getting knocked out and all that stuff, so
yeah,
he is slowly like coming to him. It's just like, how do we even get here? Let's...
First off, before that, she would turn to Villanelle. If I remember correctly, you're Villanelle Quill, yes?
She turns, like, sort of like jogging in place, just vibrantly glowing with energy.
Yes. I'm so glad you know your name. Villanelle the Archivist, at your pleasure.
She curtsies.
Delta would, nod at that.
And as for how we got here...
She pulls out her hand, a page forming within it, and she kind of just throws it in front of them, and a small scene plays out of what happened.
Delta, like, not expecting this exactly, just watches the page in motion, like, complete serious, like, attention, fascination, watching over the assault of that everyone endured in such a quick, such an instant moment of time that was then led to how they are now, going through down the feeling. Everything starts kind of coming back for Graves and Delta regarding like the feelings they felt in the moment.
Yeah. Villanelle sort of looks, because it plays out, it's got like small little, it's like a hologram almost, made of light, sort of duller colors to fill in what the scene looks like. There's small like sound accompaniments, music, etc., etc. Villanelle just sort of sits there, beaming.
Oh god, this is so cool. I mean, no, bad.
And she baps herself on the head.
Sorry, this is bad. We're under attack. But wait, we have our villains.
And she sort of reaches her hand out, sort of like making a panning motion like you do with a touchscreen computer or phone.
Yeah.
And it kind of rewinds time back to when the villains appeared.
We have our villains, but my epithet didn't get a good look at them.
Right.
Graves just sort of thinks a bit and just like, is your epithet known to everyone, or?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Proud owner of Chronicle, baby.
She thumbs to her chest.
Yeah, so you...
That's an extraordinary
like, sort points to Villanelle. Right, so you are the person. So right, you do have that word. Okay, yeah, that explains things. There, to kind of turns to Delta. In DBA, there are a few people who are looser lipped with their epithets. So generally known. My epithet.
Kakapo, you have died.
Oh no. I think your mic died, friend. Now it's back.
I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah.
Your mic cut out. Your epithet is. You cut out it.
Yeah. He said my epithet is one of those that are publicly known. Just as he's saying that and rambling, he just sort of brushes that aside. More important things. Apologies. Graves takes out some note cards and some pencils and starts sketching things on them.
Similarly, in the background, pages seem to form in the very air with words just inscribed upon them without Villanelle's input, as she is already immediately chronicling everything around her.
Yeah, well, okay. I have... I've sketched down our entities. Some notes, like after a bit of like looking at like the footage again. Yeah, I've sketched the entities and briefly written down what they did there, so if we ever run into them again, we can be prepared. Just sort of, yeah, looks at Delta. If my memory serves me right, as well as the footage we have here, just sort of, counts kind of like using the, footage for reference, and also just kind of using his memory. It's there's 28 of us in total. We have 25 people to find.
Wow.
25. Yeah.
Oh.
There. Yeah.
Villanelle raises a hand.
I know where some of them are.
You do?
Nod.
You do.
See, as a archivist,
she makes a smug expression while sort of leaning forward and throwing an arm back.
Me and my epithet have been training to get a broader view of the narrative.
And I'll post a talent.
Yep.
As in short terms, too long in read, Villanelle can view everything that the camera views at the GM's discretion. Which means she's been seeing most of what goes on. Tiny little conversations, our other friends adventuring within the very same depths. And she's been making note of that too.
Yep. I've been keeping contact with Drake, letting him know some stuff, as what he'd be able to see and whatnot. So,
nice.
And she pulls out 3 different pages. them simultaneously forming into Union, Elijah, and Lieutenant Bree.
They're down here with us. At least somewhere, I think.
On that, she.
Well, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Just sort of like points at the three of those. They weren't at the meeting. That's not who I was counting. But if they're down here too, I guess that makes sense.
Well, I mean, we're the heroes. We gotta save everyone.
I mean, yeah. I just, Villanelle, thank you. I now understand that this affected more than the meeting, which makes a lot of sense. So
Yes, the attack that we endured was monstrous. I wouldn't be surprised if the ripples of it have cracked through the entirety of the fort. But on that, first off, where we are, I don't believe that I ever directly talked with either of you about this, but we're currently in the fort's underground tunnel system. I'm pretty sure I know where we are, roughly. She sort of walks a little bit over to the side. Yes, okay, I understand. For the most part, we should be around the northwestern area of the tunnel system right now, which means a couple of things. One, for all of us that were in the meeting, assuming that all of the others are also down here, our, I suppose, distances from each other in the meeting room probably don't make a difference. We were on opposite ends of the table and we're both all here, so
yeah.
I'm not sure what the rhyme or reason as to where everyone is and what groups and whatnot. But she crosses her arms. That's less important.
Actually,
secondly, oh yeah, you go.
There's a beeping heard, and like a grid starts scanning all three of you, as like a weird sphere is just here, and sort of beeps at all of you, turns around, beeps back from the direction it came from, and all of a sudden you see a second one.
Delta immediately takes the sword that she had pulled out earlier and wields it, holds it in pointing towards this thing.
Graves likewise wields a silver paintbrush and gets ready.
They
steps up the way just in case it wants to schmoo, but
the two metal spheres seem to stare at each other for a bit, just beeping. And then they sort of both move in sync this way. Oh, where did that one go? Oh, he's down here.
Yeah.
It got desynced. Sorry, so I tried to resync it and it moved. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, they just sort of go this way, then look back at you.
Delta cautiously takes a step forward, looking to the others in like silent nod agreement.
Yeah. Graves would cautiously approach as well.
For the sake of it, I'll do a little.
Yeah.
I want people to see him.
Yeah.
Good icon.
Yeah. They seem to move when you move.
Could they be leading us to something?
That would be the assumption.
Yeah.
Eventually, they come up. You see Tracy on her back, leg buried under some rubble. Hello. Lovely to see you. Can I get some help?
Hey. Yeah, of course.
I'm glad Solar and Luna found someone.
Yeah, I guess with the names, I guess they're yours. Good.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Don't joke, Rush. Don't joke.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not like that much, but it's too heavy for her scientist bones to lift.
I'm gonna use since it's been a little bit, I'm gonna use Garden of Viscera to make some like little gloopy little flesh little worms and all that stuff that will slink under the rubble, and then much like a sort of I don't know, like a hydraulic piston, lift the rubble up and give Tracy enough room to slither out. So
Yeah, sure, you got it.
Yeah. She
No, that makes sense.
gets up, brushes herself off. Okay, thank you very much. Yes,
yeah, no problem.
see. Yes, everyone here was at the meeting. In case we need introduction again, I'm Tracy Asimov. I do not believe I know where Miss Sakura or Miss Sakura are.
Villanelle, do you want to show her what we saw?
You see as she's just writing down
Disgusting worms of flesh.
She looks over,
Oh, right.
throws out the page again, kind of showing everything, and then a little summary of what we've done. We've only been down here for a bit. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Hang on. Just Graves takes a look at the page again. Kind of points to various people. The names were never said, but I can assume with how it was described of people Regent Red, Sigma Solstice, Colonel Dragonov, and all the others. Villanelle, notice how they're being much more subdued than we were. It makes sense, but
Oh, are you
You think they've
suggesting
been-
a scandal? Enhance! What is their heartbeat reading?
no.
Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe someone. I don't know how strong the Sakura sisters are, but
Well,
perhaps they were trying to capture the most important figures there and left the rest of us down here. Potentially.
Well, with well, I suppose I should distinguish them. With Miss Suki Akari's condition, she isn't going to be of much use without the wheelchair. But she should be fine so long as she has her cape. It's basically a weapons locker on itself. Though I'm afraid I am worried about Sakari. She is... Well, she isn't much of a fighter. She's more of... Well, she's more of a fighter with words than any kind of physical fighter.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it a
usually-
spoken word epithet power, or?
I am unsure what kind of thing she has. I have never heard of her having an epithet. She just seems to have a way with words. I'm unsure if it's supernatural or not. I've never talked to her about it. Yes. Since we seem to be in these tunnels, I should probably mention I'm not exactly sure how much of a use that I'm going to be in a fight, if that comes up. Since there seems to be something going on with what we saw. The most I have, well, I could do some certain things, but the most I have are Lunar and Soda here. My epithet is megastructure, so it's not exactly good for close quarters, let's say.
Well, not to worry. Delta and I are experienced in combat. And Villanelle seems to be quite capable as well, so we'll cover for you.
On that. Oh, yeah, sorry, you go.
Villano just sort of sticks a hand behind her head.
I fought the final dragon and won.
I am
Oh wait, what?
surprised. I've read
Just
up
sort
on
of
them.
like Grace is about to like dismiss that as like as he's been doing with like a lot of stuff with Villanelle, but then he like turns to like Delta, but then turns back. Wait, what? What'd you just say? No, not important. Now, we have more
Exactly.
pressing
We'll have
matters.
time to talk about this later, but first off, it seems like you're the only other person in this area. By this point, I feel like we'd be hearing other people talking if there was someone immediately close to us. But a couple of things I feel the need to establish. She takes a step back. So, as I was saying before, we are in the underground tunnel system, if I had to approximate the northwestern area of it. But normally, even despite the lengths underground, we'd still be able to have some sort of a connection. But despite that, she pulls out a walkie-talkie, which when she presses it, it's nothing but static. It seems like any form of communications are being jammed.
Tracy stares at it. Well, that's not good.
I've tried contacting some of the lieutenants around here. Bree first, since you mentioned her. Turns to Villanelle, but I can't get through this.
I don't know if I had some kind of... I don't know, some kind of... generator or something else. I could probably work something around, but... unfortunately, I can't disassemble Solar and Luna, since they are... I created them and then put them into the Epithet.
And continuing from there, she puts the staticky walkie-talkie to her side. It's not just that kind of communication. She'd take her sword that she's been holding, right, sort of hold it out in the middle. This is one of my weapons, and I'll post it. For those of you who have not seen how I fight before, typically I have access to a little, let's call it a digital subspace of some kind, where I'm able to pull my weapons from on the fly, switch them out as I need. It's a very impressive piece of tech that we've worked on here. But she snaps her fingers. It also doesn't seem like I have access to that right now either. I pulled this out while we were being attacked, but couldn't actually defend myself much. Pulling out the sword was all I could manage with the time we had.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, if I may make a request, I would like to find Miss Sakura, Miss Tsukiyakari, much quicker, since she has something very similar in her cape. And without that, I am very concerned.
As like everything calms down for a moment.
Oh, Miss Delta.
Yes?
So...
She kind of like bashfully turns to the side, like twisting a foot in the earth. It creates a small crater because she's doing it way too strongly.
You need help, right? You don't have your weapons.
I have a weapon. I should be able to manage fine, but I won't say no to assistance in a time like this.
Well, frankly, this is the most powerful I've ever felt.
She says, again, still breaming, with just like cascades of pages ripping out of her, and then fading into nothing as they drift off. She has over like 90 pages right now, which is the most she's ever. That's triple the most she's ever had.
I made sure to write down the capabilities of everyone, before the whole meeting thing happened. It probably takes some energy and some time, but I feel like a god right now.
And she like sort of makes a page appear out of nowhere, showcasing Delta and like some of the weapons that have like appeared before, like in DBA or whatever.
In that case, save it for now. We should use that if we really need it. We still don't know the entire scenario. And on that, to continue.
Yeah.
She crosses her arms again. It's pretty clear at this point that things have gone south. So, I need to be upfront with everything. When it comes to exactly how we were planning this meeting, this event to go, right?
Yes.
Part of the reason that we made Fort Bifrost as it was because we knew that if we were going to be organizing with Destruction Bench Agreement in any way, shape, or form, there's no way that with however it is that your cameras work, that we wouldn't be able to prevent any sort of filming or what have you. So, we created a space that was perfectly fine and able to be filmed in such a way. And on that, she looks down a bit, closing her eyes, crossing her arms before looking back up at everyone. We similarly figured that if we were going to be organizing people from DBA and all of its related parties, I suppose, it was sort of a no-brainer that the DBA thing, as I've learned it's been called in some circles, would happen. It's a television show. Makes things interesting, right?
Nod.
Precisely.
So, I had set a plan forth such that splitting everyone up as we did, it did make things easier on the meeting, as I said that it did. That was the truth. It would have been incredibly difficult to have everyone there in one spot and coordinating it. But part of the reason that we had set things up the way we did was that we had some planned events, I suppose. Situations to occur. I told Brant and Bree that at some point they should perhaps challenge some of their tour members with some of our equipment, have some fun fights, keep the camera entertained. Similarly, when it came to the underwater base, we had set up a situation where we had the submarine go a little off course to where the known grounds, I suppose, of some pirate captain was. We dealt with him before, he's no big issue. But what's important is that we had set up these things such that, hopefully, if we managed to make things entertaining enough, everything could go smoothly. This, she motions to the tunnels, was not part of that plan. Something else has happened.
Villanelle sort of speaks up again.
Well, I've done a lot of research on DBA, right? The whole Akashic stuff is really interesting, if not exploitable, but generally not in the ways like people assume, right? Whenever you try to, I guess, play into it, right? At least from what I've researched in the past, it's not that they become sated, it's that they realize, but what if there was more? Involuntarily, and I did expect this, it's unfortunate, feeding into it as much as we have is probably what made it this bad.
I don't know all the
Additionally-
specifics of how... Yeah, sorry?
Yeah. Additionally, Graves pipes up after Villanelle speaks. Regardless of how entertained the cameras are, there are 1,000 different reasons why any organization or group who would know about a meeting between one of the world's biggest superpowers and also one of the world's greatest fighting forces, why they wouldn't want to drop in on a meeting like that and do something about it.
Exactly.
There's infinite scenarios there.
As much as it could just be attributed to the way your show works is making things weird, that's a, in my opinion, irresponsible way to look at it. It's how things tend to go around your organization, but these sort of things happen for a reason. There must be some sort of force that's acting on this, and whatever me and my lieutenants were planning, unfortunately, wasn't enough in any sort of regard or what have you. And now whatever's going on is taking over the situation. So, we need to figure out what that is and put a stop to it.
Exactly.
Nod. It's not gonna end until we reach the climax.
So,
Who could say that?
I believe that is all the information that I have on the table. Sorry for, in some ways, deceiving all of you and sort of playing up with the act, but at this point, we need to put down that charade.
Well, it was for a good reason, so it's nothing. It's nothing you need to get too hung up about.
Yeah, Villanelle nods.
You're being good at heart. No problem here.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, with the information that you had, Villanelle, with the land-based tour group, I don't imagine the underwater tour group would be here. Looks to Delta, unless this connects to there somehow. I don't imagine
The
so.
way that these tunnels connect to the underwater base is not direct by any means. There's a submarine base in the lower left corner of... I say lower left. The southwestern corner of the system. There's a submarine bay, which I presume is the place that Lieutenant Harrier and Ram brought, them to in order to get to the underwater base. Theoretically, if we could make it there, I mean, we could go there, but that's a long way from here.
Villanelle sort of thinks. Go on.
Yeah, the reason I asked is because both what Villanelle showed us about other people in this network, this cave system, not only do we have, excluding us four, 24 people who were with us in the original meeting, now we potentially need to search and find, but also, I think it was the 8 people that went on the tour, Lieutenants Brent and Bree, as well as the 6 DBA people that went that way.
Right. And that's not counting any number of soldiers that were up on the first floor and got roped into this.
Exactly.
Villanelle sort of...
Yeah, so that's just... We have to stay vigilant at this point. No use staying still anymore. Let's get moving.
In that case,
As
I will, for the record, right, I want to state this, that, and I want to give you guys the choice of this, or at least present the option, because I know that, this, it looks like a dead end, right? Theoretically, you could choose to go left this way, and we could move there, or we could go to the other side. We could go either direction, Delta, on that. Since we know that there's a lot of people down here, now that I think about it, there's likely a way I know that we can hopefully get a gauge on exactly where everyone is, or at least approximate locations. But you're right, we do need to keep moving. And with that, right, she sort of stops for a second, and give me 1 sec, actually. She sort of stops for a second. In place, kinda like she's in the middle of taking a step when it's clear that something goes off, right? And she freezes up in place, stock still. It's she freezes, holding that pose and gripping her sword. Do any of you hear that?
Do we hear that?
You guys don't hear anything.
No?
He grimaces. Fortunately not.
Would I be able to use my talent to try and focus on Delta's perspective and see if I can hear it that way?
Give me a roll.
I know it's weird, but
Yeah, no, I mean, give me a roll. Well, Villanelle. As you're focusing on Delta, she herself explains it, and now you can hear it as well, right? It's like a ringing sound, sort of like a phone. We just checked though. There's no connection or anything down here. The connections are jammed.
Melograno?
That's very strange.
He was there.
And as you say that, Graves,
No,
let's
yeah.
let's get this going. And hold on a moment.
Wait a minute. Oh,
Delta, is that you? Or, sorry, Commander Citadel, or... Yeah?
That's not important right now. Is this Melograno?
Yeah, Melograno, from DBA. I'm like one of the guys that went on one of the tour things. Sort of the one side, not the... Whatever. What the absolute hell is happening right now? There was like an earthquake or something? A bunch of crashing sounds, the ground was shaking, we had no idea what was going on.
Where are you right now? And let's bring you guys here.
Oh yeah. Aw, yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. As we're in one of the communications rooms.
Which floor?
The first. We took a detour here because there was a whole thing like in case some stupid DBA thing happened or something. We figured that we could like take a detour or something. Thank God you thought of that, kid. Niles says, sort of leaning back in his chair a little bit.
Alexa pushes up her glasses. I knew that would be a good idea.
Who else is with you right now? There's me, Alexa, Niles, there's Oren, Lieutenant, he snaps his fingers, Lieutenant Ram, Lieutenant Ram, and a couple of other soldiers in the big flesh monster.
Hi! I'm Oren. I'm not the big flesh monster.
Hey, I'm trying to talk here. Give me some breathing room.
I want to know what's going on too.
I can tell you after we. Oren, keeps trying to scrunch up to to the phone on Melograno's shoulder. They both sort of collapse beneath the weight, tumbling. Melograno's phone goes spinning, spiraling into the air, which Lieutenant Graham reacts to, jumps over, grabs it, pulls up the phone, puts it up to his ear in the process. Commander, it's Lieutenant Ram. Everything the kid said is true. We're in the communications room closest to the front of the base.
Understood. How exactly are you contacting me right now?
Apparently, Melograno's phone doesn't need a signal as part of it being his epithet. And also, apparently, he can call anyone's mind so long as he's memorized their face. As soon as he said it, I told him to call you before anyone else. And let's go here. And back over here. Delta puts a hand to her chin, thinking for a moment. This might just be the lifeline we needed. Lieutenant Ram, you, Melograno, and the others, all of you are going to be imperative when we want to figure out precisely what's happening here. The discussion was going about as expected. Everyone was accounted for. And we were going for a decently long time. But then, in the blink of an eye, we were ambushed by a cabal of monsters, it seems like. It was clearly planned, they were extremely coordinated, and prevented anyone from reacting to the assault. The largest one slammed full force into the ground. That's likely the earthquake you felt. Must have been even stronger than I realized. Its attack sent us into the ground, and we somehow ended in the underground tunnel system.
The tunnels? How?
Unsure. I'm currently with Valkenor Graves, Villanelle Quill, and Tracy Asimov. If the four of us were sent here, I imagine that the rest of us were scattered throughout the area. Lieutenant Midgard was supposed to be in the tunnels today. Have you heard from him, Ram?
Not for multiple hours, no.
But if Melograno knew his face, could he contact him?
I believe so.
All right, good. I need you to find a picture of him to show to Melograno then. Lieutenant Midgard would be able to help us locate everyone. Can you hand the phone back to Melograno?
Yes, ma'am. sorry about that. Oren just sort of.
Melagrano, I need you to listen to me. You're gonna be one of the keys to our success.
All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Your epithet seems to be the only thing that can actually keep anyone in contact right now. So, you can gather information on everyone's positions. I told Lieutenant Ram about the people that are with me, but as for everyone else, you need to call each of them to check in, make sure they're safe. Have them tell you everyone with them and anything they've seen.
Right.
Once you gauge a person's position, tell them that they have orders from me. Number 1, the obvious. Figure out everything you can about what's going on. We need as much information as possible, so while they're finding their way around, they need to investigate as much as they can. Number 2, make your ways up to the communication room. Your current position. Once everyone makes it there, we can recuperate and efficiently organize a plan of attack with everything we've learned.
Hey, got it. Got it.
While you're doing that, Lieutenant Ram is going to find you a picture of another one of my lieutenants. Lieutenant Marcel Midgard. I need you to call him as soon as possible. Get his position, and then report back to me.
Lieutenant Midgard. Yeah, got it.
I'm counting on you. Best of luck.
Thanks. Same to you.
How do I hang up?
Oh, sorry. I got that. Don't worry about.
And he cuts himself
cuts
himself off mid sentence there. Well, that's the lifeline.
Excellent. It appears that, despite us being in a less than ideal situation, with both Melagrano and, Villanelle here, we got quite the forces for a counterattack.
Yes, it certainly seems so. This is very convenient, very good, very good. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So, I couldn't get the entire conversation. You said, you were communicating with the communications room? And is that where Melagrano
Yes.
was going?
Let me explain this. Long and short of it is I was talking with Melagrano and my Lieutenant Ram there. They are in one of the communications rooms on the first floor. I'm not sure precisely how they managed to evade the same fate that we and the others did, but they somehow did, and they're up there. While they're there... Yeah?
As this is going on, Villanelle just pulls out a page that, like, shows their side of everything.
Yeah. While they're there...
Hey, that's my guy over there. He points at the flesh golem.
Your guy?
But...
like Delta... Oh. Right. Yes, that's...
Yeah, I sent someone over there. It's good that he's fine, but that's not important. Continue.
Right. They're currently in the communications room up there, and we can figure out their exact situation of why they aren't down here later. But since they're there, and Melagrano's epithet can apparently contact people even through the traditional connection jamming that's going on here, he can go and contact everyone, or at least everyone that he knows the faces of, and we can see if we can gauge everyone's positions that way. And then she takes her arms, crosses them again. Additionally, I mentioned one of my lieutenants, Marcel Midgard. He's an Esper. Psionics, yes?
Oh. I've encountered the I've had my second outing of DBA was a run-in with one of those types, I understand. Actually, someone else in the party was one of those too, so...
The important thing is that Lieutenant Midgard is usually positioned down here in the tunnels because his powers are especially adept at mapping out areas and effectively acting as a sort of radar. Since he's been down here for so long as he attunes himself to these tunnels, he can effectively track not everything, but many approximate locations of people, things, get a basic map, lay of the land, what have you. That'll be extremely useful in coordinating all of our efforts. He's supposed to be down here, but I haven't heard from him since this morning. And, as I can't contact him now, pulls out the staticky walkie-talkie. We need to figure out where he is.
Villanelle sort of like raises a hand again.
Turns to her.
So, I just got a whole lot stronger, and with Melograno making contact with us, my epithet picked that up,
She says with a gleaming smile.
If we can find a sort of central point here, or better yet, even make contact with that person you said, using my epithet, I think I could, assuming things don't go wrong and I don't get tired out, I feel like it could easily make a base of operations, a relay point down here, and help us connect to everyone else.
She says, forming like a makeshift, her own variant of Melograno's phone in her hand.
Fantastic. We can figure out the specifics of that, but for now, as I told Melograno, I think our plan here should be making our way up to the communications room where they are. For one, that ensures their safety. For two, that means that we can figure out what's going on the first floor. If we're all down here, there's no telling what's going on up there. And for three, if we're making our ways to the exits to the tunnel system, those will typically be on the edges of the tunnel system, the edges of the facility, as it were. I can likely lead us most of the way, but everything here is already unexpected. I wouldn't be surprised if there's been something strange thrown in here. We already know supernatural things are occurring.
Oh, she raises her hand again.
Looks to Villanelle.
Shadow Realm creatures.
Shadow Realm?
She nods.
Union and the others were attacked. They seem to be poking about, out of line of sight,
She says, looking into the darkness.
Shadow
as
Realm.
well. While I'm unsure on what that has to do with stuff, I can at least use Soleil and Luna to scout ahead for us, while also assuming, well, if we don't manage to make contact with this Marcel fellow, I can create a sort of digital scan of the tunnels to create a map that we can use. But it won't be good for tracking people's movements within there unless they have either Solar or Luna with them.
That's the part that Lieutenant Midgard would be especially proficient with. Not only can he map out areas, but theoretically, given enough focus, he can try and pinpoint specific people within them.
Excellent. Well,
So,
we should probably start moving then.
exactly.
I imagine.
Let's get moving.
Yeah.
And
Let's go.
with that,
Yeah.
we're gonna leave things off for this session. So thank you everybody for playing here today. Hope you had a fun time. Hope it was fun. Hope it was interesting.
Was good. Yeah. This is an incredibly interesting arc. So I'm looking forward to shit. Once things get moving along.
Let's let's move this back up here to the boat with our good friends here and no one else. There's no one else here.
Yeah.
Nobody smoking fat darts.
Nobody smoking fat darts.
That's weird. The name of the boat seems to have been scrubbed off.
That's so peculiar, isn't it? Yeah. That's that. Again, I hope you guys all had a fun time. I don't have any particular notes at the end of the session this time, other than that. And hey, everybody, if you enjoyed yourselves, you're new around here, and you want to know when, where, how, you can catch up on future sessions of DBA episode 197, Operation Bifrost. Make sure to join our Discord server. Fine dining. Oh, there's the link. Whoa, go there. Get notified when we get live and what have you. It's the place to go to be in the know. Thank you all so much for watching. We couldn't do this the way we do it without all of you, and it's always a great time. And of course, big thank you to everyone involved here, all of the players and my co-GMs and everyone, because a lot of work has been put in here on all fronts, and it's taken a long time, and it's going to continue a lot of work.
Thank you, Soleil. That's right.
Oh my God.
Got him.
Thank you.
So, with that being said, is there anybody or anything that anybody wants to say or do while we're here? Any relevant, fun things we want to say?
Real Machamp was the friends we made along the way.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you all for watching one last time. See you next time. Good night, and say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Yeah! Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.